Chapter 30:30. The journey was rather smooth. They didn't encounter any attacks. The infiltration was successful. Everyone was excited. After all, so many people had infiltrated the enemy's base. They could definitely achieve an important strategic goal. But Carrie and Xiao He weren't very happy. Chun Zhao had once said that an infiltration attack was completely different from a head-on battle. In an infiltration attack, there couldn't be more than 2 people, or even more than 2 people. It was almost impossible to infiltrate with more than 2 people. If more than 2 people could still infiltrate successfully, it could only mean that the enemy had let them in on purpose. There was a trap waiting for them. Carrie and Xiao He tried to explain what they were thinking. But Cranlesis didn't believe them at all. More accurately, she and the people from the Duke's mansion were immersed in the joy of their successful infiltration. Carrie and Xiao He already regretted working with them. 20 people had successfully infiltrated. What the hell was this? From the moment they set foot in this place, they had probably already discovered it. Now, the 2 only planned to go home and get married after this battle. No, to leave the Duke's mansion. The places they had infiltrated were all kinds of pipes of various sizes. Some of the pipes were still leaking air. Carrie and Xiao He glanced at each other. This was definitely a good place to attack. If the enemy had individuals who were good at concealment. Suddenly, a member of the Duke's mansion screamed without any warning. When everyone turned around, they realized that the person had been dragged above the pipe. It's an organic mutant. Everyone, be careful. Both Carrie and Xiao Hector recalled the targeted training they had received. It was this kind of concealment type of enemy. Watch out! Xiao He suddenly yelled and threw a black substance into the air. It hit an organic mutant that had just popped its head out. The organic mutant was about to attack one of them. Xiao He's black substance landed on the organic mutant's body, and the organic mutant instantly twisted and fell to the ground. Kill it! Everyone focused their fire, and the organic mutant was blown to pieces. There's another one. Another organic mutant was taken down by Xiao He. Xiao He was very good at this. These organic aberrations were very strong and fast, but they were also very fragile. They were like lynxes that had shed their skin. Their bodies were drenched in blood and looked extremely terrifying. They could easily grab an adult, then use their corrosive claws to make the prey lose the ability to resist in an instant, and then drag them into the darkness to tear them apart in less than a second. However, their resistance to attacks was very weak. As long as they could detect or predict their movements in advance, they could be shot down instantly. What Xiao He practiced was a magic art passed down in her family, the blood-refining spell. This spell was both offensive and defensive. In a head-on confrontation, it was extremely lethal. Even if it was a defensive counterattack, he still had a strong ability to control the situation. Xiao He didn't need to kill them directly. She just needed to discover them in advance and then cast the necrosis spell, and they would temporarily lose their ability to move and fall from their hiding places. Scurvy was a spell that directly created a blood clot inside the enemy's body. It was very effective when the opponent was least expecting it. This was especially true for organic aberrations that had low magic resistance. One shot was enough to render the organic mutant immobile. She didn't need to worry about the rest. The people from the Duke's mansion were more than happy to finish them off. As for how to discover these hidden organic mutants, it was very simple. Jiawen and Jiawa share their senses. Jiawa had already discovered all the organic mutants nearby. Jiawa would then inform Jiawen, and Jiawen would then share the information with Xiao He. Of course, Xiao He's reaction time was still a bit slow due to the information being transmitted 3 times. However, this was enough to deal with these organic mutants. The others also noticed that Xiao He's reaction time was too sharp. She could almost instantly make the organic mutants fall from their heads as soon as they appeared. By the time they reached the end, they had already eliminated more than 20 organic mutants. All of them were killed by Xiao He, and then they would finish them off. Xiao He, you're really amazing. How did you do it? Codelis asked in surprise. They pushed open a hatch, and inside was a circular attic walkway. It looked like a patio, but the top was completely sealed. When they entered in a single file, the hatch behind them suddenly slammed shut. Who? Which one of you closed it? Codelus had a bad feeling about this. Their people would never do something so stupid. At that moment, deformed monsters appeared at the entrance of the circular walkway. Organic mutants, organic fusion mutants, and some other monsters that looked similar yet different. Everyone's expression changed. Not good. This is a trap. Xiaohe and Zhaowen wished they could slap Codelus away. They had already told her about it. She had always refused to accept their argument. They had even reminded Codelus again when they were in the exhaust pipe. It was such an obvious sign, but Codelus still refused to accept it. Now that the trap had been activated, she finally believed it. Wasn't it too late? Fight! Fight! Codelus was trying to rally everyone. However, from her expression, it was clear that she had lost all hope. Just like her, the others had similar expressions of despair. Xiaohe and Zhaowen were standing in a corner. They had set up this time not to fight back recklessly. First, they had to find a blind spot. In a battle with so many people, positioning was very important. They could not trust anyone else, so they could not leave their backs to anyone else. That was why they had to find a blind spot, to ensure that no one would suddenly attack them from above or behind them. The battle was fierce, and the people from the Duke's mansion fell one after another. However, this had nothing to do with Xiaohe and Zhaowen. They had always been at their own pace. As long as they were not ambushed, their side was as stable as a dog. But Buwu had not made his move yet. There was no time for him to act yet. These things looked disgusting and difficult to deal with. In terms of timing, Xiaohe and Zhaowen could easily deal with them, compared to the situation back in the village. The situation here was child's play. If one had to point out the difficulty, it was the people from the Duke's mansion. Codelus suddenly turned to look at Xiaohe and Zhaowen. She was shocked to find that there were monster corpses and minced meat in front of Xiaohe and Zhaowen. She was stunned. So strong. They were so strong. That was her first thought. The others could barely deal with a monster with a few people. However, Xiaohe and Zhaowen could deal with several at once. Moreover, they were standing in a corner, which ensured that the number of monsters that could attack them at the same time would not exceed 2 digits. The organic amalgamations that gave the people from the Duke's mansion a headache could not even last one round against them. Chapter 30-31. Jolly Wen, hold on. I need to recover my magic power. All right. Jolly Wen nodded. She had used up a lot of her magic power, but she could still hold on. Xiaohe was about the same as her. She still had some magic power. She was just recovering her magic power in advance to ensure the flow of the battle. There were less than 10 people left in the Duke's mansion. The rest weren't just strong. It was only because they were lucky. But now they were dumbfounded. The number of monsters that Xiaohe and Carrie had killed was more than the total number of monsters that the 20 of them had killed. Not just a lot, but a lot. He was too strong. He was unreasonably strong. For example, the organic fusion body. They had to slow down and put some distance between them before killing them with powerful magic. But for Xiaohe and Jolly Wen, it was just a matter of magic. Codelus was also dumbfounded. Everyone get to the wall. Retreat to their side. Codelus's mind was much clearer now. He knew that he couldn't interfere with Xiaohe and Jolly Wen's teamwork. If they recklessly interfered with Xiaohe and Jolly Wen's battle, they would become a burden. If they collapsed, the Duke's mansion's forces, including herself, would be doomed. However, there were simply too many monsters. They seemed to have been released from their cages and kept surging out. Codelus had been observing Jolly Wen and Xiaohe. She was worried that they would run out of energy. But what surprised her was that no matter how many monsters came, the two were still able to maintain a high rate of killing. Codelus clearly didn't know that Xiaohe and Jolly Wen could last an entire night in this situation. To them, this was a normal operation. They didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in this situation. In fact, they suddenly realized how strong they were. This is too troublesome. There's no end to this. Jolly Wen, use your ultimate move. We'll open a path, Xiaohe said. All right. Jolly Wen quickly formed a seal with both hands. Old Lord Taishang, I command you. While chanting the incantation, Jolly Wen sent out a hand seal. Yuan Wu suddenly charged out. The seal landed on Yuan Wu's body. In an instant, Yuan Wu's body turned solid and golden. Everyone looked at Yu Wu's mighty and majestic body in shock. Be careful. Those flesh monsters are highly corrosive even if they're summoned creatures, Cranleese reminded. But Carrie turned a deaf ear to Cranleese's warning. Although Ma Wu's figure was enormous, it was rather agile, and its speed was even swift to the extreme. It leaped over a dozen meters away and tapped its claws on one of the organic fusion beasts. The organic fusion body instantly turned into a gold-like substance, and its body was also frozen. In the end, it turned into golden liquid and never came back to life. Just like that, Yuan Wu tapped a few more times, and a path along the way had already been cleared. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. He was too strong. He was at the legendary level. Cranleesos stared at Carrie's figure. Is this the top inheritance of China? Compared to the people of the Duke's mansion, it was a completely different concept. Keep up, cried Carrie. The golden pantheon Wu slammed into the iron door on the other side. The moment he touched the metal door, it turned golden and melted. Everyone hurriedly followed Xiao, He, and Jia Liwen. At the exit of the circular tunnel was a long and narrow passageway. There were also a large number of flesh monsters. The golden pantheon Wu charged forward. No matter what it encountered, it would just charge through. But Cranleese could see that. The golden light on the creature's body was gradually fading. It seemed that it wasn't permanent. Only when the golden light on the pantheon Wu completely faded did it return to Jia Liwen's side. However, there were still more flesh monsters ahead. All of you back off. Cast a magic barrier on yourselves, Xiao He said. Xiao He also decided to unleash a powerful attack. Fiendish blood soul refinement. Explode. Xiao He first detonated the blood on one of the flesh monsters. Then, that flesh monster exploded, its flesh and blood splattering on the other flesh monsters. A third, a fourth, a fifth, it was like a chain mine had been detonated. Explosions rang out one after another. Xiao He let out a long sigh. These guys are really easy to deal with. They're much easier than the demons and devils we encountered before, Xiao He said in a relaxed manner. Xiao He was not blowing her own trumpet. These flesh monsters were too easy to deal with. Her technique was to convert the blood of the flesh monsters into fiendish blood. This fiendish blood could cause explosions. But generally speaking, it wasn't easy to deal with spiritualists. First of all, spiritualists' magic resistance had already greatly reduced the power of the technique. Moreover, spiritualists would usually cast a magic barrier on themselves first. This caused the power of the spell to drop again and again. But these flesh monsters were man-made. Their magic resistance was very, very low. Not only did the power of Xiao He's technique not decrease, it actually increased. This made Xiao He's chain explosion even more effective. After the first flesh monster exploded, the fiendish blood splattered on the other flesh monsters. The flesh monsters that were caught in the explosion would also self-detonate due to the fiendish blood. After repeating this process for a dozen or so seconds, nearly 100 flesh monsters in the passage had self-detonated. And Xiao He's magic power was pitifully low. Too powerful. Everyone sighed. They had thought that Jia Liwen was already strong enough. But Xiao He's performance wasn't inferior to Jia Liwen at all. But at the end of the passage, flesh monsters began to appear again. Everyone hurriedly followed Xiao He and Jia Liwen's footsteps. The limit that had just appeared was meaningless to Xiao He and Jia Liwen. When they pushed open the door at the end of the passage again, everyone found that there were people here. It was these guys in white coats who were continuously releasing their test subjects. Not good. They're coming. Damn, there's so many organisms. Why can't they stop them? The researcher in the white coat was about to raise his machine gun. But at this moment, the murderous people of the Duke's mansion all glared at the researcher. The researchers decisively put down their guns and cupped their fists. Immediately stop releasing these monsters. If you don't listen, you can go and stay with your test subjects. The researchers immediately stopped the gate. In the surveillance room, they saw that these flesh monsters came out from the single-space compartments. Finally done, Xiao He and Jia Liwen both heaved a long sigh of relief. Find a way out. It's too dangerous to stay here. Chapter 30-32. They had finally escaped safely. They had also captured a few technicians along the way. Although many people had been sacrificed, they were still quite happy. We still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first, Xiaohe said, planning to part ways with the Duke's people. Where are you going? I'll arrange a place for you. Thank you, but there's no need. We've already booked a hotel. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow and discuss with you what to do next, Cranlisi said sincerely. Thank you, but we have our own arrangements. But we have something very important. Carrie finally could not hold it in any longer. She roared, I don't want to team up with you idiots anymore. You've really changed my view of idiots. Are you professionals? Even pigs are more professional than you. Those weak things, apart from being ugly, what's so special about them? Nothing, absolutely nothing. They're 100 times weaker than our cockroaches, yet half of you people died. What surprises me the most is that you idiots can still laugh after your comrades died. I don't understand what you're so happy about. Did those dead idiots steal your girlfriends? Or did they sleep with your mother? Fuck, why would I team up with you? Is there something wrong with my brain? Heavens, you're really not suited to this game of saving the world. Go find a job washing dishes. Only by doing that will you be safe. The people of the Duke's mansion were frightened by Carrie's roar. The louder Carrie's voice, the more unpleasant her words were, the less the people of the Duke's mansion dared to retort. From a certain point of view, Carrie was right. But they were also somewhat indignant. It's not that we're too weak. It's that you're too strong. Someone muttered in a low voice. The people of the Duke's mansion agreed with this statement. That's right. It wasn't that they were too weak. It was simply that Carrie and Xiaohe were too strong. These two women were ridiculously strong monsters. They had never seen such strong people before. Carrie left in a huff. Xiaohe was not happy with the strength of the people of the Duke's mansion. However, she did not think that it was necessary for Carrie to shed all pretense of cordiality with them. Carrie, you shouldn't do this. At the very least, it's not the time to fall out with them yet. After all, we still need to rely on them to obtain information. You made us lose our only source of information. Jia Liwen had been impulsive just now, and she had already vented most of it. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I just couldn't help it. Those guys are simply unreasonable. Did they learn magic in kindergarten? Although it was a bit too much to say that they were from the Duke's mansion. However, as the person involved, Xiaohe felt that it made sense. Of course, Xiaohe was much more rational. I think the biggest problem is our teacher. If Mr. Chun can be called a teacher, I think it's because of his oppression. Without his oppression, perhaps we wouldn't have our current strength. Carrie was silent, although she was very unwilling to accept this. But that was the truth. Time and time again, he had narrowly escaped death. That was how they came to be. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like it was all thanks to Chun Zhao. She didn't even want to remember those days. It was precisely because of the beatings and near-death experiences that they had their current strength. After returning to the hotel, the tired two went to sleep early. The next morning, they were woken up by urgent knocks on the door. They opened the door angrily and realized that it was Crandall's. Miss Jia Liwen, Miss Wang, please become our instructor. Huh? The two's anger disappeared instantly. Instead, their faces were filled with question marks. Are you serious? You want us to be an instructor? We're still someone else's students. No, there's no mistake. We are very sincere and serious in inviting the two of you to become instructors of our Duke's mansion. Cranlisi looked at Xiaohe and Carrie with a serious expression. No, you don't understand. We don't have the qualifications. They didn't think that they had the qualifications, because in Chun Zhao's eyes, they were still as young as babies. It wasn't just him who thought this. The people from the supernatural organization thought so too. The two of them were far from that standard. They felt that they had to at least reach the average standard of the organization to barely be considered an apprentice. Unlike now, when they were still beginners, how could they have the qualifications to teach others? Miss Wang, Miss Jia Liwen, you saw how weak the Duke's residence is. What we did last night was our true strength, the strength of our official members. The official members were indeed forced to do something beyond their abilities. But the previous members weren't that much stronger than them. The previous members had been completely wiped out by the same trap. This meant that even if the previous members were better than them now, they weren't that much stronger. Jia Wen and Xiao He, on the other hand, were truly powerful. It could be said that the two of them were more powerful than 20 people combined. That was why Jia Wen had scolded them last night. Not only did they not hate Jia Wen, but they also felt that she was right. Being 50% stronger would make people jealous. Being 100% stronger would make people admire them. Being 1000% stronger would only make people believe in them. Now, Jia Wen and Xiao, he had already made them admire them. They even thought that God had sent them to save them. They couldn't imagine how North America, which was a magical desert, could have these two powerful people. Xiao he could understand. After all, they came from an area with the most supernatural activities. But Jia Wen was a true American. But when Codella said that Jia Wen was the heir of a top Chinese inheritance, everyone in the Duke's residence gasped. Otherwise, they couldn't explain why Jia Wen was so powerful. As long as you two are willing to agree to our request, we can agree to anything. No, we can't be instructors. We still have our own things to do. What do you want to do? We can do it for you. Xiao He and Jia Wen glanced at each other. They were also hesitant. But if they really agreed, what would they teach? How would they train them? They had been trained by Chun Zhao for 2 months. But how to train others was another matter. They couldn't copy Chun Zhao's training method for the people in the Duke's residence. It wouldn't work at all. They couldn't do it either. More importantly, Chun Zhao could find all kinds of dangers for them to try and beat up because he was strong enough. He could ensure that his enemies would attack at the crucial moment, even though they were dangerous. But they couldn't do it. Chapter 3033. We don't have much time, Xiao He said. We have to leave in a week at most. Even if it's just a week, we need more experience, more useful experience, Krantlisos said. We actually don't have much experience, Xiao He said. This is our first time doing something alone. In the past, it was always that our teacher who took us on missions. It's just dangerous missions after dangerous missions that put us in extreme danger every time. At the same time, we learned to grow. Teach. She didn't know how to do that at all. Neither did Carrie. They could do the same if they wanted to. The key problem was that they could put the newbies in danger. But they couldn't guarantee their safety. In the past, Chun Zhao would bring them or have people from the supernatural organization watch over them. No matter what kind of danger they encountered, as long as it was over the limit, the people watching over them would take care of it. There was nothing the caretakers couldn't solve. Almost all monsters couldn't withstand a single blow from them. It's okay. We can accept any result. If danger can help us grow, then let us face danger. Carrie and Xiao he exchanged glances when they saw how determined Codellis was. We need to discuss. Fine. Crandall's was a bit disappointed. He didn't get a satisfactory answer. After thinking it over, Carrie and Xiao he finally made a decision. They'd agree to Crandall's request. Of course, they'd join the Duke's mansion as temporary instructors. In the next few days, Xiao he and Carrie would be the leaders of every operation. Every member of the operation had to obey their orders without question. That day, Carrie and Xiao he led the people from the Duke's mansion into action. The mission was rather successful. The people from the Duke's mansion were very obedient. Xiao he and Carrie had already proven their qualifications with their strength. The only problem was that the people who claimed to be the most professional in dealing with supernatural incidents were simply too weak. Their problem wasn't just being weak. They also fought without any strategy. They didn't have any teamwork either. Xiao he and Carrie's teamwork had been honed in actual combat. Now, not only had they grown together, but they'd also reached the level of telepathy. They didn't need to communicate. When facing a monster, they could instantly understand each other's intentions and what to do next. On the other hand, the people from a Duke's mansion were not only weak, but they also often blocked the path of their companions' magic attacks. This was simply suicidal behavior. Not only would he be committing suicide, but he could also kill his teammates. If a teammate was accidentally injured, it was very likely that they would lose the opportunity to attack. In the end, the enemy took the opportunity to counterattack. In the end, Carrie and Xiao he had no choice but to step in and resolve those troubles. To be precise, It was not a problem at all. To the two of them, the enemy was weak. The people from the Duke's mansion had the ability to solve this problem. But the mistakes piled up again and again. They had completely lost the chance to turn the tables. "Hello, Mr. Chun. Are you resting now? I don't know what time it is over there, but I'm having lunch right now." Chun Zhao was surprised that Jiaowen called him. Carrie rarely took the initiative to call him, unless he was in trouble. "Are you in trouble?" "It's not really troublesome," Carrie said hesitantly. "Then it's troublesome. Tell me, what kind of trouble are you in?" It was obvious that something that could make Carrie hesitate had to be troublesome. "It's like this. We're in Switzerland right now. We want to find a local supernatural organization to cooperate with, but we ended up becoming the organization's instructors, temporary instructors. All right, there are too many things to complain about in your words. Allow me to reorganize my thoughts." "All right, continue." "This Duke's mansion is very weak. Unbelievably weak. How strange. You actually have the right to say that others are weak." Carrie said. She wasn't angry. She wasn't angry. They can even hire me and Xiao He as instructors, so it's not strange that they're weak. "Okay, that makes sense," Chun Zhao said. "So what's your problem now?" "They're too weak. I wanted to use your method, but Xiao He and I realized that we can't control the danger. Strength, cooperation, and experience are all problems. To be honest, I doubt whether these people are combatants or not. How about this? You and Xiao He will split up first and each take a few people with you. Let them integrate into your cooperation and let them cooperate with you. Don't have a battle training every day. Find a few small tasks and keep them busy all day long. But I don't have that much time. I have my own things to do." "That's your problem. You and Xiao He promised them, so you should take responsibility. Mr. Chun, how about you give me a few days?" "No, we agreed on 15 days, so it has to be 15 days. If you don't come back in 15 days, I'll go find you." After hanging up, Jolly Wen smashed the phone on the floor. Over the past few days, the Supernatural Organization had been in charge of the selection for the Youth Supernatural Fighting Competition. Even though they'd relaxed the requirements, they still had to eliminate some unqualified participants. The contestants were also of all shapes and sizes, and there were all kinds of weird and messy things. Chun Zhao went to watch the selection a few times and felt a headache coming on. For example, there was a young man who knew how to control spirits. In order to participate in the competition, he went to catch a powerful evil spirit. Then, in front of the three interviewers, West, Jolinash, and Hallies, the evil spirit went out of control. It really went out of control. It turned out that the young man hadn't really caught it or controlled it at all. He'd used a vessel to temporarily seal the evil spirit's movements, and then used a method that he thought was feasible to cast some ritualistic magic on the evil spirit. He thought that he controlled it. In the end, the evil spirit attacked the young man as soon as it broke free. If not for the interviewers, in any other private place, the young man would be dead. The young man would definitely die. It was possible to control an evil spirit that was far stronger than him. It was possible. Technique, luck, and the number of attempts were all important. Some ritualistic magic couldn't be done on the first try. It required many attempts. The stronger the evil spirit, the more it was like this. Of course, this was only one of the accidents, not the only one. Chapter 30-34. Every contestant's interview wasn't short. It wasn't just a simple job interview. If the contestants made any mistakes during the interview, they might die in the ring. It was very likely that he would die in the arena. They were already prepared to die. No one could guarantee absolute safety in such a competition, but they had to avoid it as much as possible. Every contestant's interview took at least 2 hours. Some even took longer. After almost 10 days, they finally gathered 200 contestants for the preliminary round. The first round was survival of the fittest. First, the 200 contestants would be placed in one area, and then some danger would be created. Then, they would have to fight against the external dangers while fighting among themselves. Most of the contestants would be eliminated, and only 64 contestants would be left. Then, the competition was very simple. There were no points or revival matches. It was just an elimination match. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. West, I've already set up the first round of survival of the fittest. 2,000 evil spirits, 200 magical beasts, and 1 beast king. It's all up to you now. It took Chun Zhao a lot of effort to kill so many evil spirits and magical beasts. He had to go to the serpent world to capture them. The evil spirits were even more troublesome. Chun Zhao had to destroy 3 evil spirit nests to gather 1,000 evil spirits. As for the Beast King, it was the easiest. It was at the early stage of the disaster stage, so it wasn't difficult. At the same time, he had to place a special mark in the bodies of the evil spirits and magical beasts. That way, after the contestants killed them, they could use it as proof. Guild leader, how about this? Each of these participants must eliminate 20 evil spirits and 3 demonic beasts, as well as 3 other participants' tokens. Only then can they advance to the next level. Alternatively, they can directly defeat the Beast King and advance by 2 levels. Moreover, the number of promotion slots is limited to 64. Once the promotion slots are filled, no matter how many evil spirits and demonic beasts the participants kill, they will not be able to advance to the next level. Sure, Chun Zhao nodded. As long as the rules are reasonable, I won't comment on the details. Chun Zhao basically didn't make any decisions. He only provided suggestions. When do you plan on starting officially? The day after tomorrow, West said. But we still need the president to monitor the entire area. We need to avoid casualties as much as possible. Fine. I'll be in charge of the first survival of the fittest. Only Chun Zhao's small world could cover this area. If they were to use monitoring equipment, there would be too many people in charge of monitoring. Even if everyone from the supernatural organization joined in, they probably wouldn't have enough people. Another method was to divide the entire area into smaller areas and assign people to monitor each area. This method still had a huge hidden danger, and it was not safe. In the end, Chun Zhao was the only one who had to suffer. The safest way to monitor them was to cover the entire area with a small world. Just then, Chun Zhao heard the boy's angry shout from outside. "Liar! You liar! You're all liars!" Therma shouted angrily. "I'm here to learn alchemy, not to work for you." Chun Zhao walked out and saw Therma, Ruan's new disciple, arguing with Ruan Faxpen. "No, Therma, I think you're mistaken. Studying is only secondary. Your real role is to be my assistant," Ruan said calmly. "And why do you think the alchemy books you read are free? Those alchemy books will have to be repaid through your work." Seeing Chun Zhao arrive, Therma immediately ran up to him. "Mr. Chun, you're the president," Therma said indignantly. "You should give me justice. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You won't get justice here." Chun Zhao smiled at Therma. "You're all liars." Therma was even more furious. "I'm leaving." "Fine, I'll give you a day off, but you better come on time tomorrow," Ruan said. "No, I won't come again. I won't be exploited by you anymore." Chun Zhao and Ruan Faxpen both laughed. "Don't forget that you signed a magic contract," Ruan said. "I think you should read the terms before you sign it next time, instead of complaining that you were tricked. There's a clause in the contract. You're responsible for teaching me alchemy, and I only need to learn. It didn't say that I have to do hard labor. Didn't I teach you an alchemy spell the first day you came? Essence extraction. I didn't break the contract. But in the next few days, you kept asking me to use essence extraction to extract the essence of magic materials. Yes, your effort in extracting the essence of magic materials earned you alchemy books as a reward. See, it's fair." Therma was a bit confused. He covered his head and shouted, "Hold on. Let me organize my thoughts. What you said is wrong. This clause says that I can obtain alchemy, and alchemy books are also a way for me to obtain them. Thus, I should be obtaining alchemy books for free, not paying for them." Ruan shook his head. "I taught you alchemy, so I've already fulfilled my duty. I never said that you could obtain alchemy through any means." "Okay," Chun Zhao said. "How about this? For every magic material you extract, I'll give you $100. If you make a standard magic tool, you'll get $1,000. You're exploiting me. I'm still underage." Therma yelled in agitation. "Think about it. You can extract at least 100 magic materials a day. After you get used to it, how many standard magic tools can you make? 20? Or 30? This means that you can earn more in a day than your father earns in half a year. Therma wanted to say something, but Chun Zhao said, "You only have one chance. You can answer my question now. Accept or reject. Think about it. If you work harder, you can earn more than $1 million a month." What does that mean? Damran, who I once chose, can't even earn that much in a year, Ruan said. Also, you'll never be the only choice. Your mother's treatment and your unborn sister's condition will require you to provide them with better conditions. Okay, I agree, Therma quickly said. Chapter 30-35. Therma didn't expect to earn so much money so quickly. In fact, if he was more hardworking, he could even earn his dad's annual income in a day. With the money, there would be no problems. What bullying? What exploitation? None of that existed, all right? Chun Zhao and Ruan Fasabin were very satisfied with this result. In fact, that was their original plan. They'd let him suffer a little first and then give him some benefits. If Therma could really refine magic materials or make magic tools 24 hours a day, they would only earn more. In that case, they would only make more money. You're not the only choice. This was a sharp weapon for Therma. As long as he wanted to earn money, he couldn't leave the supernatural organization and Ruan Fasabin. Do you want me to take you home? Chun Zhao stopped the car before Therma. Sir, if my parents see me being sent back by a sports car, they will send me to the colorectal department to see if I've been penetrated by some pervert. They will also investigate my situation at school. Okay, Chun Zhao said. I'll take you to the bus stop near your home. Get in. Therma still got in. To be honest, he was quite envious of Chun Zhao's car. Last time Chun Zhao came, Therma had sneaked to the parking lot and tried to use his alchemy to break the lock on Chun Zhao's supercar. It triggered an alarm. Chun Zhao was kind enough to deduct a week's salary. Can I drive it for a second? No. Chun Zhao rejected Therma. Chun Zhao rejected Therma, who was in the passenger seat. It's illegal to drive underage. I don't want the police to confiscate my car and then give me a huge fine. Therma nodded. Boring. With your identity, you don't have to worry about the police at all. No, that's my problem, not yours. You can say you're not worried. Chun Zhao's attitude was firm. Why would I let you drive my supercar? Which stop? The one in front is good. It's just a few steps from my home. It saves me from taking a bus. Done. Chun Zhao stopped the car and looked at Therma's backpack. Also, I need to tell you that you can make magic tools at home, but don't let your parents know. If they do, it'll be very troublesome. You might even lose your job. I understand. Therma's heart tightened. Losing a job means that the family income will go back to what it used to be. His father needed to work overtime every day, and his father was a firefighter. Working overtime meant that he had to face more dangerous situations. Also, his mother's health had not been very good, and she needed a large sum of money for treatment. Also, she was pregnant with his sister. That was why Therma needed the money even more to ease the financial pressure on her family. No, it wasn't just relieving the financial pressure. He could totally change his family into a better environment. It seemed that he needed to be more careful. The possibility of losing his job made Therma feel a sense of danger. As soon as Therma got out of the car, she saw a young man surrounding her. The young man in the lead had green hair. The green-haired young man put a hand on Therma's shoulder. Hey, buddy, what's in your backpack? Can you let me have a look? Who are you? What are you doing? It's nothing. I just lost something, and I think it might be in your backpack. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Greenhead from behind. Little friend, don't bully my employees here. The group of young people turned around and looked at Chun Zhao unkindly. Asian, you've offended the wrong person. Chun Zhao caught Greenhead's incoming fist. Everyone was stunned. They thought that Greenhead would punch Chun Zhao to the ground. But Chun Zhao caught it easily. You're too weak. Chun Zhao crushed Greenhead's fist and then grabbed his wrist. Inch by inch, Chun Zhao crushed Greenhead's bones. In the end, Chun Zhao threw Greenhead before his companions. You can leave now. I think he might miss the college entrance exams. Good luck. These young people were here to participate in the competition. But Chun Zhao did not expect them to be so uncultured. He dared to attack Therma in front of so many people. This was no different from daylight robbery. The young people did not dare to stay any longer. Holding green head, they ran away dejectedly. Mr. Chun, you're really scary. Therma felt that Chan Zhao had gone too far. You should be glad that it happened in front of me. Otherwise, you'll be taken to some corner and they'll steal the magic materials worth more than $3 million from your bag. Then, they'll be afraid that the owners of these things will find trouble with them and they'll kill you. How is that possible? They don't look like. Therma could not help but feel scared. They wouldn't do something like that. What if I said that Greenhead killed at least 3 people? What would you think? Therma was silent. After a few seconds, he raised his head and asked, Mr. Chun, I think I need to learn some spells to protect myself. No need. You just need to use your strengths, and you'll get more protection. This is more meaningful than learning offensive spells. As long as your alchemy skills are high enough, you'll be very safe. No one will dare to offend you. Is that so? Because you can bring benefits, just like me. If you bring benefits to me, then I need to do my best to ensure your safety. Similarly, if you lose your value one day, then you will be discarded by me like trash. Fine. What a terrible thing to say. Please be more tactful next time. Okay, go back. Next time, before you bring magic materials back, make an aura-isolating backpack first. Don't carry a huge pile of magic materials on the street. Mr. Chun, aren't you afraid that I'll sell these materials and keep them for myself? If you sell them, you'll only get 1/3 of the price at most, but you'll put yourself and your family in danger. Don't challenge other people's bottom line. It's dangerous. Plus, with your young face, maybe you won't get any money and they'll just take advantage of you. So, there's a huge difference between taking risks and being honest. You probably won't be that stupid, but if you do your job honestly, you'll be able to obtain money in a safer way. The long-term benefits will definitely be more than betraying me. So if you have some sense, you won't do this. Unless Therma planned to run away, Chun Zhao was not worried that he would sell the supernatural organization's things. Chapter 3036. 3 days later, Chun Zhao arrived at the venue. 200 contestants had already gathered there. Before these young people, they were full of arrogance. Perhaps most of them thought that they were the best in the world. Before they were tormented by real nightmares. Before they met a monster that could destroy their willpower. They were still proud young people. Wes stood on the podium and said into the microphone, "Silence, silence." Wes' words didn't seem to have much effect. Perhaps to most people, West was just an incompetent old man who was in the right place at the right time. West was very unhappy. He reached out and snapped his fingers. The halo of slowness enveloped the entire venue. In an instant, everyone felt that their movements, voices, and even their thoughts were slowing down. What happened to you? It's too strange, this feeling. If anyone speaks again, you'll be in this slow state for a long time to come. Other than when you're in bed, this state won't bring you any benefits most of the time. With that, West removed the halo of slowness. This time, no one dared to speak again. No one dared to underestimate West anymore. Very good. You're smart kids, West said. West said, the forest behind me will be the stage for your first performance. There are countless evil spirits and magical beasts hibernating in the forest. You need to kill at least 20 evil spirits and 3 magical beasts. The evil spirits and magical beasts all have their corresponding number plates in their bodies. After you kill them, you need to collect their number plates. These will be proof of your advancement. Or, the number plates of the 3 contestants will also allow you to advance. In the deepest part of this forest, there is another Beast King. If you have the confidence to defeat that Beast King, you can skip 2 rounds of the competition and directly enter the January 16th elimination round. Also, in the first round of the Survival of the Fittest Fortress, there are a total of 64 places to advance. In other words, once the 64 places are filled, you will only be qualified to advance if you defeat the Beast King. The rest of you will be eliminated no matter what your results are. Therefore, when you obtain the results to advance to the next round, please advance to the next round immediately instead of delaying for better results. Also, in the first round of Survival of the Fittest, you can attack other contestants, but you can't kill them. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished. West had given a warning, but some contestants still didn't care. They clearly didn't take West's warning seriously. Just then, 3 contestants floated up without any warning. Ah, what's going on? Who did it? Put me down. Put me down, Asterisk Shoal. I want to report someone. Someone attacked me. The necks of the 3 contestants suddenly cracked as they were forcefully twisted and thrown in front of the contestants. There was an uproar. Everyone looked at the 3 contestants in disbelief. This is a warning. The person watching you has a very special magic. He can monitor every corner of this forest. Even if you pee in a dark corner, you won't be able to escape his surveillance. So if you want to do something unclean, you better think about the consequences. As for killing, the most serious consequence is that you'll be killed by the person watching you. Just like you. You won't even be able to find out who the person watching you is. Then, your necks will be broken. Of course, you can also find out the ability of the person watching you. If you can avoid his surveillance, I can consider you as having passed the first round of the trial. All right, now everyone, come and collect your number plate and equipment. In the next few days, you'll be spending your time in this forest. The contestants scattered after entering the forest. At the start of the trial, no one planned to interact with each other. Only a small number of people knew each other or were companions gathered together. 2 figures walked slowly in the dense forest. The figures of these 2 people were of opposite ends of the spectrum. One was short and fat like a ball, while the other was extremely sturdy like a raging bull. Osha, did you see the ability of your mysterious watcher? The muscular young man asked. He was a druid from the Society of Nature from Texas, Quehadil. No, it's a very strange ability. Moreover, the precision of his control is also extremely high. The other short and fat Osha was also a druid of the Society of Nature. Osha walked and ate as he walked. He opened a bottle cap and drank a mouthful of Coke. Burp. Maybe it's puppet magic, but we better not challenge his authority. After all, I don't want to use my own body to try and understand his magic. That's definitely not fun. I'd like to try and see if his magic can break the neck of a dragon. Quehadil was a very special druid. He was a druid of the giant dragon and had the bloodline of the dragon clan. So, he could also transform into a dragon. It was an extraordinary transformation. He was different from other spiritualists with dragon blood. Usually, spiritualists with dragon blood could transform into a dragon after activating their bloodline. Quehadil had 3 dragon forms: dragon form, dragonman form, and giant dragon form. Each of the 3 forms had their own advantages. The dragon beast form lost all of its magical attack abilities and became a pure physical attack. Moreover, it was absolutely violent. Compared to the dragon race of the same age, it had more overwhelming power. The dragonoid form was a humanoid form with the characteristics of the dragonoid race. It possessed powerful magic attacks, but was slightly inferior in both physical and magical defense. Giant dragon form was the easiest to understand. It was a regular dragon form. Osha wasn't as aggressive as Quehadil. He was more interested in food. I just hope to level up as soon as possible. The supernatural organization isn't as weak as people say. I heard that none of the evil spiritualists who came to El ever left in one piece. There was no exception. The supernatural organization has hidden power. So what? If they had enough power, they wouldn't have to be low-key. Plus, I don't think anyone in this competition can threaten me. Okay, you're the strongest, but there are still many variables in this trial. Chapter 30-37. Quizidler and Osha both stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a leopard-shaped magical beast with spikes growing out of its back. This magical beast was several times larger than an ordinary leopard, and even larger than a Siberian tiger. Its body flickered with blue lightning. Ah, it's a thunder leopard. Osha took a step forward, still holding the snacks in his hand. The thunder leopard's body flashed with lightning, and it shot straight at Osha. Osha continued to eat his snacks. He had no intention of dodging or blocking. Boom! The lightning slammed into Osha's body, but Osha was still eating. It was as if he hadn't been injured at all. But Osha's mouth moved even faster, and he stuffed large handfuls of snacks into his mouth, chewing them. How does it taste? It's not bad, Osha said. Then it's yours. Osha pulled out a bag of snacks from his trouser pocket. He really did pull them out of his trouser pocket. Then he turned and gave them to Quizidler. Hold them for me. Osha brushed off the dirt on his hand, and his muscles began to transform. Soon, Osha also transformed into a thunder leopard, even larger than the real thunder leopard in front of him. Quizidler was a special druid. Osha was also a special druid. To them, this forest was like their home field. Osha looked simple and honest, muttering, "Quizidler is the strongest." In reality, Quizidler and Osha had fought no less than 100 times. But every time, he hadn't won. Not even once. It wasn't that he hadn't won in a tie. It was that he had lost every time. Osha was more like a big boss. Without any communication, he just went up and gnawed. No matter how you looked at it, the thunder leopard that Osha had transformed into was much stronger than the thunder leopard in front of him. The result went without saying. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the thunder leopard's stomach had been ripped open by Osha. Osha found a bloody number plate from within the thunder leopard's body. What a bad taste. Osha returned to his human form, holding the bloody number plate as he spoke. At this moment, 4 people appeared around them. "Sorry, can you give us the number plate?" The one who spoke was a black woman. This black woman hid her hands behind her back, a brilliant smile on her face, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Osha wiped his face, smearing the bloodstains from the previous battle. "He's already attacking his companions?" "We are not your companions," the black woman said. "All right, I was thinking too highly of myself." Osha shrugged, although his shoulders and neck were not very distinct. Quizidler walked in front of Osha and said, "The prey just now was yours. These belong to me now. Be careful. That African woman is a good as cursed witch. What's the difference between this and a normal curse? No matter how high your magic resistance is, as long as you're touched by her palm, you'll definitely be cursed," Osha said. "All right, I got it." As he spoke, Quizidler's body began to grow bigger and transformed into a red-skinned draconian. Seeing that Quehadil had transformed into a dragon man, the expressions of the 4 uninvited guests changed. They regretted rashly choosing the wrong opponent. Quizidler had chosen the dragonoid form because it was the strongest long-range damage form. Quishler opened his mouth wide and shot a ball of dark red saliva at the black woman. The black woman immediately retreated and dodged. Even when she was moving, her hands were still hidden behind her back and revealed between her eyebrows. Quizidler lowered his upper body and stabbed his dragon claws into the ground, then forcefully lifted them up. A piece of rock was lifted up and flew toward the black woman. The black woman finally could not hide her hands anymore. She slapped her palms toward the rock that was flying toward her. The moment her palms came into contact with the rock, it melted. However, when she was melting the rock, a huge ball of lava came toward her face. The black woman's expression changed in shock. "Save me." The black woman finally could not help, but asked for help from her companions. No, it should be said that they were allies. However, the next moment, she realized that these 3 allies were actually running away. They abandoned her and immediately turned to run. The black woman's face contorted. "Don't think that I'm easy to bully." The black woman waved her arm, and the lava in front of her immediately froze. It lost its temperature and fell to the ground, scattering into pieces. The black woman placed her palms on the ground and said, "Since I can't touch you, I'll just curse this land." In an instant, a purplish-black miasma began to rise from the ground around them. Osha had long since escaped from this area. Quizidler, on the other hand, flapped his wings and soared into the sky. "Go die." Suddenly, a red magic formation appeared in front of Quizidler. The black woman's face turned pale. "It's over." However, at this moment, Quizidler, who was in the sky, paused. His magic also stopped, as if it had been frozen by something. The black woman did not know what had happened. She was instantly overjoyed. She immediately controlled the surrounding miasma, wanting to seize the opportunity to attack Quizidler in the sky. However, just as she moved, her body was also frozen. What's going on?" The black woman tried a few times, but found that she could not move at all. Meanwhile, Quizidler, who was in the sky, was very unwilling to give up. He immediately transformed into a dragon. He wanted to borrow the dragon's power to break free. However, even after he transformed into a dragon, he still could not shake this power. This is the first warning. You can use weaker magic to defeat her, but the magic you used just now was clearly meant to kill her. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. An unfamiliar voice sounded in Quizidler's ear. In the next instant, Quizidler felt pain in his dragon claw. His left forelimb had been dislocated. The power had directly broken the bones of his arm. Quizidler roared in pain. At this moment, the black woman's arms were also dislocated. Then, she soared into the sky and flew away. Cursing sect, Depot eliminated. Quizidler landed on the ground and reconnected his dislocated arm. The injury was very light, and he recovered in a few moments. However, this was a warning. If the opponent could dislocate his arm, she could also dislocate his neck. At this moment, he no longer had the high spirits he had at the beginning. He did not even know where the opponent was, and he was already under her control. Moreover, it was the kind of absolute control that could decide life and death with a single thought. This kind of power made him no longer have any hope. If he did not abide by the rules of the trial, he might not just lose the right to advance. He might very well be killed by the opponent. As for the black woman called Depot, she had already been thrown out of the trial. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? How can it be so powerful? Quizidler muttered. Chapter 3038. Osha saw through Quizidler's suspicions. You were controlled just now. I even got a warning. Damn it, that watcher's strength is truly terrifying. Quizidler calmly admitted his own weakness. Even a dragon form can't resist that control. There's no difference. No matter what form I take, I feel like cotton candy in front of that power. He could do whatever he wants to me with just a thought. Hearing Quizidler's words, Osha didn't dare to be careless. He was stronger than Quizidler, but there was a limit. In fact, he wasn't even stronger than Quizidler. He only surpassed Quizidler in terms of tactical intelligence. Since the Watcher could do whatever he wanted with Quizidler, Osha, who was far weaker, naturally couldn't fight against the Watcher. Right now, Chun Zhao was sitting on a chair beside a lake. There was a fishing rod beside him. Are all young people so hot-tempered nowadays? Chun Zhao felt a headache coming on. These people weren't that powerful. However, they were all fiercer than the last. If they were facing an enemy, Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't say anything. But this was just a competition. There was even a rule that no killing was allowed. However, since the start of the trial, Chun Zhao had stopped at least 10 intentional killings. Chun Zhao had no choice but to issue a notice to all the participants. From now on, if there was a malicious attack that caused death, then the participant would be immediately disqualified from the competition and would also be severely punished. In an instant, everyone's bodies were controlled. Then countless cries of pain came from the sky above the forest. Everyone's arms were broken by the force. They were all dislocated. The injury was not serious. Basically, those who had some medical skills or a little bit of strength could press the dislocated part back on their own. However, Chun Zhao's move still scared all the contestants. No one dared to doubt the Watcher's ability anymore. After this warning, everyone became obedient. Even if it was someone with a dark or twisted mind, he would not be able to do so. At least, they wouldn't dare to break the rules under Chun Zhao's eyes. Oh, it's taken the bait. Chun Zhao pulled up the rod and caught a huge catfish that weighed at least 5 kilograms. Just then, 2 people walked out of the forest. It was a man and a woman. They seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. Both clutching their arms, they saw Chun Zhao on the shore. The girl was a little hesitant. The boy said, "Go over." "Sir." The boy stopped a few meters behind Chun Zhao. "Can we go over?" Chun Zhao turned around and looked at the young couple. "Yes, this is the training ground. You can go anywhere." "Sir, do you know how to set bones? Can you do me a favor? I'm a non-staff member. It's against the rules for me to interfere in the competition. But you've already intervened, haven't you?" Chun Zhao looked at the boy in surprise. "When? Why didn't I know about this? Our arms were dislocated because of you." Chun Zhao was even more surprised. "How do you know?" "Because you're the only non-staff member we've met. Judging from your age, You're obviously not a contestant. Before we entered the jungle, I saw you at the edge of the field, so you should be the watcher. How did you guess it? Or was some kind of divination spell? No, I can remember all auras, no matter how strong or weak. As long as I remember an aura, I can feel the distance between the aura and me. Sir, your aura looks extremely small, but I still remember it, the boy said. The boy said, other than disappearing for a moment when you were in the field, your aura appeared here at an unbelievable speed. I can't think of any other possibility other than that you're the one who's controlling this place. Qin Zhao looked at the man and woman and pointed. The two immediately felt their arms being held by some force. Then, with a crack, their arms were reconnected. Even though they'd guessed Qin Zhao's identity, they were still amazed by this unbelievable ability. Your spell is very interesting. Are there any restrictions? For example, the number of auras you remember and the distance. There shouldn't be an upper limit. At least, I've never encountered a real upper limit, the boy said. I tried in my school. After I activated the spell, I remembered every student's aura. There were more than 3,000 people in my school. The boy paused and said, finally, the distance. I didn't do an accurate test, but I can cover it. So, you know the location of every contestant here, including me, the Watcher. You even know the location of the evil spirits and magical beasts in this forest. Is that right? More or less. Very impressive spell. What family are you from? Or some power? I'm the heir of the Lobeck family, Deezer Lobeck. This is my sister, Cydia Lobeck. My family has already been destroyed. So, are you interested in joining the supernatural organization after this competition? How's the treatment? Also, what rank do I need? Deezer Lobeck asked. No need, Qin Zhao said. Your ability has already proven your value. I can tell that you're not a battle-type spiritualist, so the ranking is meaningless to you. I'm not inviting you because of your combat ability. As for your sister, I can't tell what system she's specialized in, but her combat ability is undoubtedly above yours. So, I'm joining? Why don't we join together? In principle, I'm only interested in you. Of course, I can treat her as a bonus. But if she can display abilities that impress me, she can also join the supernatural organization with her own abilities. She won't be someone else's bonus, right? After all, dignity isn't something that others give you. You have to fight for it yourself. What kind of results does she need to get your respect? Results are secondary. The age gap between the contestants in this competition is huge. Being older is an advantage in itself, so it's not very fair. I need to see something special and potential in her. If she's the kind of person who's stuck behind the age limit, even if she achieves good results and doesn't have anything special about her, I won't invite her. I think you should understand what I need. Chapter 3039. The siblings glanced at each other. Just then, Deezer looked at the forest. Someone's coming, reinforcement type Disser Lubeck said. Zedia, this is your best opponent. Qin Zhao pursed his lips. After all, he was an enhancer himself. Now that Deezer said that Sylvia was best at dealing with enhancers, Qin Zhao couldn't help it. Sylvia would always put on Qin Zhao without realizing it. Qin Zhao also noticed the newcomer. No, more accurately, the newcomer had always been within his surveillance range. One had to admit that Deezer's perception-type magic was almost the same as Qin Zhao's little world. They both had an unlimited number and an extremely wide range. However, they couldn't attack or replenish mana. Therefore, it was equivalent to a weakened version of a small world. The newcomer was a knight, a young one. Silver armor, blonde hair, handsome face. His gaze was extremely arrogant. He was exactly the same as those legendary knights. He was the model of a main character. He strolled over as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. You're lucky to meet 3 contestants at the same time. The knight glanced at the 3. He didn't even notice that Qin Zhao was over the age limit. In other words, after I get rid of you 3, I'll advance. Of course, I'll allow you to surrender and hand over your number. Maybe if you're lucky, you can find someone else to take your number. Deezer and his sister couldn't wait for the knight to attack Qin Zhao. Then, Qin Zhao would be pressed against the ground, and they'd reap the benefits. As for whether the knight could defeat Qin Zhao, there was no need to consider. They weren't on the same level. Maybe they weren't even on the same level. After all, this watcher had the ability to kill 200 contestants in a second. But after scanning around, the knight's gaze landed on Chen Zhao. You're not a contestant? Or you just look old? At least he didn't lose his IQ. Bang! The knight crashed through a dozen trees, but wasn't injured. But during the process, he'd hit them with his face. His face hurt. Really hurt. The knight stood up and covered his swollen face. You're the one who looks old. Chen Zhao roared in rage. Deezer and Sylvia were about to burst out laughing. He had never seen such a suicidal person. Manually provoke the watcher. You're lucky you didn't die. Suddenly, the knight's intelligence went online. You're a watcher? The knight stared at Chen Zhao, feeling like crying. Seeing Chen Zhao's dark face, Knight felt even more pain. He couldn't win. Before Chen Zhao could even move, he was already pressed to the ground and rubbed against it. How could he possibly win? I'm sorry, sir. I was rude. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Zhao glared at Knight. The knight regained his composure and picked up the act card that had fallen to the ground and manually installed it. He raised his sword and pointed at Disser and Sylvia. You can choose to attack together. Zedia suddenly turned into a white mist and surrounded the knight. The knight brandished his sword a few times, but he only managed to cut the air. Insignificant skill. The knight raised his sword and shouted, "Knight's brilliance!" Suddenly, the knight's sword turned into a golden sword of light. Zedia, be careful! Disser shouted. His sword can hurt you. Zedia immediately pulled away. His body was still in a mist state. The knight waved his golden sword of light a few times and cut the air again. Can't you just dodge? Coward! Watching from his side, Chen Zhao felt embarrassed for the knight. How could he say something so shameless? What happened to the knight's glory? Ignoring the fact that he was fighting a girl. She clearly wasn't an enhancer. Did you really have to make a girl give up her advantage to fight you head-on? Are you shameless? Before, Chen Zhao only thought that the contestants this time weren't good. But he didn't expect them to be this bad. Was Wes blind? How could someone like her pass the interview? Zedia clearly hadn't touched the knight. She'd been flying around him. But the knight's movements became slower and slower. Surprise flashed in Chen Zhao's eyes. This girl wasn't strong. However, this method was quite strange and impossible to guard against. Every time she circled around the knight, she'd leave a magic thread on him. The magic thread was so thin that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Especially under the cover of the fog, his vision was even more affected. By the time the knight realized it, his entire body was already covered in magical threads. What a joke! You want to restrain me with such ugly magic? How naive. The knight waved his golden sword of light with all his might. But to his disappointment, the golden sword didn't cut through the threads on him. Instead, it was entangled by the threads. He didn't know whether to release it or withdraw it. Damn it, the knight roared, his face red. Do you only know such vulgar and despicable magic? Chen Zhao really wanted to send him away. 1,000 miles away. But Chen Zhao was the one who made the rules, so he didn't want to be the one who broke the rules. It didn't matter if the knight had been let in because West was blind. But since he was here, Chen Zhao still decided to respect the rules. Maybe the knight had some hidden card that Chen Zhao hadn't discovered. Zedia returned to her human form. She looked at the knight who'd been restrained. Steel. Crack. A piece of the knight's armor was torn off, and that piece of armor flew onto Zedia's body. Another piece, then it flew to Zedia. Just like that, every piece became a part of Zedia's armor. Soon, the knight was stripped naked. Winnie the Pooh's underwear was exposed too. In the end, even the knight's sword was taken by Zedia. The moment the sword landed in Zedia's hand, the knight's armor and sword turned into the Diablo series. Chen Zhao was even more shocked. Zedia's magic had stolen the knight's magic. In the end, Zedia's threads removed the knight's number that he kept close to him. Damn it, I still have skills I didn't use. I didn't lose. You only succeeded with a sneak attack when I was careless. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. I want to file a complaint. The knight who'd been stripped yelled. He seemed to find this result very hard to accept. He hoped to receive Chen Zhao's approval. Mr. Watcher, this kind of unfair battle is not in line with the spirit of chivalry. They won unfairly. You should stop their despicable actions. Dacer and Zedia both looked at Chun Zhao, but there was no worry in their eyes. All signs showed that Chun Zhao was a watcher who followed the rules. No, Chun Zhao wasn't. Chun Zhao glanced at the disheveled knight. You don't have a right to talk about chivalry with me. Get out, you embarrassing thing. With that, the knight screamed and flew into the air. Chun Zhao threw him out of the forest. Chapter 30-40. Chun Zhao tossed a number to Sylvia. Disser looked at Chun Zhao. How's my sister? Not bad, but she's still not good enough to impress me. Go, let me see more things. I can see everything that happens in this forest. You don't have to show off in front of me. Sylvia's magic was special, but it wasn't enough to impress Chun Zhao. Plus, she didn't perform at a level that matched her age. At least, Chun Zhao hadn't seen it yet. Of course, compared to the clown-like knight, Sylvia wasn't bad. In fact, any of the contestants were many times stronger than that knight. With Chun Zhao's warning, the contestants were much more restrained. The trial was progressing on the right track. Gradually, contestants left the forest with their trophies or number tags to register for advancement. But they were the minority. The forest was huge. Some people hadn't even encountered an evil spirit yet. Being able to advance in such a short time was mostly due to luck apart from strength. This competition was supposed to be for the government to select talents. But first, they had to pass the supernatural organization. If they really met an outstanding talent, the supernatural organization would obviously stop them in advance. For example, Disser's perceptive abilities were definitely the best Chun Zhao had ever seen. Of course, it wasn't above Shang-Qing. Chun Zhao hadn't seen anyone more outstanding than Disser among the normal spiritualists. The supernatural organization wanted this kind of talent. So, Chun Zhao had to strike first. In fact, one of Chun Zhao's important tasks as the monitor of the first round was to select special talents. But since they were special talents, they weren't easy to find. Up until now, only Disser caught Chun Zhao's attention. Of course, choosing 1 out of 200 was not an unacceptable ratio. Since they were talents, they couldn't be everywhere. Sylvia barely caught Chun Zhao's attention. The only thing that Chun Zhao remembered about her was her special magic. Her strength and combat ability were barely satisfactory. As a bonus for Disser, Chun Zhao didn't mind having Sylvia. But it was just a bonus, a buy one get one free gift. Her strength meant that she would only be an outer member for a long time in the future. Although Chun Zhao had said that he needed to observe Sylvia more, Sylvia's eyes were filled with doubt. In fact, Chun Zhao already knew most of her abilities. If there were no surprises, Chun Zhao had basically made a judgment in his heart. In Chun Zhao's mind, there were different levels of talent. Disser was undoubtedly close to a perfect score, not as a combat power, but as a support-type spiritualist. His support ability was almost perfect. Even in the supernatural organization, apart from himself, no one else had this kind of sensing ability. It was foreseeable that once he joined the supernatural organization, he would definitely be an official member. Moreover, he would definitely be the target of all the teams. Such a super treasure would be a qualitative leap for any team. For example, with Disser around, they could know the number, distance, position, and movement of the enemies in advance. From there, they could make arrangements and preparations in advance. In this trial, the speed at which people were eliminated was much faster than the speed at which people advanced. Conflicts between the contestants could be found everywhere. Usually, when two unfamiliar contestants met, they would want to fight. In fact, it was easier to tell who was stronger in a battle between low-level spiritualists. Moreover, such low-level battles were often not decided by strength, but by luck. For example, if both sides launched an attack, one side would be strong and the other side would be weak. But the stronger side might not be able to stand until the end, because everyone's resistance was about the same. Instead, it depended on who hit the other first. Usually, the first attack would hit the target. Both Chun Zhao and the people from the supernatural organization saw these battles through the surveillance cameras. They all had the same thought, rookies pecking at each other. On the other hand, the higher-level spiritualist battles were not only more entertaining, but also more cautious. Moreover, it was hard to tell who would win if the difference in skill wasn't big. So, the situation in the forest was that the rookies were looking for other rookies. The experts, on the other hand, were looking for prey. Some experts first hunted enough prey and then directly advanced. Others weren't in a hurry and kept stalling. President, there are 2 people in Area C. Keep an eye on them and see how good they are. Wes called Chun Zhao, even though Chun Zhao was in charge of monitoring the entire scene. Although Chun Zhao was in charge of the surveillance, there were still many cameras in the forest. Area C. Chun Zhao focused on Area C. There were currently 15 contestants in Area C. They were all scattered. What are the characteristics of the 2 people you mentioned? One is a tall girl with white hair. The other is a boy with metal plates all over his body. Chun Zhao noticed the 2 people West was talking about. The tall girl with white hair and the boy with metal plates all over his body. What's so special about them? The white-haired girl should have a special bloodline. I've checked. She's a hybrid between a snow demon and a human. Apparently, this bloodline is very rare, because only when the 2 truly love each other can they have a hybrid. This bloodline has great potential, even more than the ice magic potential of a snow demon, Wes said. Wes said, I didn't see any special bloodline in the other one, but I noticed that he met 18 contestants, 45 evil spirits, and 6 magical beasts in the past 2 days. All the contestants attacked him because of his special attire, but he escaped in the end. The evil spirits and magical beasts attacked him most of the time, but he was unharmed until now. In addition, he accidentally entered the Beast King's activity route and was attacked, but he escaped unharmed in the end. Oh, is it luck? Or his defense? His defense is indeed very outstanding. When he escaped from the Beast King's eyes, there was a lot of luck involved. The upper limit of his defense should be below the upper limit of the Beast King's attack. Chun Zhao couldn't help but focus on the 2. However, he couldn't see what he wanted to see in a short time. He decided to create an opportunity himself. Chun Zhao grabbed the Beast King and threw it into Area C. The appearance of the Beast King immediately sent the contestants in Area C into a frenzy. Most of the contestants fled from Area C. However, the 2 Chun Zhao wanted to observe didn't seem to be in a hurry. Chapter 3041. The white-haired girl also discovered the Beast King's tracks. She seemed to want to challenge the Beast King. As for the other youth, he had metal plates all over his body. It was because he hadn't discovered the Beast King. His perception was appallingly poor. Magical beasts like the Beast King were born with a violent aura. They would roar a few times wherever they went. Then they would release their terrifying aura. They would express their majesty as a king. Of course, the main effect of this aura was to crush the weak. Weak opponents would run away as soon as they sensed this aura. Most of the participants, evil spirits, and magical beasts in this area had already run away. All that was left was a young and frivolous girl and a slow-witted youth. 2 extremes, young and arrogant. To put it bluntly, they didn't know their limits. As for slow reactions, they were more like single-celled organisms. Actually, the Beast King was helpless too. Its intelligence was actually quite high. It had a rough understanding of its position in this trial. There were basically no participants who could beat it in a one-on-one fight. No, it wasn't just basic. It didn't exist at all. Unless 200 contestants attacked it at the same time, there was no way they could defeat it, but also knew that it was useless no matter how strong it was. It couldn't do anything. It wasn't a creature from this world. It was from the world of the Serpent God. Therefore, it knew very well who the person who caught it was. It was the destroyer of the world, and also the owner. The Beast King didn't plan to fight against the gods. No, it was something even more terrifying than the gods. After all, the gods in the previous world had tried, and failed. As the Beast King, it didn't have the right to participate in that battle, but it still witnessed everything from the edge. The Serpent God fell like rain. In the previous world, the Serpent God was also a godlike existence. It was the will of the world and the carrier of the gods. But even so, it couldn't stop Chun Zhao. So when Chun Zhao appeared before it, it immediately became obedient. It said that it could fry, boil, or roast whatever it wanted. It was lucky. Chun Zhao didn't plan on eating it. Chun Zhao let it be the examiner. The Beast King's main responsibility was to wander in the forest. It would bite anyone it saw and chase them for a few kilometers. It would bully the kids and cause some damage. The mission was simple. They just couldn't kill anyone. This was a little troublesome because most of the contestants were weak. He was the type that could kill him if he wasn't careful. Therefore, it had learned its lesson and walked to places with fewer people. They were just strolling around anyway, so Chun Zhao didn't set a route. However, Chun Zhao didn't want it to stay idle. He moved it directly into a field. It knew what that meant. There was a target here that it needed to actively test. A faintly discernible force was guiding it. No, to be precise, it wasn't guidance. It was to forcibly correct its direction when it went astray. The Beast King felt stifled. It was obvious that he was being told to go in that direction. Sure enough, a girl appeared in front of the Beast King. He had silver-white hair, and his whole body exuded a cold aura. The Beast King growled in a low voice. He didn't attack immediately. Mainly, it was asking, to what extent should he probe? Knock him down? Let them go. No response. Forget it. Let's drag it out for a few minutes first. The Beast King's aura suddenly surged. The white-haired girl took a step back and frowned. The Beast King was stronger than she'd imagined. She didn't know much about the Beast King at first. However, she also knew that it was almost impossible for her to beat the Beast King alone. But she still came because she wanted to try. Even if she lost, she was confident that she could come and go as she pleased. However, the Beast King's aura still surprised her. The white-haired girl raised her arms. Mirror Soul Formation. Dozens of shiny silver ice blocks appeared beside the white-haired girl. Under the girl's control, the ice blocks flew to the Beast King. The Beast King was a little depressed. It was just about to attack. It was about to attack just now, but a wave of aura pressed down and interrupted its attack rhythm. Clearly, that person wanted the white-haired girl to have enough time to cast the spell. If Chun Zhao didn't suppress it, the Beast King could send the white-haired girl to reincarnation with one move. Chun Zhao lowered his expectations for the white-haired girl. Her strength aside, her battlefield intelligence was clearly lacking. The white-haired girl clearly didn't know that she was being evaluated. Frost Ray. Frost Ray was the opposite of Death Ray. It attacked in the form of a ray. However, the Frost Ray didn't shoot directly at the Beast King. Instead, it shot at the ice blocks surrounding the Beast King. After the Frost Ray hit the first ice block, it refracted into 3 rays and shot towards 3 different ice blocks. The 3 pieces of ice then refracted 1 to 3 frost rays of varying degrees. Just like that, the center of the battlefield was covered in hundreds of frost rays. More and more frost rays shot at the Beast King. If it was a normal opponent, 1 frost ray would be enough to turn them into ice. However, the white-haired girl's opponent clearly wasn't that easy to control. The frost ray landed on the Beast King, but only left a patch of white frost on its skin. Frost rays didn't do much damage to the Beast King. However, that was only in one shot. With so many frost rays, it felt like someone was continuously slapping its mouth. It wouldn't die, but it felt really uncomfortable. Roar. The Beast King roared angrily, and a ripple spread out from its body. It directly shattered the ice blocks surrounding it. If it didn't shatter the ice, the refraction of the frost ray would be endless. Not only did the ripple shatter the ice blocks, but also threw the white-haired girl to the ground. A terrifying magic power brewed in the Beast King's mouth. The white-haired girl cursed inwardly and hurriedly cast a defensive spell. Winter Castle. A thick ice wall appeared around the white-haired girl. This ice wall was 3 meters thick. Even modern guns would have a hard time penetrating ice of this thickness. However, the Beast King shot out a mouth cannon and instantly penetrated the ice wall. The mouth cannon brushed past the white-haired girl's side. The white-haired girl turned around and saw a messy scene. The white-haired girl broke out in a cold sweat. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. If that shot had hit her, she would have died without a doubt. At this time, the Beast King had already strolled in front of the white-haired girl, less than 3 meters away from her. The white-haired girl's heart went cold, but she didn't give up struggling. She clenched her fists and condensed 2 ice blades. The white-haired girl was also decisive. Even though she knew she couldn't beat it, she still rushed forward and attacked the Beast King with the ice blades. The Beast King's figure flashed, and it swung its tail again. The white-haired girl was swept away. Chapter 3042. The white-haired girl stood up with difficulty. She was injured in many places and bleeding profusely. The girl's chest heaved. She put her hands together, and her body gradually floated up. Snow graveyard. Instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The trees and flowers all froze. Bang, bang, bang. All the frozen trees and flowers started exploding. Ice shards flew everywhere. The explosion of the plants was extremely powerful. The ice shards were like bullets. The entire place turned into a hail of bullets. The ice shards would explode again when they touched something solid. After that, the ice mist would condense into beautiful mist ice flowers. Then the mist ice flowers would explode again. It was like there was no end to the explosions. The Beast King was in the center of the explosions. Chen Zhao didn't respond, so it could only endure. This snow graveyard was interesting. Apart from being weaker, it still had its merits, as long as it kept using magic power. Then, this explosion scene would continue. With a little improvement and a little more strength of the caster, this spell would be an excellent clearing spell. Almost there. Chen Zhao finally gave the Beast King an order. The Beast King roared in anger. The exploding ice shards didn't do much damage to it. However, it really hurt when the ice shards exploded on its body. The snow graveyard disintegrated immediately. The Beast King released its magic power, directly disrupting the balance of the snow graveyard. The white-haired girl spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body withered. The Beast King suddenly pounced at the girl. "I'm dead." The white-haired girl laughed bitterly. She was too naive. She didn't expect the Beast King to be so powerful. The difference in power was too obvious, so great that it made her feel despair. Just then, something black smashed into the Beast King's head. The Beast King stopped and saw a youth standing in the distance. It remembered this youth. The youth had entered its field of vision before, and this youth was one of the few people who could escape from it. Chen Zhao was surprised. The youth had been hiding nearby while the white-haired girl was fighting the Beast King. Chen Zhao had thought that he wouldn't dare to show himself. He didn't expect that when the white-haired girl was in danger, he would show himself and save her. The Beast King was once again ordered to target the youth. The youth took a metal plate from his body. The Beast King opened its mouth and shot out a black ball. The youth placed the metal plate in front of him heavily. Ring of Earth. In an instant, the iron plate in front of the youth gathered a large amount of earth element. The black ball shot out by the Beast King landed on the earth elementals gathered on the metal plate, deviated from its original trajectory, and bounced into the sky. The iron plate in front of the young man also shattered. The young man hurriedly retracted his palm. "Bastard, you broke my iron plate with just one shot." The young man took down another iron plate and placed it in front of him again. The Beast King didn't attack immediately. Instead, he waited to see what the youth was going to do. However, the young man was also waiting. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, neither side made any further moves. "Hey, come on up." Roar. With a furious roar, the Beast King slammed its paw on the ground and poured a large amount of mana into the ground. In the next moment, beams of light shot out from the ground, closing in on the young man. Prism. The youth injected magic power into the iron plate in front of him. The iron plate immediately turned into a prism. The beam of light that shot out from the front was distorted and absorbed by the prism. The youth turned the prism again and aimed it at the Beast King. Whoosh! A huge beam of light shot towards the Beast King. Bang! The Beast King's head was hit heavily. This was its own attack, but now it was hit by its own attack. This time, it was completely dumbfounded. Chen Zhao was even more shocked. Such a special spell. What kind of spell was this? When he looked at the young man again, the prism turned into an iron plate and shattered again. "Damn, a few more and I'll be out of the competition," the young man complained. Despite his complaints, the young man still took out another iron plate. He really didn't want to provoke this Beast King. Originally, one iron plate was enough for him to fight a big battle. But against this Beast King, each time the Beast King attacked, he would waste an iron plate. This didn't even include the mana he used. His counterattack didn't hurt the Beast King at all. This meant that even if he used up all the iron plates on him, the Beast King wouldn't be hurt. The Beast King was a bit angry. It started breathing heavily, and another black ball formed in its mouth. However, this time, the black sphere took a much longer time to brew than the last time. The black ball was filled with violent power. The young man's expression changed drastically. He took out 2 iron plates and placed them in front of him. Mirror of space. The first iron plate turned into a mirror, but it wasn't an ordinary glass mirror. On the other side of the mirror, it looked like a blue sky. The young man was about to cast a spell on the second iron plate, but he hesitated. After some hesitation, the young man suddenly changed his mind. Substitute. Boom! The Beast King's attack landed. The black ball shot over with terrifying power and speed. The young man's expression changed. This power was more terrifying than he'd imagined. The black ball didn't enter the mirror of space either. Before it could even touch the mirror of space, the mirror of space's frame shattered. The mirror of space shattered too. The black ball had already hit the young man's body. The young man's body was twisted by the black ball. Ah! The young man screamed. Half of his body had been pierced through. The black ball continued forward and didn't stop until it hit a stone wall in the distance. The stone wall that was more than 30 meters tall collapsed. Chun Zhao frowned. The young man's body had been shattered. Normally, he would be dead, but his aura didn't weaken at all. As expected, the iron plate on the ground cracked, and the young man stood up again. The young man's face was pale. Even he was scared out of his wits. That was close. I almost died. The young man looked at the white-haired girl. Hey, I can't hold on for much longer. You better leave. The girl's expression darkened, but she didn't leave immediately. On one hand, she wasn't happy. On the other hand, she felt that the young man was in danger because of her. If she left just like that, it wouldn't be right. But she'd already used her ultimate move, but she couldn't do anything to the Beast King. The difference in power was too great. They weren't on the same level at all. The white-haired girl felt that the Beast King was a complete bug in this forest. It was an existence that no one could defeat. Why was it here? Pointless? She obviously couldn't understand Chun Zhao and Wes' intentions. The Beast King wasn't meant to be defeated. After all, it was a disaster-level beast. The young man seemed to be fighting back and forth with the Beast King. But most of the time, he was defending passively. It seemed like he didn't have any good ideas. Hurry up and leave. If you leave, I can run too, the young man called out. Just then, Chun Zhao ordered send them out. Chapter 3043. Just then, the Beast King's aura changed again. The white-haired girl and the youth were both stunned. Damn it, how many attributes does this Beast King have? The white-haired girl's face was ashen. The Beast King instantly disappeared before their eyes. Hiss! Suddenly, the surrounding trees fell. It was as if something sharp had sliced through them. The white-haired girl was stunned. She looked down. When did her chest get injured? And it was vomiting blood. Then, the white-haired girl vomited large mouthfuls of blood. When a youth saw the white-haired girl vomiting blood, he immediately threw a metal plate at her. The metal plate suddenly turned into a green mist in midair and scattered on the white-haired girl's body. The white-haired girl immediately felt her injuries getting better. But before she could finish her sentence, a huge impact sent her flying. Wah! The white-haired girl's injuries that had just gotten better were instantly worsened. The youth's expression changed again. He quickly ran to the white-haired girl's side and quickly took out 2 metal plates. However, before he could even cast a spell, the huge impact directly knocked him off his feet, and the metal piece flew out with him. The youth was shocked. The current Beast King's attack method was completely different from before. Previously, the Beast King would let him prepare before attacking. But now the Beast King attacked directly. There was no foreplay at all. Just then, the youth and the white-haired girl felt a force binding them. They were not unfamiliar with this force. They had felt this force before. This force dragged them into the sky and then over the forest. They both understood what this meant, because they had seen people flying in the air before. And those flying in the air meant that the Watcher had judged them to be eliminated. In order to prevent them from staying in the forest and suffering casualties, they were eliminated manually. Both of them clearly met this condition. They were pressed against the ground by the Beast King, and if they had been any later, they would have been dead. So it was understandable that the Watcher intervened and eliminated them manually. Plop, plop, the two fell into the water. They climbed ashore pathetically and looked around. Still in the forest? What was going on? Didn't they say that those who were eliminated would be sent outside? Why didn't they go out? Could it be that the Watcher had made a mistake? The two suddenly realized that there was someone standing not far from the shore. The two of them looked at each other, hesitating whether or not they should approach him. At that moment, the man waved at them. "Come here." The two of them became even more hesitant, but they still stood there without moving. But just then, their bodies were pulled before Chun Zhao uncontrollably. Their expressions were a little stiff. "You're a Watcher?" "Yes." Chun Zhao nodded. "Come here and sit down." To be honest, Chun Zhao felt bad for torturing the two of them so badly. Moreover, it could be said that they were eliminated because of Chun Zhao's manipulation. West agreed with him. Both of these contestants had potential. However, his current strength could not be considered outstanding. Normally, it would be very difficult to enter the top 16. However, they were afraid that there would be organizations that knew their stuff and would contact them in advance. Therefore, West felt the need to eliminate them first, then drag them straight into the supernatural organization. "Mr. Watcher, are we eliminated?" "Yes, you're eliminated." Chun Zhao nodded. "Then now, I've taken a fancy to you guys." The white-haired girl subconsciously covered her wet chest. Chun Zhao glanced at the white-haired girl. She was very pretty. However, Chun Zhao did not have any feelings for, "Hey, then I'll go straight to the point. Are you interested in joining this supernatural organization?" The white-haired girl revealed a proud expression. "I'm not interested in joining a weak organization." "That depends on how you define weak," Chun Zhao said. "In North America, the supernatural organization is the strongest supernatural organization." "What about worldwide?" "Low average," Chun Zhao said. The white-haired girl lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What's your position in the organization?" "I'm the boss, the president of the organization." "I'm not interested in boss who's weaker than me." Say that again." "I'm weaker than you?" Chun Zhao did not know who gave the white-haired girl the courage to say this. Was it Liang Jingru? Other than that weird ability to control people, what other abilities do you have? The white-haired girl seemed to be very unhappy that Chun Zhao's little world had controlled her a few times. "In other words, you think that I didn't really defeat you when I beat you like that?" "That's right. If you're a man, then fight me fair and square," the white-haired girl said. "You should say that to me when you're stronger." "No need. As long as you don't use that move, I won't lose to you." "Then I should at least let your injuries heal first." "Hey, kid over there, can you still use that healing spell? If you can, give me 2 hits." Oh. The youth removed the last 2 metal plates. Then, he threw them at the white-haired girl. When they were in the air, they turned into green mist again and entered the white-haired girl's body. It's quite a good effect. The white-haired girl immediately felt her injuries getting much better. The second metal plate was much less effective, but it still allowed the white-haired girl to recover to a near uninjured state. "I'll give you half an hour to recover your magic," Chun Zhao said. "No need. I'll recover after I deal with you." Chun Zhao lifted his palm and pointed 2 fingers at the lake. A small black ball shot into the lake. Boom! Thousands of tons of water shot into the sky. The white-haired girl. The youth. "Are you sure you don't need to recover?" Chun Zhao smiled at the white-haired girl. "I think you're right. I need to wait for my injuries to heal before I challenge you." "Your injuries are almost healed. My magic hasn't recovered yet." Chun Zhao controlled the spiritual qi and forcefully injected it into the white-haired girl. "Cough, cough. Stop. I feel like I'm suffocating." The white-haired girl cried in shock. She was almost suffocated by the spiritual qi. When she opened her mouth, the spiritual qi poured into her mouth. "You've recovered your magic power. Is that okay?" "I surrender." "No, you have to." "Why?" "I already surrendered. You question whether I'm a man or not. I need proof." The white-haired girl wanted to slap herself. She felt that the man before her was more dangerous than the Beast King. Thinking about it, the Beast King had been arranged by the supernatural organization. Maybe it had been subdued by the man before her. The white-haired girl felt like she couldn't back down now. Chapter 3044. Okay. The battle ended in 1 second. There was nothing to explain about the process. The white-haired girl thought that her spell was amazing. But Gene C instantly destroyed it. Do you have any more questions about joining the supernatural organization? Chun Zhao asked the girl lying on the ground. I didn't say I want to join. Come take a look. I still have a spell that you haven't seen before. Take this. Wait. I didn't say I won't join. I don't want to hear such ambiguous words. Give me an accurate answer. Are you forcing me to join? I didn't plan to, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. But since you're challenging me because I'm a man, you should be prepared. The white-haired girl really wanted to slap herself. After being taught a lesson by the Beast King, she'd realized that she wasn't as strong as she'd imagined. She hadn't learned her lesson. She just turned around and challenged another strong person. Fine, I'll join. The white-haired girl wasn't too stubborn. Actually, she was already a bit hesitant and a bit proud. Now, she was just accepting Chun Zhao's invitation. Chun Zhao looked at the youth. What about you? Can I not join? What do you think? Chun Zhao chuckled. I'll join. Now tell me about your spells. Oh, you don't have to. Most of you have special bloodlines and ice elemental spells. There's nothing to say. Chun Zhao's words made the white-haired girl go crazy. In the past, she'd always been treated as the most special. But in Chun Zhao's words, she seemed to have become very mediocre. So mediocre that he didn't even bother to understand her. Chun Zhao looked at the youth. What spell did you use? I don't know. I found some stone slabs at home. One day, I accidentally discovered the power of the stone slabs, and then I began to come into contact with these things. Later, I wanted to carve the patterns on these stone slabs in other places that were easy to carry. At first, I drew them on paper, but the moment I finished drawing them, the paper spontaneously combusted. Later, I tried to use various materials as carriers for these patterns, until I used this alloy board now. The youth said, I roughly understand the use of these patterns, but I don't know what system they belong to. So, you don't come from any organization or family. You've never come into contact with spiritualists before? No. Then how did you know about this competition? Don't you have an information office in every city? The young man asked. Chun Zhao was stunned. Then he remembered. This time, other than the participants from some organizations and families, there were also some spiritualists who were recruited. Of course, it was impossible to recruit these scattered spiritualists and hand out leaflets all over the world. Therefore, Wester had placed magical messages in certain areas of each city. For example, a billboard would look like a billboard to an ordinary person. However, when a spiritualist looked at it, they could discover the hidden message on the billboard. All right, as newcomers, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Hello, sir. I'm Holmes Davis. As Holmes spoke, he stole another glance at the white-haired girl. He must have fallen in love with her. However, he had to admit that the white-haired girl was truly beautiful. Holmes Davis was about the same age as the white-haired girl. Now that he had come into contact with her a few more times, it was not surprising that he was moved. However, the white-haired girl did not seem to like Holmes Davis. You can call me Nina, the white-haired girl said. Since I've joined the supernatural organization, can you open the back door for me? Let's continue the competition. Chun Zhao shook his head with a smile. No, you lost the bet. That's the most basic rule of the game. Fine. Nina shrugged. Go in this direction and you won't encounter any obstacles. I'm too tired to walk, Nina said shamelessly. Send me out. She knew that Chun Zhao could do it, just like when they'd been thrown into the lake. If you don't leave now, you'll encounter a group of B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I won't watch you die, but as long as you don't die, I usually won't save you. Hey, are these people contestants too? Nina complained. Aren't you going to deal with them? Don't worry, Chun Zhao said with a smile. They won't advance. They might even disappear without a trace, but not now. There were all sorts of people participating this time. However, it was Wester's mistake to let some troublemakers in. Usually, These troublemakers would not be led into the trial field no matter how strong they were. If they were discovered, they would be killed immediately. There was nothing to say. However, this troublemaker's personal information was disguised well. Wester found something suspicious when he went through the personal information a second time. He followed the clues and found the person's personal information. However, the supernatural organization would not tolerate such people. If they were punished by the law, they would be lucky. However, they just had to come under his nose. Chun Zhao could only use unconventional methods to punish them. Of course, to maintain the fairness of the competition, at least on the surface, Chun Zhao had to be more discreet. However, the competition did not allow people to die. Therefore, Chun Zhao would not kill them. However, he had to make them wish they were dead. Nina and Holmes Davis walked out of the forest. A few people were waiting for them. They recognized four of them. West, Jolinash, and Hallies were the people in charge of their interviews. However, they did not know an elite. Jolinash walked up and teased, "I really admire you. You actually dared to tell our president to fight me if you're a man." Nina's face instantly turned red. However, she was still a bit unconvinced. "Just laugh now. In the future, I'll beat him to death. You're one of us now. Do you have any thoughts or requests regarding salary?" "The higher, the better," Nina said matter-of-factly. "I don't care," Holmes Davis said. "Are you rich?" Nina looked at Holmes Davis. "My dad is rich," Holmes Davis said. "I have a lot of pocket money, too. You should have investigated me, right?" "Son of the Pacific Fisheries CEO," West said. "Indeed, you're rich. You don't have any requests regarding salary, right? What about other aspects?" "I need enough magical knowledge. I haven't been in contact with the spiritual world for long. I want to learn more." Chapter 3045. The first round of the trial finally ended after 4 days. There were 64 contestants, not a single one too many. As for the Beast King, it was still free in the forest. 2 days before the trial started, some people tried it. They wanted to see if they could pass. Reality proved that they were overthinking. At the same time, it also proved that Chun Zhao was overthinking. The Beast King didn't seem to be of any use. Chun Zhao had thought that some of them could defeat the Beast King. At the very least, there should be a few who could. Reality proved that if Chun Zhao didn't restrict them, those who went to challenge the Beast King would probably be killed instantly. Come to think of it, even the team leaders of the supernatural organization were no match for him. They could fight against or defeat the Beast King now. That was because they had grown over and over again. With the accumulation of countless experiences, they had their current strength. They couldn't say that they could definitely win either. Due to various environmental factors, they could only say that they had a high chance of winning. Therefore, the possibility of these contestants defeating the Beast King was very small. Even the rich sex could only produce 2 or 3 geniuses like this in a generation. It was even more difficult to produce such a genius in North America. Therefore, Chun Zhao's idea was basically wishful thinking. Nevertheless, there were still some who performed well. In Chun Zhao's eyes, they all had the appearance of being champions. To Chun Zhao's surprise, Zedia and Disser actually passed the first round. Zedia was not bad, but Disser's strength could only be described as passable. Disser was a perception-type spiritualist. All of his abilities should be related to his perception. His combat ability could not be any weaker. But with his perception and Zedia's cooperation, he managed to pass the first round. It was unexpected, but also reasonable. But this also showed how important Disser was. Zedia's strength was below average. Disser's strength was even lower than average. As for Disser, his personal strength could even be considered mediocre. But just like that, he managed to pass the first test with his sister without any danger. The 64 contestants gathered in the field. "Everyone, congratulations on passing the first round," Wes said from the podium. Wes stood on the podium and said, "But I'm sure all of you have experienced the danger of the first trial. Even with surveillance, for people still died. Some people didn't think much of it, while others were worried. For corpses were carried out. From the corpses, it could be seen that these 4 had been killed by the Beast King. His death was extremely miserable. Next up will be the elimination round for the top 64 to the top 32. However, it will be more dangerous than the first trial. So, I advise everyone to put away your arrogance and hope for a fluke. West said solemnly, "So, if you can quit now, I will be very happy. This is not cowardice, but a display of bravery. At least you are brave enough to face your weakness. You still have a chance. In the future, when you are stronger, you can stand in this arena again." Of course, no one would quit because of one word from West. Most of them had seen life and death, and it was estimated that more than half of them had been stained with blood. "Looks like no one backed out," West said calmly. "All right, next we'll be drawing lots to determine the winner. Hello, Mr. West. I'm at the door. Can I go in? Please wait. I'll pick you up at the door." West went to the door and saw a young woman standing there. "Hello, you must be Mrs. Teresa." "Hello, Mr. West. I'm sorry about your husband." West had a sad expression. In fact, West was not sad at all, because the person who had died deserved to die. "Can I see him?" "Yes." West nodded. "Please follow me." West brought Teresa into the morgue. The moment Teresa saw the body pulled out of the morgue, she broke down and burst into tears. "Miss Teresa, are you sure about this? It's Mr. Hagler, right?" Teresa nodded as she cried. "Yes. Why did he become like this? This is a sad story. He met a beast. You could see the wounds on his body. If not for the others discovering it, you might be seeing Mr. Hagler now." Teresa wiped her tears and sobbed. "Then can I take him away?" "Yes, please sign here. Also, do you need me to arrange for someone to take Mr. Hagler to the designated location?" "Of course, there's a fee." "No need. I've already hired help," Teresa said as she wiped her tears. "All right then." West nodded. West walked Teresa to the door. "Mrs. Teresa, if you need anything, you can call this number." Teresa's nose was slightly red from crying. She nodded silently. "Goodbye, Mr. West." After getting in the car, the sadness on Teresa's face instantly disappeared. "I've already gotten Hagler's body. Where's the money you promised me?" Teresa looked at the two porters who were helping to move the body. "Let's get out of here first," one of the porters said. "I hope to see the promise check before we reach the destination." Teresa was determined. "Don't worry, we won't go back on our word. But are you sure you want to talk to us here? That old man is still watching outside. Drive first." The car slowly drove away. Teresa crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked extremely impatient. She was Hagler's girlfriend. More accurately, she was his ex-girlfriend. Just yesterday, she had received a call from a stranger asking her to help retrieve her ex-boyfriend Hagrid's body from the hands of the police. Of course, Teresa refused. She and Hagler had broken up a long time ago. She didn't want to have anything to do with Hagler, because when they were dating, she noticed Hagler's abnormal behavior and hobbies, the kind of hobbies that made people uncomfortable. So, she decisively chose to break up with him. She originally thought that she and Hagler would never have any interaction, until yesterday, when she suddenly heard about Hagler's accident. What confused her even more was that two strangers she didn't know would ask her to get Hagler's body. She didn't understand why the two strangers insisted on getting Hagler's body. Could it be that there was something valuable hidden in his body? Impossible. Even if there was, the police should have searched it thoroughly. Chapter 3046. Teresa watched as the car did not enter the city. Instead, it drove into a remote area. She was also a little panicked. Teresa glanced at the driver. "I don't want the money. Just let me out," Teresa said. "Are you sure you don't want it? I've prepared a huge sum of money for you." Teresa's eyes flickered and her expression became even more conflicted. She really wanted the money, but she wanted to live even more. Her original plan was very simple. However, things did not go as she wished. These two men gave her a very terrifying feeling. The more remote it was, the more panicked she became. "Stop the car, I want to get out." "Are you sure you want to stop the car here?" One of the men looked at Teresa. "There are no cars passing by here. How are you going to get back?" Teresa turned around and saw the man who had just poked his head out from the back of the car. There was a pungent smell coming from the man's body. It was a nauseating smell. Teresa saw that the man's pants and shirt were both stained with blood. Where did the blood come from? There were only the three of them in the car. No, there was also Hagrid, who was lying there. Teresa immediately covered her mouth and looked at the man in horror. What did you do? Teresa felt the urge to vomit. The man reached out with his bloody palm. Within his palm was a bloody heart. Additionally, the heart was actually beating. It was beating. Also, thin black capillaries began to grow out of the heart. The black capillaries seemed to be searching for something as they wriggled. Teresa instantly felt goosebumps all over her body. What are you doing? Well, what is going on? Why do you think we brought back Hagrid's body? To give him a proper burial? The two men laughed. I don't want to know what you're planning. I don't know anything. Let me out. I'm good at keeping secrets. I don't know anything. I don't want to know anything. You could trust me completely. Teresa was on the verge of crying. It was too terrifying. This was completely beyond her understanding. If you want to get out, then get out. The man stopped the car. Teresa sensed something, and her face turned even paler. Let me go. I don't know anything. I don't want to know. Get out. The man who was driving pushed Teresa out of the car. Teresa turned and ran as soon as she got out of the car. But at that moment, a terrifying giant spider blocked Teresa's path. This giant spider was clearly not a regular species. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Two men's voices came from behind Teresa. Teresa's expression became more and more panicked. She had already realized that she had accidentally come into contact with something that was beyond her knowledge. At this time, giant spiders began to descend from the surrounding trees. Two of them had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider. Bearov, out on, let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone about what happened here. Teresa looked at the two of them in a subservient manner. Bearov took a step forward, holding the heart with black capillaries wriggling in his hand. It's hungry, Bearov said with a smile. Teresa's scalp was about to explode. Are these two fellows trying to feed me to this terrifying heart? Don't come over. Don't come over. Teresa was so scared that tears and snot flew everywhere. Suddenly, a red light pierced through a giant spider, then through Bear's body. Finally, it shot into the car behind them. With a boom, the car exploded into the sky. Teresa turned her stiff neck. She saw a few people coming from that direction. There were both men and women. Most of them were young. She saw a girl dressed in a Gothic-style stroll over to the black heart on the ground. A girl dressed in a Gothic style strolled up to the black heart that had fallen to the ground. Then, he bent down and picked up the black heart. TSK, TSK. You guys are so daring. How dare you cultivate something like this? What's this thing for? Jalanash asked. It's called the Black Demon Heart. This thing is called the Dark Demon Heart. First, the blood of 10 people who have committed the most heinous crimes must be poured on one's own heart. Then, a black magic conversion ceremony is carried out, and the Dark Demon Heart is born. Then, the person who commits heinous crimes will continuously become nourishment for the Dark Demon Heart. The greater the crime, the more power the Dark Demon Heart will provide. Even if the host dies, the Dark Demon Heart will not die and can even be transplanted. Every transplant will not only not weaken the Dark Demon Heart, but will even further strengthen it. Just as Hallie's finished, a giant spider suddenly pounced on her. At the same time, Bearov, whose chest had been pierced by the death ray, grabbed the Black Demon Heart. Hard stood up again. The giant spider that was pouncing on her seemed to have been thrown into acid, its huge body constantly dissolving. Disser, Sildia, Nina, and Holmes were all standing outside. Don't go over, Gaia stopped the four of them. I didn't bring you here to fight. I brought you here to familiarize you with the job you're about to take on and the enemies you're about to face. Just then, Bearov suddenly stuffed the Black Demon Heart into his mouth. Then, an aura 10 times stronger than before erupted from Bear's body. Looks like this heart is quite old. It's at least 10 years old. It's probably been through 4 or 5 hosts already, Harold said with a calm expression. Bearov smiled sinisterly. Since you know the power of this Black Demon Heart, you still dare to let me take it away so easily? Hee. I'm starting to have other thoughts about you. The Black Demon Heart multiplies your power by several times, and also multiplies your evilness by several times. I'm not a good person to begin with. The black demon heart only makes me more thorough. But just then, Audon, who had been standing silently at the back, suddenly pierced a hand through Barov's chest. Audon, why? Barov looked at Audon in disbelief. Your power has increased, but your intelligence has plummeted. Why do you think I'm doing this? Audon pulled out Barov's black demon heart. You don't deserve the black demon heart at all. You're more than good enough as a sacrifice. Give it back. Give it back. Barov pounced forward to snatch the black demon heart back. But Audon kicked Barov to the ground. At the same time, he placed the black demon heart on his chest. Those tiny black capillaries began to penetrate Audon's chest. This is the right way to use the black demon heart, Audon said. Audon looked at the gradually weakening Barov. After Barov swallowed the black demon heart, it had already replaced his original heart. Now that Audon had taken it away, it meant that his original heart was also gone. No, Audon, give it to me. Lend it to me. Lend me the black demon heart. I don't want to die. I'll return it to you after I'm done. Chapter 3047. Barov struggled unwillingly. He breathed his last unwillingly. Helios just stared at him. Disser, Zedia, Nina, and Holmes watched as Audon merged with the black demon heart. Is it really okay to just watch? Zedia said with a frown. His transformation seems a bit out of the ordinary. Disser's senses were the sharpest. He could clearly feel Audon's aura becoming larger and more terrifying. That ominous aura was constantly growing. Holmes and Nina were also a bit uneasy. Audon's aura was becoming similar to a calamity-grade beast king. Suddenly, Audon's aura retracted. The next instant, his aura suddenly increased tenfold. Done. Black demon heart. No, it should be the demon king heart. Audon's voice began to overlap, as if 6 or 7 voices were speaking at the same time. Disser, Zedia, Nina, and Holmes had never seen such a terrifying aura before. And this aura was like an anesthetic, making them unable to move. Helios faced the tyrannical Audon. It does seem a bit out of the ordinary. Helios nodded. But this black demon heart is what I need. Helios raised his arm. Suddenly, countless bone spikes shot out of the ground. They pierced Audon's limbs and body with thousands of holes. Get out of my way. You want to defeat me with this little trick? Audon struggled with all his might, shattering all the bone spikes. Helith took a few steps back and clawed at Audon from afar. A giant black arm reached out of nowhere and grabbed Audon's body. Audon used all his strength to push the hand away, but at this moment, a giant body appeared out of nowhere. The Abyss Demon, Helios's corpse demon. Audon spat out a mouthful of black flames in anger. But the Abyss Demon was completely unharmed by the black flames. It opened its mouth and swallowed the black flames. Audon's body suddenly expanded and pushed the Abyss Demon's hand away. The giant body was covered in red and black lines. Tentacles reached out from his back. His figure was almost the same as the Abyss Demon. Audon roared. The tentacles on his back swept toward the Abyss Demon. But the next instant, the Abyss Demon suddenly turned into a ball of black water. Its giant body suddenly collapsed. The black liquid flowed into Audon's mouth. Wah, what are you doing? Audon could not resist the black water entering his body. Can't you tell? Harold said calmly. My corpse demon is missing a heart. Disser, Sildia, Nina, and Home all gasped in shock. Then shouldn't the evil heart be destroyed? Won't you be corrupted if you use this power? Gaia glanced at the 4 youths. You're all too young. How could there be any evil power? People who are controlled by power don't deserve greater power. Perhaps Audon had obtained power that rivaled Helith's, but he knew nothing about this power. Therefore, his ending could almost be predicted. That girl is scary, Zedia said softly. Disser nodded sympathetically. She didn't look much older than Zedia. However, the strength she displayed was dominating. Such a powerful enemy was powerless in front of her. Suddenly, Audon's body exploded from the black water. The black water seeped out. At the same time, the black heart was pushed out of Audon's chest. Mine! Give it back to me! Audon's body was tattered, but he was still not dead. The power of the black demon's heart in his body was still delaying his death. At this time, the black water turned back into an abyss demon, and the black demon's heart was slowly merging into the abyss demon's chest. Harold looked at A.O. Dan calmly. Bugs should go where bugs stay, Harold said coldly. No, that's mine. That's my power. You can't take it away. I can. Harold's palm went through A.O. Dan's body. When Harold retracted her palm, A.O. Dan's soul was also taken out. I could take everything you have. It's very easy, and you can't do anything about it. Helios easily crushed Audon's soul. Disser, Zedia, Nina, and Home felt their scalps go numb. That power and coldness made them feel numb. Harold put away the abyss demon and looked at the four behind her. Finally, she looked at Disser. I heard from the chairman that you have senses that are close to his. How about it? Join my team. Harry's invited Disser. Huh? Harold, that's against the rules, Gaius said unhappily. You should at least let him know how many teams we have before letting him choose. At this time, Jalanash and Annalit also walked over. Norma was the only one who didn't come. However, Norma herself also had an extremely powerful perception. Therefore, she didn't really need Disser. Can I join your team? Nina looked at Harold with admiration. Sorry, no, you don't have the right, Harold said calmly. Everyone, they seemed to hear Nina's broken heart. Among you, only Disser is an official member, Annalit said. The three of you are outer members. Huh? Daisei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to become an official member. In his opinion, he was the most likely member of the external committee. After all, his combat power was so weak. Our team's combat power is almost perfect, so we don't lack combat power, Gaius said. However, there are too few perception-type spiritualists and even fewer outstanding ones. Other than the Nightmare team that didn't come, the other teams don't have any perception-type spiritualists, especially someone as outstanding as you. As for the three of them, Celia, Nina, and Holmes all lowered their heads. To be honest, our teams often face enemies of that level. If you're forced to participate in a battle of that level, what do you think your chances of surviving are? How long can I surpass you? Nina asked Harold. Clearly, Harold's words hurt her pride. At the same time, it aroused her competitive spirit. I won't wait for you here, Harold said arrogantly. And I'll never give you a chance to surpass me. Then I'll surpass you. I'll show you, Nina said, unconvinced. Not only you, I'll even surpass the president. Gaia patted Nina's shoulder. I believe in you. Chapter 3048. On the way back to HQ. Nina quietly tugged on Jalanash's sleeve, who was sitting next to her. Why did that big guy answer me like that? Did he think I couldn't do it? Yes, Jalanash answered, nodding. You think so too? Jalanash thought for a moment and nodded. Me too. Is there no one who thinks highly of me? Although all of our goals are to surpass the president, all we've seen so far is despair. If you become an official member in the future and know our president's battle records, you'll probably be in despair too. That only means that your willpower isn't strong enough. Nina looked at Jalanash and the others as if to say, you're a bunch of inexperienced people. Jalanash didn't explain either. The others in the car heard them too. Those who knew were too lazy to explain, while those who didn't also felt that Nina was right. The car returned to HQ. Wes glanced at the people who had returned. How was the experience? I've broadened their horizons, an elite said. Just then, Chun Zhao walked over. We've seen the monsters, Chun Zhao said. Now, we'll send them into the dungeon. With that, Chun Zhao left, making a call as he walked. Xiaohe, you better tell Jialuan that you only have 2 days left. Do you know what that means? On the other end, Xiaohe's heart tightened. 2 days. It seemed that they had to speed up. After hanging up, Xiaohe immediately pulled Jialuan to her side. Jialuan, Mr. Chen called, and reminded us that we only have 2 days left. Jialuan's expression was ugly too. Just then, coddlers and a few people from the Duke's residence walked in. Miss Jialuan, Miss Wang, we got some information from that guy. We don't know if it's true or not. In the past few days, Jialuan and Xiao, he had taught them many things as instructors of the Duke's residence. They'd also help them break through enemies that they'd previously found difficult to break through. In fact, they performed even better than the previous generation of the Duke's residents. The new era's laboratory, base, breeding grounds, and all sorts of monsters. No matter what kind of enemy they faced, Xiaohe and Jiaowen performed very well, from combat ability to analysis and control of the situation. Now, almost everyone in the Duke's mansion obeyed Xiaohe and Carrie's every word. You want to know how strong Xiaohe and Carrie were? One time, because the Duke's mansion's higher-ups didn't trust Xiaohe and Carrie, as well as their team members' trust in Xiaohe and Carrie, the Duke's mansion's higher-ups decided to ditch Xiaohe and Carrie and organize an operation on their own. In the end, the entire army was annihilated. More than half of them were dead or injured, and the other half were captured. Cranlesis was one of the captives. After that, Xiaohe and Carrie broke into the new era's headquarters. At that time, one of the leaders of the new era even wanted them to watch a show, saying that he wanted them to watch how these two ignorant intruders would die. Then, everyone watched as Xiaohe and Jia Liwen slaughtered their way to the prison cell and rescued them. He even captured the leader of the new era. Just now, Codella said that he had received information from that person. That person was one of the upper echelons of the new era that they had captured. Right now, the entire Duke's mansion had become Xiaohe and Carrie's backyard. Most of the members of the Duke's mansion who didn't like Xiaohe and Carrie at first had died. Even if they had different opinions, they wouldn't voice them now. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that no one would oppose Xiaohe and Carrie because of what they said. All the team members obeyed Xiaohe and Carrie obediently. Going against them now would only be asking for trouble. Tell me, what information did you get? According to what the leader said, they seem to have obtained something incredible. What is it? He said God's body, Cranlesis said. However, her face was clearly filled with disbelief. It said that all their plans are to revive God. Are you kidding me? What era is this? Why do people still believe such lies? Jia Liwen said disdainfully. Whether it's true or not, at least it's useful information, Xiaohe said. Do you know the details of their plan? It said that the god is already dead. His soul has dissipated, and his body is severely damaged. All the monsters that came out of their research and experiments came from the dead god. They're all byproducts of the resurrection plan. Their real goal is to collect special bloodlines. Collect special bloodlines? Both Xiaohe and Carrie were confused. You mean those who are born with special abilities? Yes, but no. What do you mean? It said that they're ancient special bloodlines. There are 7 ancient special bloodlines in Europe, and the new era has collected 6 of them. Almost all of them have moved to Switzerland because there's a 7th ancient special bloodline in Switzerland. They're going to obtain the 7th ancient special bloodline here. And at the same time, they're going to perform the resurrection ritual here. Then, where is the 7th relic that contains a special ancient bloodline? Luo sang. Where exactly? In Lake Geneva. Xiaohe and Carrie were speechless. Luo sang was a small city, but Lake Geneva, it was more than 10 times the size of Luo sang. What kind of location was that? We don't know the exact location, Crandall said. That guy doesn't know either, but Lake Geneva is a few hundred square kilometers. How are we going to find it? There are a few islands on Lake Geneva. We can investigate their history and see which islands were inhabited by people and which islands have ancient ruins. It shouldn't be difficult. Perhaps some information was confidential to ordinary people, but it wasn't confidential to them. I think the new era people are like us. They only know the approximate location, but not the exact location. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until now. So we still have a chance. If we can find the exact location first, we can make preparations in advance. Whether it's to trap the new era people or destroy the so-called ancient special bloodline, we'll have more initiative. Crandall's nodded in agreement. I'll go get the information now. You better hurry. We don't have much time here, Xiaohe said. Miss Wong, Miss Carrie, are you leaving? Codlindroth was stunned. Chapter 3049. The people from the Duke's mansion finally found a small island. Xiaohe, Carrie, and the Duke's mansion's operation team all took a chartered plane to the island. Although the Duke's mansion wasn't very strong, It was strong in other areas, such as funding. Almost everyone was a financial warrior. Almost every member of the team was covered in expensive equipment, all of which were extremely expensive, but not easy to use. No one knew who had bought all this magic equipment. It seemed like they only cared about famous brands. Actually, there was nothing wrong with famous brands. In the spiritual world, famous alchemy workshops definitely produced more good things than unorthodox goods. But there was a problem with buying famous brands. Most of the time, famous alchemy workshops produced alchemy products for high-end spiritualists. If ordinary spiritualists wore them, they would really be accessories. As a result, the Duke's Mansion's team members all wore equipment worth millions of dollars. But their combat strength was appallingly low. The purchasing staff didn't know what suited their team members, so they just bought expensive alchemy equipment. But the Duke's Mansion's team members didn't know either. They just thought that they were too weak and couldn't make use of the effects of their equipment. They didn't know that if they exchanged their equipment for ordinary alchemy equipment that was worth 100 times less, their strength would at least double. Of course, Xiaohe and Carrie didn't know either. They didn't like the Duke's equipment either. But their reason was the opposite. The people from the Duke's Mansion felt that it was difficult to make use of the alchemy equipment. But Xiaohe and Carrie felt that the equipment not only overlapped with the properties of their own equipment, but it was also far less effective than their own equipment. After the team reached Lausanne, they took a boat to the lake island. After a few hours of sailing, they landed on an island that was about 7 or 8 square kilometers. The island wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. Logically speaking, it should have a name. But in reality, the island wasn't even shown on the map. It only existed in confidential files. The island was covered in a dense forest. Some traces of ruins could already be seen on the outskirts. There were huge, obviously man-made stones. There were also traces of stone paths. Why is this place so dilapidated? This island should have historical research value, right? The government doesn't care? From the beginning of the last century to the present, it has been 100 years, including World War I and World War II. More than 40 research teams, exploration teams, and scientific research teams have come here, but every time, people died. Some died inexplicably, and some only had 1 or 2 people left. More than a decade ago, the government even sent the army to escort a scientific research team to the island. But in the end, including the army and more than 20 people in the scientific research team, only an archaeologist and a soldier escaped alive. They didn't say what happened on the island until they died. Every time the past was mentioned, they would hold their heads and shout crazily, "Don't ask me. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know." Things like that. In other words, this island has always been shrouded in supernatural incidents. Why didn't you ask the Duke's Mansion for help? According to the information I found, at the end of the last century and the beginning of this century, the Duke's Mansion had organized 2 expeditions to the island, but they suffered heavy losses both times. What happened to the Duke's Mansion? Did you find anything? Not all of them died, right? Not all of them were wiped out. More than half of them escaped from the island, but they still didn't know what happened. It was said that the dead died in their dreams at night, and they still didn't know what attacked them. It was the same during the second operation, but the second time, they learned their lesson and didn't arrange for people to rest individually. Instead, they rested in small groups, but the result didn't improve. They still died while sleeping, and once there was a death, it was several people in a tent who died together. Is it really that dangerous? Xiaohe and Carrie couldn't help but frown. Carrie said, "Looks like we have to be more vigilant. I don't want to die in my sleep." Most of the people who died here couldn't even bring their bodies back, let alone maintain this place. The group reached the center of the island in 20 minutes. There were many collapsed ruins here, and there were fallen stone statues everywhere. Just then, Calandros pushed a large stone aside, revealing an entrance to a tunnel. The group entered the ruins in a single file. Calandros had a map. However, this map only showed a small part of the ruins. The seniors had paid for it with their blood. The mana here is draining a little fast. Xiaohe sharply sensed that the environment was a little special. Maybe the ruins were made with spirit enchantments. They're really annoying. Carrie didn't know much, and spirit enchantments happened to be one of them. However, They had a way to deal with this situation. The others, on the other hand, didn't have their strength and ability. After walking for a while in the underground ruins, they were already drenched in sweat and exhausted. Miss Wong, Miss Carey, in this kind of environment, our mana is draining faster than we can recover. I'm afraid we'll run out in less than a day. Actually, this kind of environment is the most suitable for cultivation. Crazily circulate your mana, and the longer you endure, the better the effect will be. If you can endure for a day, your strength will double. Of course, this effect can only be used once, Xiaohe said. A day? Double my strength? Yes, we've faced this kind of environment before, Xiaohe said. But only an environment like this with a lot of spirit enchantments can meet the requirements. To put it crudely, it was like drinking water and peeing at the same time. When the two reached a balance point, one's strength would increase greatly. This wasn't an appropriate analogy. After all, a normal person's bladder didn't have such powerful filtration abilities. However, the process was similar. Carey and Xiaohe weren't in a hurry anymore. They definitely exceeded the time limit, but they were already in the ruins. Exceeding 1 day was still exceeding. Exceeding 2 days was still exceeding. Could Chen Zhao chase them all the way to this relic? So, they weren't in a hurry anymore. You can maintain this state for now. If you can't, use your magic rings to recover your mana. Of course, this effect will be interrupted too. You can improve however much you want. Everyone tried their best to maintain this state. It was very strenuous, but they could feel that this state had significantly increased their upper limit of magic power and recovery speed. This improvement was very shocking. They were growing almost every second. Chapter 3050. They rested for half a day. Finally, the two of them had everyone set off again. After walking for half an hour, black plants began to appear around them. Pure black plants didn't exist in the natural world. That was because melanin could absorb light and absorb heat. No plant could withstand such high heat. However, they clearly weren't natural plants. Everyone could sense weak magic power from them. And in this dark environment, they probably needed more light and heat. These black plants had broken through the originally flat stone walls. They seemed to be very powerful. Plants had a tendency to grow. Unless they were artificially transplanted, they wouldn't reproduce in a certain area for no reason. And since they could break through the stone walls, it meant that there were nutrients here that they needed, or that the environment here was more suitable for them to grow. This was a large area, and there were black plants along the way. They definitely hadn't been transplanted, or their seeds had accidentally fallen here. There had to be nutrients here that they needed. Xiaohe suddenly waved her hand. Stop! Everyone looked at Xiaohe. Carey asked, what's wrong? Something's wrong, Xiaohe said. What did you discover? These plants. These black plants are dangerous, Xiaohe said. Plants? Are they poisonous? Xiaohe shook her head. They're following us. What? How is that possible? I purposely dripped a drop of blood on a leaf, but that drop of blood never left me. It kept moving at the same speed as us. So these plants are alive and are following us. No one doubted Xiaohe's words. They immediately grew wary of the surrounding plants. Burn them, Carey said. At first, everyone had felt that these black plants were dangerous, but they thought that as long as they didn't touch them, they would be fine. But now, it seemed that they had been too naive. The team members with fire spells began to cast fire spells. Moments later, the black plants on the surrounding walls were ignited. At first, everything went smoothly, but without any warning, the stone wall suddenly cracked, and a dozen burning black plants fell down. They looked like the bodies of animals or humans with 4 limbs and a head, but most of them were covered in black plants. They were very small, perhaps not even as big as a rose. They were also struggling in pain from the flames. Everyone was surprised, even though they already knew that these weren't ordinary plants. However, he never expected that these plants were actually alive. At this time, the other black plants also drilled out of the stone walls and attacked the group. Lightning Surge. A member of the team released an electric arc, which directly passed through a tunnel that was tens of meters long. However, other than the few black plants in front of him that were burnt and fell to the ground, the other black plants were almost unharmed. The lighting effect of this lightning magic was inversely proportional to its actual lethality. One had to know that these black plants were very fragile. Even an ordinary person could trample a few of them to death. However, this seemingly powerful lightning magic was only worth killing a few of them. Don't use thunder spells, they are plants. Use the fire element. Although plants were not immune to electric attacks, they were different from mammals. In mammals, electrocution can cause cardiac arrest and death. And plants don't have hearts. Therefore, if one wanted to use electricity to kill plants, they could only use a more powerful electric current to evaporate the water in the plants. If the water in the plants could not be evaporated, then this kind of attack would be meaningless. Moreover, these black plants could actually use dark magic. Although he could only use the lowest level black arrow and dark magic spike, he could still use it. However, there were so many of them, and it moved in groups that it made people's scalps go numb. Fick, use holy magic, Carrie called out. My holy magic can only heal. It doesn't have any killing power. No, they're light-averse plants, Carrie said. Don't doubt Miss Carrie's words. Hurry up, Cranley C. urged. Fick immediately reacted. He had always been obedient. However, this request caught him off guard. Fick immediately condensed a ball of light in his palm. The light ball shone brightly, and the surrounding black plants immediately stopped attacking. They all drilled back into the stone walls. Only the leaves and a few branches could not be retracted. Their leaves were also closed like starbecks. As expected, the group secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Carrie had reacted in time. Otherwise, these black plants would not be easy to deal with. How long can you maintain it? Carrie asked. If there are no other costs, this light spell can last forever, Fick said. However, I won't be able to use any other spells. Don't worry, leave the fighting to us. You just need to maintain this spell. The group resumed their journey. Along the way, there were still many black plants clinging to the stone walls. However, wherever they passed, the black plants would shrink. We'll be in trouble if we don't have holy magic, Xiao said. Fortunately, they are light-averse. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. Cranley C. knocked on the stone wall. The stone walls are hollow. It looks like they've been hollowed out by these living plants. Were they? Plants? Animals? They're probably the culprits that caused the deaths of the previous inspection teams. Although they are individually weak, there are too many of them. They also know magic, especially when people are sleeping. It's impossible to guard against them. After all, most people don't have the mentality to be wary of plants. They walked for about 3 hours. It was not a long time. The main reason was that some places had collapsed, and they had to clear the path. In these 3 hours, they had actually walked less than a kilometer. The underground ruins were winding downward. They were probably less than 200 meters away from where they had been 3 hours ago. However, the underground ruins were indeed huge. To be honest, I'm really curious. What kind of ancient bloodline could be preserved for hundreds of years? Xiao said, normally, any liquid would dry up after being stored for decades, even if it's sealed well. Let me correct you. The ruins are estimated to be at least 3,000 years old, Colin Lisi said. Are you kidding? The Europeans 3,000 years ago were still savages, Carrie said. Xiao glanced at Carrie. You're a European too. Chapter 3051. The team stopped and moved on. They didn't run into any more attacks. But their progress wasn't smooth. The spirit enchantment stone here was giving them a lot of trouble. Most of the team members had lost half their strength. Only Carrie and Xiao were still able to fight. Right at that moment, Yuan Wu appeared beside Carrie. We can't go any further, Su Wu warned. I smell an unpleasant smell. An unpleasant smell? What is it? Liquid demon, Su Wu said. What is it? A type of tree demon. Carrie knew what a demon was. She had learned a lot during this time, but she had never heard of a liquid demon before. Is this kind of demon very powerful? It's originally the lowest level of demons, but as time passes, it will continue to grow. Liquid demons don't have levels or realms. They can continuously grow stronger, and if given enough time, they will become extremely terrifying. Su Wu said, this liquid demon here might have several thousand years of cultivation. Anyway, It gives me a very unpleasant feeling. Even you can't deal with it? What do you think a great demon with several thousand years of cultivation is? Almost no one can deal with it. Don't even think about it. It's definitely not something you can handle. Su Wu said, not to mention the fact that I haven't recovered to my complete form yet. Even if I was in my complete form, I still wouldn't be able to deal with it. Carrie took a deep breath and glanced at Xiaohe, then said to the others, I have some very bad news to tell you. Everyone turned to look at Carrie. Carrie's tone made them feel very uneasy. In the depths of these ruins, there's an extremely terrifying existence. I don't know how powerful it is. Miss Carrie, even you can't deal with it. Cranlisi asked. Haha, before that thing, Xiaohe and I are nothing. Carrie shook her head. Anyway, it's an extremely terrifying existence. There's no way to deal with it. At least, I can't think of a way, Carrie replied. That ancient special bloodline should be protected by that thing. Even though I can't be sure, I don't think the people of the new era can deal with it. In other words, we have to give up on this mission, right? Crandall's asked in a deep voice. The other team members were also very disappointed. After all, their journey had not been easy. But now he had to give up halfway, although they would like to say that they have the determination to face any enemy. However, Carrie's words were undoubtedly very trustworthy. Since Jolly Wind said so, the thing inside might not be something they could deal with. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the walkway behind them suddenly exploded. One of the team members suddenly retreated and left the team. Fane, what are you doing? Collindroth called out. After separating from the crowd, Fane revealed a malicious smile. Carrie pulled Cranley's back. He betrayed us. What? How is that possible? Cranley and the other members were in disbelief. Fane, tell me, this isn't real. No, it's true, Fane said with a smile. You don't understand at all what you're doing. You're obstructing the new era, and I'm just making the right choice. Have you been brainwashed by the evil cult? You actually believe in the evil cult's theories? I used to think that it was a joke until I met God, a real God, Fane said. Fine said, the teachings of the new era are real. They really have God, and their plan is real. As long as this plan succeeds, God can be resurrected. At that time, I will be given power and eternal life by God. Everyone was furious. Who would have thought that there would be a traitor among them? You're saying it now because you think you can deal with all of us alone? Or can you deal with me and Xiaohe? Miss Carrie, Miss Lotus, the two of you are powerful and outstanding, far more outstanding than any of them. Join us. With your participation, the plan will be much smoother, and your positions will definitely be above mine, Fane urged. Miss Carrie, Miss Lotus, I don't like having another person ordering me around. One has already given me a headache. I don't like it either, Xiaohe and Carrie refused without hesitation. What a pity, Fane said disappointedly. Fane said disappointedly. But even if you refuse, it doesn't matter. Your ignorance won't stop this plan. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't know if I can stop that so-called God from resurrecting, but you definitely won't have the chance to receive God's blessings. Carrie looked at Fane murderously. Betrayal could not be forgiven. How frightening, Miss Carrie. But do you want to kill me? Fane suddenly opened his windbreaker, revealing the countless canisters inside. Explosive canisters, nightmare poison, black plague. If you attack me, I'll shatter these things. Perhaps you can kill me, but you definitely won't be able to stop me from taking you down with me. In this sealed environment, you'll die even faster than me. Everyone looked at Fane angrily. They wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Oh, that's right. The people of a new era have already started pouring poison gas from the outside. In other words, if you don't hurry up and go in, then once the gas reaches here, everyone will die. Perhaps the gas is ineffective against Miss Carrie and Miss Wong, but it's hard to say for the others. You want to use us to deal with that great monster? Xiaoyi asked. Of course. You're so powerful. If I don't make use of you, wouldn't it be too much of a waste? You deserve death. Carrie's veins were bulging. She was clearly extremely angry. You don't have the right to decide whether I deserve death or not, Fane said disapprovingly. Everyone looked at Jolly Win and Xiaohe in despair. The two of them were a loss. No matter what they did, it was a dead end. At this moment, both of them felt an immense pressure. They needed to find a way out of the two dead ends. But no matter what they chose, it was a dead end. How could they choose? Let's continue forward. Carrie finally made up her mind. But Codelus didn't know if he should dissuade Carrie at this time. Since that great demon has been staying here all this time, it means that it is not convenient for it to leave this place. Perhaps it has been sealed, restricted, or injured. It's not like we don't have a chance at all. Chapter 3052. Placing all their hopes on the enemy. This was a hopeless choice, but they had no other choice now. Fine had been following their crimson, maintaining a distance that wasn't too close or too far away. Actually, you found this place long ago, right? Carrie asked. That's right. You found this place because we intentionally left clues. In other words, you can't deal with that big demon? Huh. It's just a strategic requirement. There's no need to pay such a high price. In other words, you can't actually pay any price to revive that so-called god. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lured us here. No, it's just getting the most benefits with the least price. That's all. Suddenly, everyone stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a courtyard. It was a huge patio. From bottom to top, there was a huge black tree. It could reach 100 meters tall. Black threads hung from the tree's branches. There were even magical bees hanging from the threads. Emerald liquid demon. Without a doubt, this was the big demon they had to deal with. They couldn't win. Even if it didn't move, they still couldn't win. Just this terrifying aura alone was enough to make their hairs stand on end. Xiaohe and Jia Liwen exchanged glances. Both of them had grave expressions on their faces. If it was just the aura, it wouldn't make them lose their ability to fight. Chun Zhao's training wasn't just for them to fight against powerful enemies. One of them was that when facing enemies that they couldn't fight against, they wouldn't surrender without putting up a fight. At least they would have the ability to escape. The training was simple. It was when they talked bad about Chun Zhao behind his back. Chun Zhao would always appear at the wrong time. Compared to Chun Zhao's aura that could crush their bones, the towering black tree before them was terrifying. But it didn't suffocate them or make them feel helpless and hopeless. After they got used to Chun Zhao's aura, there didn't seem to be any enemy that could make them give up just because of his aura. Of course, they still had a basic sense of judgment. Without a doubt, this tree demon was also at a level they couldn't fight against. This aura wasn't something a disaster-level demon could compare to. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew from the heavenly well. The various magical beasts hanging on the branches swayed in the wind. Bong! A black thread with a magical beast hanging on it snapped. The 6-meter-long magical beast fell, but it didn't hit the ground. Instead, it floated up again. Roar! The demonic beast's eyes were filled with darkness. How troublesome. A corrupted demonic beast is already so strong. This great Yao's strength is truly terrifying. Let me do it, Xiaohe said. This guy won't be easy to deal with, Carrie said with a frown. But Xiaohe's reaction surprised Jia Liwen. Usually, no matter who the enemy was, Xiaohe would not stand out. It didn't matter if they were weak, but they had a clear division of labor against strong enemies. But this time, the dark magical beast Xiao he was facing chose to take the initiative. Xiaohe's hands glowed with dark red light. Xiaohe turned around and glanced at Carrie, revealing a trace of confidence. The dark aura around the magical beast suddenly fluctuated, and it instantly swooped down toward Xiaohe from midair. Jia Liwen's expression changed. So fast. This magical beast's speed was almost on par with the fastest enemies they had faced in the past. Xiaohe's figure shifted slightly, and she extended 2 fingers, forming a hook. Jia Liwen noticed Xiaohe's actions. What was she going to do? Fight with a magical beast? Xiaohe wasn't a strengthening type, and that magical beast didn't seem to be something that a strengthening type could deal with. Xiaohe dodged the magical beast's charge by a hair's breadth. Her 2 fingers dug into the magical beast's skin. Rip! The magical beast's skin was almost torn open by Xiaohe's 2 fingers. Black blood gushed out. In addition, a wisp of black energy was sucked into Xiaohe's palm. No one dared to believe that such a powerful magical beast had been dealt with by Xiaohe with just 2 fingers. Everyone was somewhat excited, but Jia Liwen frowned. Xiao He turned around and smiled. It's fine. My clan's secret technique just so happens to be able to restrain these things. Leave the remaining dark magical beasts to me. Jia Liwen could sense that Xiao He seemed to have grown stronger. Strange. She had never seen Xiao He use this technique before. She had narrowly escaped death several times, but Xiao He had never used this technique. Why did she use it this time? And when did her close-range combat become so strong? As they spoke, 3 more magical beasts landed on the tree. Xiao He didn't choose to face them head-on. Instead, she began to move around. Xiao He's movements were very sharp and fast, but her strength was clearly lacking. Even if she used her clan's secret technique, her shortcomings could still be seen. The 3 magical beast attacks didn't even touch her. Xiao He twisted and turned, easily dodging the attacks of the 3 demonic beasts. At the same time, her 2 fingers occasionally scratched the magical beast's body, leaving behind a bloody mark. And with each attack, Xiao He would absorb some of the dark energy. Xiao He, that energy isn't good. You don't want to become one of those black things, Jia Liwen reminded her. Mr. Qin said that power isn't good or evil, and he himself uses dark power. Although Jia Liwen remembered this, she still felt a bit uneasy. Of course, there was no good or evil power that could be completely controlled, but some power would control you before you could completely control it. The 3 magical beasts grew weaker as they fought, while Xiao He grew stronger. But the tree spirit didn't give them too much time. Before the first 3 magical beasts could fall, another magical beast landed. Jia Liwen felt strange. Normally, Xiao He could quickly deal with the 3 magical beasts if she used her power, but she didn't seem to have that intention. What was she trying to do? Jia Liwen analyzed the situation. Suddenly, Jia Liwen noticed Xiao He's movements. The corner of Jia Liwen's mouth curled. She vaguely understood Xiao He's intentions. But the people of the Duke's mansion were all nervous. They were completely useless now, burdens. Not only could they not help, but Jia Liwen had to stand here and protect them. In fact, if they weren't burdens, Jia Liwen and Xiao He could escape on their own. They wouldn't stay here and face an enemy that was almost impossible to defeat. Yes, this towering tree was the kind of enemy that made people despair. Chapter 3053. This kind of battle really is extraordinary. Fane chuckled as he hid to the side. He was quite skilled and could just barely move. However, he could only use 20 to 30% of his abilities. It would be a stretch to say that he could protect himself. At most, he could only dodge a bit at the edges. However, Xiao He's power had truly exceeded his expectations. He had always known that Xiao He was very strong. He hadn't expected her to be this strong, ridiculously strong. Fane retreated a few more steps. Xiao He and the magical beasts seemed to be a bit closer to him. Fane retreated a few more steps. No, she had purposely drawn the battle to his side. Damn it, this woman, Miss Wang, if you drag me in a battle again, I will drag everyone down with me. Fane warned. Xiao He turned her head and glanced at Fane, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. Damn it, did this woman see through me? Fane naturally didn't want to die. He had dreamed of receiving a god's blessing. He didn't want to die here at all. But at this moment, Fane suddenly felt a force coming at him from behind. Fane abruptly turned his head. Nothing? Bang! Nothing at all. No, it was only because he couldn't see anything. Fane's back was sent flying by Yuan Wu. He crashed headfirst into the large black tree. Unknowingly, Fane had been forced to move due to Xiao He's intentional or unintentional movements. He was now quite far from the people of the Duke's mansion and too close to the large black tree. Oh no! Fane hurriedly cast a barrier on himself. These things on his body couldn't clash intensely. As long as one of them leaked out, it would likely cause a chain reaction. While in midair, Fane saw Carrie point at him and make a shooting motion. Bayou! With a cracking sound, Fane's barrier broke. His body crashed into the trunk of the large black tree. In that instant, the bottles and jars on his body shattered. These bottles and jars were filled with extremely dangerous magic potions or terrifying magic. When they collided with each other, a terrifying, chaotic magic was produced. When they collided, they didn't cancel each other out, but instead created something even more terrifying. A multicolored sphere instantly engulfed Fane. At the same time, the sphere crashed into the trunk of the large black tree. A circular hole was blasted through the main tree trunk. Black blood oozed from the hole in the tree. Clearly, Xiao He and Carrie's cooperation had worked. Everyone in the Duke's mansion looked at Xiao He and Carrie in disbelief. They were actually able to turn the tables in such an extremely disadvantageous situation. Not only did they eliminate the traitors, but they also helped them get rid of the threat of the traitors. He even schemed against a large black tree. This was simply an inconceivable reversal. Everyone in the Duke's mansion admired Xiao He and Carrie from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, they were on their side. It was a hopeless thing to be enemies with them, although the overall situation did not improve much. However, the people of the Duke's mansion were filled with confidence for the future. He could win. If it was them, they would definitely win. But at this time, even more magical beasts fell from the treetops. At the same time, Xiao He suddenly showed her prowess and instantly killed the 4 demonic beasts that were attacking her. The dark energy of the magical beast was absorbed by Xiao He again. Xiao He's aura became stronger again. Xiao He. Jollywen looked at Xiao He worriedly. "I know what I'm doing," Xiao He replied. Seeing the attacking magical beasts, Xiao He's movements became even faster. Every movement she made exuded a cryptic darkness. 1, 2, 3, 4, one after another, the dark magical beasts fell in front of Xiao He. Xiao He was almost swallowed by the darkness. After dealing with more than 30 magical beasts, Xiao He began to pant. Her strength had increased, but her stamina could not be restored. She was very tired, but she knew that now was not the time for her to rest. Jollywen was about to step forward to help Xiao He, but she turned around and looked at the people of the Duke's mansion. Codelis looked at Jollywen with a solemn gaze. "Miss Jollywen, we could take care of ourselves. Although we cannot share your burden, at least we do not wish to become your burden." Jollywen thought for a moment, then nodded. "Be careful. Go behind that magical beast corpse. Although it is dead, its body is still extremely resistant. It can help you block most of the shockwaves." Jollywen walked forward step by step. "You Wu, I need more power. I've accumulated a lot of power these days. You can have as much as you want. Don't brag. You don't even dare to fart before that bastard. Don't call that bastard. He is your master. I've never admitted it." Jollywen was not stupid. Perhaps her reaction was a little slow, but it did not mean that she could not understand. Those actions seemed to be torturing her, but they were actually making her grow. She did not understand why Chun Zhao had chosen her. But when Chun Zhao was training her, he didn't let her really suffer irreparable damage. He had been silently protecting her. "Don't explode." Yuwu rammed into Jollywen's back, causing her to stumble forward. Yuwu had already merged into Jollywen's body. Every time Yuwu devoured a magical beast or evil spirit, he would accumulate magic power. If he devoured the same kind from the beast's steel, he would recover some of his power. Over the past few days, he had devoured more than 10 of his kind. As for magical beasts and evil spirits, he had devoured countless more. Jollywen's growth was also worthy of celebration. Every time she became stronger, she could bear more of his power. At the same time, she could unleash more of his power. Of course, even though Jollywen was very strong now, she still could not completely bear Yuwu's power. Yuwu still needed to control the power he sent to Jollywen. Jollywen thought of the power she had felt when she had merged with Yuwu, but this time it was even more intense. She also understood the coldness of this power. Green silk. Jollywen shot out 5 green magic threads from her fingers and touched a dark magical beast. The dark magical beast immediately attacked Jollywen. Demon Seal. Jollywen's spell followed the green magic threads. The dark magical beast was sent flying as if it had been hit by a hammer. "Come here." Jollywen retracted her magic threads. The dark magical beast's soul was extracted and turned into her puppet. "Go." So strong. Not only is Miss Wang strong, but Miss Jia Liwen is also strong. Everyone's eyes were filled with stars. Chapter 3054. 5 strands of magic power shot out of Carrie's left hand, instantly killing a magical beast. Then, she extracted the beast's soul and controlled it to fight for her. Of course, it looked easy, but in reality, each of Carrie's attacks used 10 times her previous magic power. Also, using the magic power strands to control the beast's soul was very strenuous. But she had to admit that the power Carrie displayed was beyond her level. Not just her, Xiaohe was also beyond her level. Xiaohe glanced at Carrie. "Carrie, leave this to me. Don't accept too much of Yu Wu's power." Xiaohe knew the relationship between Carrie and Yu Wu. Carrie could borrow power from Yu Wu, although she and Yu Wu had a master-servant relationship, but they were still 2 individuals. Yu Wu's power would place a great burden on Carrie. Carrie had once used this power that surpassed her own level. Xiaohe remembered it clearly. "Aren't you the same?" Carrie said. She did not know what Xiaohe's family secret technique represented, but Xiaohe had never used it before. This meant that this family secret technique definitely had some restrictions, or perhaps there was a price to pay. So, the more powerful Xiaohe appeared, the more worried Carrie became. At this moment, the magical beast hanging on the tree began to shrivel and shrink. The black tree began to absorb the magical beast's life essence. The ground began to shake violently. Slowly, the black tree began to shrink. It began to transform into a human form. When he completely turned into a human, everyone was a little distracted. This was the appearance of a young girl. She was completely naked and covered in wounds. She was also bound by chains. The girl looked at them with tears in her eyes. But at this moment, Xiaohe made a grabbing motion towards the girl transformed from the black tree. A red flying claw shot towards the girl. The girl raised her arm, which suddenly transformed into a tree root to scatter Xiaohe's attack. Don't use this appearance to deceive us. Grandmother liquid demons can transform into anything, so this girl form is not your true form. Only those chains on your body are real. Everything else is fake, and this girl form will only make you die faster, Xiaohe said calmly. A film of this level was meaningless to Xiaohe and Carrie. Many of the enemies they had faced would transform into pitiful or cute things to gain sympathy. In the beginning, they had indeed suffered greatly, but gradually, they knew how to face such a situation. They had seen many of Grandmother Liquid Monster's transformation techniques. "Xiaohe, you should have let her stay like this for a while. She might think we've been tricked," Carrie complained. Everyone in the Duke's mansion fell silent and felt a little awkward. They had indeed been deceived by the girl's appearance. Other than sighing at Xiaohe and Carrie's calmness and wisdom, they also felt extremely guilty and remorseful. The girl lowered her head, her shoulders rising and falling slightly. "Hee, I thought we could play for a while. Why did you have to expose me so quickly?" "I'm afraid our conversation won't be pleasant," Xiaohe said coldly. At this time, the black gas around Xiaohe began to turn red. The girl raised her head and looked at the changes in Xiaohe's body in surprise. She didn't like Xiaohe's aura. She hated it very much, as if she was facing her natural enemy. However, Xiaohe was still too weak. She was not strong enough to become a natural enemy. Carrie took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The young girl then looked at Carrie. She had the same loathsome aura. Damn it, 2 of them appeared at the same time. If the 2 of them grew to a certain height, they would appear in front of her again. She was really going to have a headache. Fortunately, they were still very young. "All right, I can only communicate with your corpses." The young girl waved her arms and transformed into 2 huge roots that stabbed towards Xiaohe and Carrie. The red gas in Xiaohe's hands turned into claws and turned into knives. In a flash, she slashed more than a dozen times. Hiss that in an instant, the tree roots at the girl's arms had transformed into her cut into pieces. Jollywen stood behind Xiaohe and pushed her arms up with all her might. Hundreds of strands of magic power shot out from Carrie's palms. After the green thread of magic power shot more than 10 meters into the air, it suddenly fell down. They shot towards the girl in a densely packed manner. The girl easily dodged this seemingly unavoidable attack. The densely packed strands of magic power were actually unable to hit the girl in the slightest. "Edie, can you be a little more accurate?" The girl mocked. The faces of everyone in the Duke's mansion changed. This girl transformed from a black tree was too powerful. That kind of dodging that only existed in theory had actually appeared in front of them. Even though it was just dodging, it still gave them a feeling of suffocation. But Jolly Wen remained calm. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed. She realized Jolly Wen's goal. Jolly Wen's attack was fake. No, more accurately speaking, attacking wasn't her main goal. If she hit herself, that would be the best result. But her attack was more of a feint. She was setting up a formation. At this moment, the girl was surrounded by crisscrossing strands of magic power. These strands were like a spider's web, sealing off her path of retreat. Of course, she could easily avoid these strands. But these strands of magic power stopped some of her attacks. At the same time, if the opponent attacked, it would also affect her path of retreat. The girl reached out to touch the strands of magic power. They were very sturdy. If it was just one strand, it wouldn't be a big problem. But the problem was that this place was filled with strands of magic power. They were like an elusive sharp blade. If you were not careful, you would not be able to penetrate it. If one accidentally passed through them, they would very likely cut off a limb. The people of the Duke's mansion were dumbfounded. What kind of battle was this? It was even more exciting than the climax of a battle in a movie. Just then, the girl's body began to turn black. Her skin seemed to turn into obsidian. The girl waved her hand, and the strands of magic power were torn apart. The girl revealed a pleased expression. "Looks like your ultimate move isn't working." Jolly Wen also smiled. "You're mistaken. This isn't an ultimate move. It's a normal move with no cooldown." As she spoke, Jolly Wen used the same trick again, covering herself with even more strands of magic power. The girl frowned and waved her black arms again, tearing apart the strands. "No matter how many come, it's useless." Jolly Wen ignored the girl and used the same move a third time. The girl didn't change. She tore off as many strands as Jolly Wen used. "I told you it's useless. You're wasting magic power." As soon as the girl finished speaking, countless strands of magic power extended from her arms. The strands stretched out her arms. "Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said." Jolly Wen smiled as if her plan had succeeded. Chapter 3055. Codelus, how did Miss Carrie do it? Codladlos glanced at Carrie, then at the young girl. After pondering for a while, he said, "The threads condensed from magic power seem to have been torn apart by that fellow. But in reality, they are made of magic power. Even if they are torn apart, they won't disappear easily. It should be the magic power that remains in that fellow's arms." Miss Carrie has been using the same move all this time, allowing her to be contaminated with enough magic power. Then, she will use her trump card. The magic power will be drawn by Miss Carrie in an instant, forming new threads. That fellow may be able to tear apart dozens or even hundreds of threads, but she has a limit. Codelus had only understood Carrie's arrangements and trump card after analyzing the situation. However, Carrie had thought about it in the midst of battle and made her decision in an instant. In Codelus' eyes, Carrie was a master strategist. If only she was a member of the Duke's mansion. She could lead us to become the greatest supernatural organization in the world, Codelus sighed. Xiaohe had also prepared her ultimate move, the red blades in her palms becoming sharper. Whoosh! Xiaohe suddenly dashed forward. Slash! Xiaohe's blades landed on the girl's shoulders and slashed downwards, from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. The girl's upper body slowly slid down with a shocked expression. Black blood gushed out from the lower half of her body. Did she win? Did she win? What an epic victory! Everyone in the Duke's mansion was generous with their praise. However, Carrie and Xiaohe did not look happy at all. They knew that they were not facing an ordinary enemy. With their strength, they could barely fight against a calamity-grade enemy. Just fighting meant that they could barely survive, not win. However, the enemy in front of them was not a calamity-grade enemy. She was an existence even more terrifying than a calamity-grade enemy. How could they be defeated so easily? Moreover, they were killed. Hence, the two did not feel any joy of victory. Slowly, the lower half of the girl's body began to change shape. How is this possible? Her head was cut off, but she still didn't die? Damn it! How can we kill this monster? After changing its form, the mother liquid demon turned into a combination of a human and a snake. Her back was covered with black tree roots, and her face still resembled that of the young girl from before. The grandmother liquid monster looked down at Jia Liwen and Xiao He. He, are you disappointed? Xiao He and Carrie were silent. Disappointed? Of course he was disappointed. But this result was also expected. They were already mentally prepared for this. If this guy was really that easy to deal with, there was no need for them to flip the table and unleash their ultimate move. All of you worked so hard just to cut off one of my branches. Everyone had probably noticed that the upper body that Jia Liwen and Xiao He had cut off had turned into a black tree branch. At this moment, everyone in the Duke's mansion felt a chill in their hearts. Then I'll cut off all your branches, Xiao He said calmly. Even though their chances of victory were slim, they still remained calm. Of course they are afraid. They can be timid. But cowardice was meaningless in battle. Jia Liwen panted slightly and looked at Xiao He. Can you continue? I can chop enough firewood to warm the furnace for 3 years. I don't know if she can provide enough firewood to warm the furnace for 3 years. Xiao He put her palms together, and the 2 red knives turned into a huge zamadeo. The red zamadeo was even longer than Xiao He. Xiao He was a petite girl, but when she held the zamadeo in her hand, she looked valiant and heroic. Jia Liwen lowered her body and put her palms on the ground. Break! Jia Liwen shouted. In an instant, the ground in front of her was cut into dozens of square cubes. Similarly, the grandmother liquid demon's snake-shaped lower body was also cut into cubes. Xiao He took the opportunity to rush forward, and the knife in her hand fell. The huge red zamadeo danced. The grandmother liquid demon was beheaded by Xiao He again. Everyone once again went from heaven to hell, and from hell to heaven again. The grandmother liquid demon was very strong. That was obvious to all. But Jia Liwen and Xiao He refreshed their understanding again and again. How did Miss Jia Liwen do that? It should have something to do with her inheritance. Her powers seeped into the ground, and then she instantly released magic to cut the ground and the enemy, Cranlisi said. Because Jia Liwen's attack was hidden underground, she did not know the specific situation. But the headless grandmother liquid demon instantly shot out dozens of tree thorns from its body, heading straight for Xiao He and Jia Liwen. The red zamadeo in Xiao He's hand spun quickly, cutting off the tree thorns coming at her. But Jia Liwen's reaction was still half a beat too slow. She was not a strengthening type, and she had just finished her training. Several tree thorns instantly pierced Jia Liwen's body. Everyone cried out in surprise. They did not expect the grandmother liquid demon to be so cunning. Yes, Jia Liwen and Xiao He's plan was wise, while the grandmother liquid demon's was cunning. Seeing that Jia Liwen was injured, Xiao He immediately rushed forward a few steps and cut off the tree thorns. She did not turn back to ask Jia Liwen about her injuries. Even without looking, she knew that Jia Liwen's injuries were not light. But Xiao He knew that now was not the time to stop. Once they stopped, they would face an even worse situation. She needed to prevent the grandmother liquid demon from attacking Jia Liwen again. Xiao He roared and directly cut the headless body of the grandmother liquid demon in half. But in the middle of the two halves, the black liquid immediately began to connect. It seemed that the attack in half could not kill it. The zamadeo in Xiao He's hand turned into a mace. Xiao He used the mace like a storm to beat the grandmother liquid demon. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. But after the flesh and blood left the body, it turned into tree bark and wood chips. The mace in Xiao He's hand changed again, turning into 2 red tasseled spears. When the spear tip touched the grandmother liquid demon's body, a small explosion occurred. Xiao He was going all out now. She knew that these attacks were not fatal to the grandmother liquid demon, but she needed to use all her strength to make the grandmother liquid demon busy repairing its body, and unable to continue attacking. Kodals and the others hurriedly dragged Jia Liwen back into the crowd. Fick, heal Miss Jia Liwen. But before Fick could heal Jia Liwen, her body began to rapidly heal. Fick, it's not me, it's Miss Jia Liwen's body. Her magic power seems to have increased again. Xiaoyi's cheeks were covered with bulging veins, and her eyes were crimson. Her attacks were like quicksilver spilling onto the ground. It was indeed a huge problem for the grandmother, Liquid Demon. But everyone knew that if Xiaoyi's attacks could not harm the grandmother, Liquid Demon, then her attacks would be meaningless. Chapter 3056. Suddenly, a thorn shot out from the grandmother, Liquid Demon's body, piercing through Xiaoyi, who was fully focused on the attack. The huge impact sent Xiaoyi to the stone wall. Xiaoyi spat out a mouthful of blood. But the next moment, Xiaoyi cut off the connecting thorn and stood up again. At this moment, Xiaoyi was already covered in blood. But she didn't hesitate. This made everyone in the Duke's mansion feel ashamed. They couldn't even fight. They couldn't even help a little. The weapon in Xiaoyi's hand changed again. This time, it became a red chain whip. The red gas was like a burning flame. The chain whip in Xiaoyi's hand was ever-changing. Xiaoyi also danced with the wind like she was dancing. The scene was so beautiful. But everyone in the Duke's mansion knew how terrifying Xiaoyi's beautiful dance was. Occasionally, the whip would fall on the stone wall, and a large part of the stone wall would crack. If it was on a person or a spiritual body, it could probably kill a lot of them with one blow. But the attack on the grandmother, Liquid Demon, was much less effective. But the specialty of the chain whip was not attack power. It was attack frequency. If compared to the previous weapons, it was much more powerful. The power of a single attack might be a little weaker. However, the number of attacks within 10 seconds was something that other weapons couldn't compare to. Xiaoyi was trying her best to suppress the self-healing of the grandmother, Liquid Demon. But the self-healing speed was still faster than the damage caused by Xiaoyi. At this time, the grandmother, Liquid Demon, had grown a new head. Maybe for the grandmother, Liquid Demon, the head was not a necessity. Maybe it just grew a head to talk, or to mock Xiaoyi. All your efforts are just making yourself more tired and making your meat more delicious, the grandmother, Liquid Demon, said mockingly. At this moment, the grandmother, Liquid Demon, looked at the entrance. More snacks. As soon as the voice fell, many people came in from the entrance. Xiaoyi noticed that these people were wearing the same uniform of the new era. The grandmother, Liquid Demon, immediately attacked these people. Dozens of tree thorns shot out and pulled back dozens of people. Everyone in the Duke's mansion gasped. They saw how Xiaoyi avoided these tree thorns and how she cut them. Although it was thrilling, Xiaoyi had only been hit once throughout the journey. They still felt that there were just a lot of tree thorns. But now that he saw this scene, he realized how naive he was. Almost all of the tree thorns hit their target. The Mother Liquid monster's first wave of attack against New Era ended with a 100% hit rate. However, a few dozen people was only a small portion of the New Era. Xiaoyi slowed down and carefully withdrew from the center of the battlefield. She did not want to be taken advantage of by the people of the New Era. Grandmother Liquid Demon couldn't move. So far, her attacks had been rather crude, and she hadn't used any spells. But the New Era's people didn't attack immediately. Those people were picking up the body parts of the maternal Liquid Demon that Xiaoyi and Jia Liwen had killed. At the very back of the crowd was a container. The container was not small and could probably hold a person. The outer shell was made of metal, and there were many cryptic symbols engraved on it. After they picked up the tissues, they squeezed out the blood from the tissues and dripped it onto the container. Xiaoyi's face changed. Was this maternal Liquid Demon the ancient special bloodline? What they actually wanted was the blood of the maternal Liquid Demon. Damn it, why didn't she think of this? At this time, Jia Liwen had recovered a little and stood up again. She also noticed the situation of the New Era. Jia Liwen's eyes kept wandering around the New Era crowd. She was searching. He was looking for Bjorn. At this time, a man in a red robe with drawings on his face waved his hand. A person was tied to a stretcher and pushed in. When Jia Liwen and Xiaoyi saw that person, their faces changed. Because that person was none other than Bian. It was the purpose of their trip. Bayan, Jolly Wen, and Xiao He immediately moved. But the people of the new era had been paying attention to Xiao He and Jolly Wen. From all the information they had obtained, they already knew how terrifying Xiao He and Jolly Wen were. Moreover, they had come here once before. That time, they brought no fewer people than this time, but not even a hair of the maternal liquid demon was harmed. Instead, they lost 90% of their people and fled the ruins in a sorry state. But this time, Xiao He and Jolly Wen could actually barely suppress the maternal liquid demon. Moreover, they had caused some damage to his body. This was enough to prove how terrifying Xiao He and Jolly Wen were. Thus, after they entered the ruins, they had been on guard against the two of them. As expected, the two of them directly charged over. The new era members in the front row immediately got into formation and aimed their guns at Xiao He and Jolly Wen. Fuck! Jolly Wen cursed. She could only temporarily retreat and activate her shield. Boom, 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 da-da-da. Without any hesitation, they fired. Xiao He and Jolly Wen couldn't withstand so many guns. Miss Wang, Miss Jolly Wen, come quickly. The people of the Duke's mansion also activated their shields. They had many people, and their magic shields supported each other. The effect was much better than Xiao He and Jolly Wen's. The new era's formation didn't stop, but their plan didn't stop either. In the crowd, Bayan was pushed in front of the container. Then, 2 syringes pierced his main artery. Jolly Wen had the urge to rush out of the shield, but Xiao He held her back tightly. Bayan also looked in Jolly Wen's direction. They were drawing his blood. At this moment, Jolly Wen and Xiao He suddenly understood. Why did they keep bringing Bayan along and give him a high position? Because he was also a part of the resurrection plan. They wanted his bloodline. The light in Bayan's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. Jolly Wen's face was ashen. The moment the enemy's guns stopped, Jolly Wen charged out. Xiao He followed closely behind. At this moment, Jolly Wen's body and face were covered in Dao patterns. She had completely accepted the power that came from Yuan Wu. More accurately, she had forced Yuan Wu to transfer all of his power to her. Jolly Wen swept out like a gale. 2 fusion bodies charged out, but in just a single exchange. The 2 fusion bodies were destroyed by Jolly Wen. Jolly Wen didn't stop. She slapped her palms several meters away, and a green light shot out. It directly hit the container. Xiao He charged in front of Bayan and tore the rope binding him. She grabbed him and retreated. Jolly Wen immediately took his place and faced the dozen new era members who were about to raise their guns again. Jolly Wen's palms suddenly shot out dozens of magic power threads. In an instant, the dozen new era members were entangled by the magic power threads. Jolly Wen pulled forcefully. The dozen people fell to the ground with a thud. Their souls had already left their bodies. Chapter 3057. But more people came to fill in the gaps. They didn't care about the deaths of their companions. It was as if the ones who died were unrelated, and those who filled in the gaps were also unafraid of death. They were the true protectors of the evil cultists. Of course, although their faith was firm, it wasn't a good thing. Carrie clenched her teeth. The souls of these evil cultists were even harder to control than the souls of magical beasts. Their depravity had seeped deep into their bones. If you don't want to cooperate, then disappear forever. Carrie instantly controlled the dozen souls to explode on the spot. Creak! At this time, the container surrounded by the evil cultists suddenly emitted a sharp sound. It sounded like a rusty screw being unscrewed. The runes engraved on the container evaporated one by one. Then, the container was pushed away. A woman stood up. She was beautiful, but her skin was completely gray, and she looked lifeless. The woman's expression was also very unnatural. She opened her mouth, tilted her head, and twisted her neck constantly. Gradually, another arm grew out of the woman's back. It was bigger than half of her body. Hungry, the woman uttered a single word. Then the arm grabbed the evil cultist in front of her. Ah, sect leader, save me, save me. The cultist did not seem to be resolute enough to sacrifice himself for the god he worshipped. But their god clearly didn't care about their faith. What she cared about was blood. The arm behind the woman grabbed the evil cultist and lifted him above her head. Ah! The evil cultist screamed. Then blood was squeezed out of his body. Blood dripped onto the woman's head. The woman opened her mouth and gulped down the blood. Everyone present felt a little nauseous. They had all seen some things that ate people, but they had never seen anyone eat people in this way. She casually threw away the corpse that had been drained of blood, but she had just eaten his blood, so she showed a look of disgust. The woman looked around. Then her gaze fell on the maternal liquid demon. The demon cursed inwardly. This woman gave him a very, very bad feeling. But he couldn't escape. As soon as he took a step back, the chains bound him. The woman's arm grew larger and longer, grabbing at the demon. The demon immediately transformed into his true form. However, when he was halfway to his original form, the huge hand had seized him. "Let go!" Grandmother Liquid Demon roared. However, that woman was clearly not the type to listen to orders. Bong! The chains on the Mother Liquid Demon's body broke one by one. That woman actually destroyed the seal of the maternal liquid monster. However, the Mother Liquid Demon broke free from the shackles of the seal. But he couldn't get rid of that woman's hand. This time, the woman didn't drain the Mother Liquid Demon dry. A mouth appeared on her palm, and she began to stuff the Mother Liquid Demon into it. The Grandmother Liquid monster wailed and struggled. That voice incited everyone present. The Mother Liquid Demon was unwilling to be devoured just like that. However, that woman's strength was indeed not something she could contend against. However, her seal had been lifted. She could no longer use spells. The maternal liquid monster suddenly spat out a mouthful of black water. Immediately after, the Mother Liquid Demon also lost its vitality. However, the puddle of black water on the ground converged and turned back into a human form. Obviously, she was the maternal liquid demon. This method of severing one's arm to survive caused her to lose 90% of her cultivation and magic power. The woman who devoured most of the Grandmother Liquid Demon's cultivation began to have more aura. Behind her, a gray magic formation opened up. The magic formation was very complicated, with various known and unknown religious symbols. Great God! The red-robed religious leader knelt on the ground in excitement. The other cultists also knelt and worshipped. The Grandmother Liquid Demon glanced at the cultists. There was no hope there. She then turned to look at the people of the Duke's mansion. Of course, her attention was still on Carrie and Xiaohe. "Listen, we must work together now, or else all of us will die." "You're no different from her," Xiaohe said coldly. "You're all cannibals. What right do you have to ask us to work together?" "I'm not the same as her. She's a resurrected god's corpse. Other than eating, this thing can't communicate at all. At least I can joke around with you." "Didn't she resurrect?" "A dead god is dead. How can there be resurrection? As a dead god, her divinity and power have all been lost, and her soul has also dissipated. Right now, she's just a powerful corpse. She needs to fill the emptiness of the dead, so she needs to keep eating, but the dead can't keep the nutrients. They can only be turned into power or lost." As soon as the Grandmother Liquid Demon finished speaking, a scream came from the cultists. Their god had started to act against her believers. "God, they're all your people," the red-robed religious leader shouted. The god glanced at the red-robed religious leader and smiled, a cold smile. "This is the result of waking me up." It seemed that even though her soul was gone, she still retained a trace of consciousness. The people of the Duke's mansion felt a chill. The Grandmother Liquid Demon was already so powerful that no one could resist. But she was still pressed to the ground by the resurrected god, almost swallowed whole. Could anyone really stop that god? Carrie and Xiaohe glanced at each other. They were both helpless. The Grandmother Liquid Demon wasn't a good thing, but the resurrected god felt even worse. "Do you want to cooperate?" Carrie asked in a low voice. "We can cooperate," Xiaohe replied. "She's not as much of a threat as before." Carrie nodded. At that moment, the Grandmother Liquid monster felt 10 times weaker than before. But they weren't happy about it at all. After all, the resurrected god was a greater threat to them. The cultists were already covered in blood. Some tried to flee to the Duke's mansion for protection, but they couldn't escape the resurrected god's hunt. Gray figures emerged from the gray magic circle and dragged the cultists into the magic circle. Screams rose and fell. The scene would definitely give people nightmares. We can't win, right? Xiaoyi shrugged and said helplessly, definitely not. We're too weak. Although they didn't plan to surrender. However, they also knew that there was not much point in resisting. The people of the Duke's mansion felt a chill in their hearts. This was the first time they'd heard Xiao, He, and Carrie speak in such despair. We'll stall her, Carrie said. You guys take the chance to escape. Just then, another person entered the entrance. Which one of you is Miss Carrie? You have an expiring contract that requires your signature. Chapter 3058. By now, the resurrected god had mostly killed the cultists. Seeing the person at the entrance, he charged toward him without hesitation. Then, the person stretched out a finger and flicked the forehead of the resurrected god. Bang! Instantly, the resurrected god was sent flying. His body smashed into the stone wall. The patio was hundreds of meters tall and had a diameter of hundreds of meters. Half of the stone wall was covered in cracks. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the person in shock. The person walked up to Xiao, He, and Carrie. Everyone in the Duke's residence was pale with fright. They'd seen how terrifying the resurrected god was. He could kill the grandmother liquid demon instantly. But the person had only used one finger. One finger. Did Xiao, He, and Carrie have a chance of winning against this person? Impossible. Didn't he see that the two of them were too scared to move? The person raised his hand and slapped Xiao He's head. Xiao He fell to the ground. Miss Wang, everyone in the Duke's residence was about to charge over. The person turned his head and glanced at them. Scram. Pooh. More than 30 people spat out blood at the same time and lay on the ground. Holding the contract, Chun Zhao placed it in front of Carrie. See if there's a problem. If there's no problem, sign it. Mr. Chun, we're only a few hours late, and this contract seems even worse than what we agreed on. Carrie didn't want to sign because the contract stated that she had to listen to any of Chun Zhao's orders for 10 years. She had to kill 10 disaster-level magical beasts or evil spirits, or even a god-level magical beast for Chun Zhao. She didn't even need to look at the extra conditions. It was impossible. Now, she had to see if she could bargain with Chun Zhao. Moreover, Chun Zhao was fiercer than she'd imagined. The resurrected god was sent flying with a flick of Chun Zhao's finger. Forget it. Since you don't want to sign it, I won't force you. Chun Zhao burned the contract in his hand. Then he replaced it with another contract. Carrie thought that Chun Zhao had changed his mind. But when she looked at the contract, it was 10 times more stringent than the previous one. Mr. Chun, did you take the wrong one? That's right, Chun Zhao said indifferently. He glanced at Bjorn on the ground. This guy is your adoptive father? He looks like he's about to die. I should be the only one who can save him, but it doesn't matter. You guys are going to feed that guy soon anyway. At this time, the resurrected god had regained his vitality. But this time, he didn't attack immediately. Clearly, he was wary of Chun Zhao's power. Sign this contract, and all of you will be able to leave safely. If you don't, I can watch you all get eaten by him. Xiao He stood up again. She was already used to Chun Zhao hitting her just now. It wasn't Chun Zhao's first time hitting her anyway. Mr. Chun, I will use my family's treasure to exchange for our safety, Xiao He said. No need, Chun Zhao rejected directly. Actually, Chun Zhao and West already knew what Xiao He had. To be honest, the thing in Xiao He's hand was a good thing. But Chun Zhao could casually take out hundreds of treasures of the same level. He could even take out dozens of things that were even more valuable than the one in Xiao He's hand. It's this contract. If you sign it, we can still have fun. If you don't, I'll visit your graves next year. Mr. Chun, Carrie said with an ugly expression. I've thought about it. The contract just now suits me better. Sorry, that contract was burned. I have another one here. If you're interested, you can sign it. Chun Zhao took out another contract. Carrie saw that it was 100 times more expensive than the first one. Carrie's face darkened. She looked at the people in the Duke's mansion and then at her adoptive father. She really wanted to grit her teeth and say, I won't sign it. But the reality was that she didn't have a second choice. She bit her finger and pressed it on the contract. Are you happy now? Carrie said angrily. Chen Zhao glanced at the resurrected god in the distance. Suddenly, he grabbed the air and the resurrected god was pulled before him. Chen Zhao looked at Xiaohe. Aren't you going to try using your family's treasure? You know about it? Xiaohe looked at Chen Zhao, confused. I investigated it before. It's interesting, but it's also very risky, Chen Zhao said. Actually, the red gas that Xiaohe had used earlier was a secret treasure of the God Refinement sect. It wasn't physical, but a type of gas called spiritual qi. Only by combining the God Refinement sect's techniques and spiritual qi could it be truly effective. Not only could spiritual qi transform into various weapons, but it also had the ability to extract the soul and refine the blood of the enemies it killed. In the past, the God Refinement sect wasn't a proper sect. Killing people and refining blood was real. But in modern times, the God Refinement sect had basically turned over a new leaf. Even if they used animals to cultivate, it was fine. Although the essence qi and blood were less than a human's, if the quantity was large, it wouldn't be much worse than a human's. Plus, it was safer and no one would blame them. But the God Refinement sect was getting worse with each generation. Actually, it was because the God Refinement sect hid the most important thing. This was spiritual qi. This was the true treasure of the God Refinement sect. Enemies hit and killed by the spiritual qi would have their essence qi and blood extracted, directly increasing the user's cultivation. It could be said that this thing was a divine weapon in battle. The more they fought, the stronger they got. Were you afraid? But using spiritual qi had a disadvantage. Instead of refining it, it would directly fuse into one's own essence qi and dermic powers. It was more or less a supernatural version of the Dark North divine art. If one absorbed too much, the various dermic powers would clash with each other, causing chaos in one's mind and dermic powers. For example, just now, Xiaohe had used spiritual qi to extract essence qi from dark demonic beasts several times to refine herself. Her power had increased by leaps and bounds in a short time. But that was basically Xiaohe's upper limit. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem to swallow more. But then, Xiaohe would probably rebel on the spot. Everyone in the Duke's mansion watched as the arrogant god was dragged before Chen Zhao and stepped on. They felt their scalps go numb. Xiaohe didn't dare to extract this thing's essence, qi, and blood. Regardless of whether he was a god or not, he definitely exceeded her limit. Whatever, Huwu, come out. He's your midnight snack. Huwu left Carrie's body, but he didn't have the strength to eat a god. He was just as worried as Xiaohe that he would be stuffed to death. This thing could really stuff him to death. Maybe one drop of blood would do. After all, there was a huge difference in power. One drop of blood was already the limit. Looks like you won't be able to enjoy it. Whatever, I'll take it back and make into medicinal wine. Everyone was speechless. In their eyes, it was something that could be used to make medicinal wine. In Chen Zhao's eyes, it was something to make medicinal wine. Chapter 3059. Chen Zhao picked up Bjorn and poured a perfect demonic crystal potion into his mouth. Carrie walked over to the Duke's mansion and explained the situation to them. Everyone in the Duke's mansion was in disbelief. That guy was Xiaohe and Carrie's teacher? Wasn't that too unbelievable? No, it was the opposite. That was more reasonable. If there wasn't such a terrifying teacher, how could he have taught Carrie and Xiaohe to be so powerful? Now, everyone in the Duke's mansion was a bit jealous. In front of their teacher, the resurrected god was as weak as a child. He was just a bit stricter. When he'd arrived, he'd slap Xiaohe to the ground. He must have felt that Xiaohe and Carrie didn't perform well enough. But they felt that Xiaohe and Carrie had already performed very well. But with such a teacher, it was understandable that they were stricter. Just then, Carrie took out a finger. Chen Zhao had broken it off from the resurrected god. This is for you. Everyone in the Duke's mansion was confused. Miss Carrie, what are you going to do with this? Don't tell me you want us to use it to create those fusion monsters? What are you thinking? This is a very good raw material for magic tools. If you find a powerful alchemist and use this as the basic material, you can create powerful magic tools. Of course, there won't be many of them, but they're very valuable. Xiaohe and I are leaving. We might not have the chance to meet again, so consider this a gift from us. Everyone in the Duke's mansion was dazed. They also realized how precious this god's finger was. But when they remembered that Carrie and Xiao He were about to leave, they couldn't be happy anymore. However, they could understand it. After all, their teacher was so powerful. Xiao He and Carrie, on the other hand, had clearly not reached the heights their teacher had hoped for. So, it was natural that they would be taken away to continue cultivating. Everyone in the Duke's mansion followed Chen Zhao out of the relic. I'm leaving now. You two better not make me come to you again. I'll give you 24 hours. With that, Chen Zhao flew into the air. It was the first time the Duke's mansion had seen someone fly. Everyone's eyes were filled with longing. They were filled with envy and jealousy. In their eyes, Xiao He and Zhao Liwen were experts among experts. As for their teacher who could fly, he was probably an expert among experts. Of course, they didn't know what the levels were, or rather, they weren't very clear about it. Just being able to fly was already shocking enough. How could Carrie and Xiao He dare to delay? In just a few hours, Chen Zhao had Carrie sign a 100-year contract. If it went any further, Chen Zhao might make them slaves for the rest of their lives. Chen Zhao could really do something like that. As for Bayan, Xiao He and Carrie had asked the Duke's mansion to help him get a proper identity in Switzerland. At the same time, they had also left him some money, enough for him to start a small business. The familiar air, what a familiar scenery. Xiao He and Zhao Liwen stood at the exit of the airport. Xiao He held a pot of black flowers in her arms. It had been more than 10 days. Carrie and Xiao He did not know what they were feeling right now. Do you miss this city? Just a little. But more than that, it was fear. After all, there was someone in this city that they feared. That was someone who could kill God. Maybe not a real God, but it was still enough to make their hair stand on end. The grandmother liquid demon was following them now. After being glared at by Chun Zhao yesterday, the granny demon was completely terrified. It was really too scary. Not to mention that she only had 10% of her cultivation left. Even if she was at 100%, she would probably be smashed to pieces by Chun Zhao with one slap. So, she decided to join the enemy and express that she was willing to be Xiao He and Carrie's follower and follow them everywhere. Hey, Mr. Chun, we're back in LA. Go home by yourself. There's a new training plan starting at night. Chun Zhao said briefly and hung up. In fact, before Carrie and Xiao He entered the ruins yesterday, Chen Zhao had already found them through the contract. After all, one of them had been taken care of by West and the other by Li Qing. Nothing could happen to either of them. So, Chun Zhao could only control the situation early. He would act when the two of them really couldn't handle it. Without a doubt, the resurrected god was too much for them now. Even if it wasn't a real god and didn't even have 10% of God's power. Still, it wasn't something they could deal with. Even the grandmother, liquid demon's body, was too much for them. But Carrie and Xiao He's performance was really good. Chen Zhao didn't expect them to be able to fight the grandmother liquid demon so well in the early stages. After returning home, the two rested for a bit. When the sky darkened, their biological clocks woke them up automatically. Glancing at the time, they knew it was almost time. They hurried to fill their stomachs. Chen Zhao knocked on the door. After entering, he glanced at the food on the table. I'll give you 5 minutes to eat your fill, and then get in the car. They were already used to Chen Zhao's simple and direct communication method. After sweeping away the food on the table, they hurried into Chen Zhao's car. Mr. Chen, this is the way to the Supernatural Organization's headquarters, right? Xiao He had been there before. Carrie hadn't, but she knew that Chen Zhao was the president of the Supernatural Organization. After all, she'd thrown herself into the psionic team's embrace with her head. Chen Zhao had almost slapped her to death. But after these days of growth, her horizons and experience had improved a lot. She felt that her initial choice had been extremely stupid. After arriving at the headquarters, Chen Zhao brought Carrie and Xiao He into the Tower of Trials. Press your palms on the door, both of you. Your mission is to stay inside for 10 minutes. The two stared at the tall tower before them. What was this tower? Was there something inside? Was there some evil spirit or magical beast locked inside? Before they could figure it out, they were suddenly teleported into the Tower of Trials. Chen Zhao stood before the tower and counted the time on his stopwatch. In less than 5 minutes, Two white lights flashed before him, and the two fell to the ground. Ah, ah. The two were still immersed in the fear of death. I'm not dead, Carrie asked. What's going on? Xiaohe's expression was also one of bewilderment. Less than 10 minutes. How disappointing. Chen Zhao shook his head. Chapter 3060. Both of their faces were pale. At that moment, they thought that they were really going to die in there. Unexpectedly, they were back here in the blink of an eye. Mr. Chen, what exactly happened just now? You can think of the experience as a high-level illusion. In fact, everything in the Tower of Trials was real. It wasn't much different from the trial grounds that Chen Zhao had created. However, there was still a fundamental difference between the two. It was a difference in the rules. If the trial grounds that Chen Zhao had created died, they would really die. This was because the trial grounds that Chen Zhao had created relied on the rules of the current world. Everything in the Tower of Trials had different rules. For example, life and death weren't so obvious in the Tower of Trials. The rules were power that even Chen Zhao couldn't fathom right now. For example, Blackie controlled the power of life and death, but even he couldn't not die or revive. In the Tower of Trials, the boundaries between life and death weren't so clear. As the creator of the Tower of Trials, the handsome guy, perhaps he truly controlled life and death. Perhaps he wasn't truly unkillable. However, the method to kill him was definitely not something that Chen Zhao could imagine, because his power was already unimaginable and unbelievable. Can we experience the illusion again? Carrie looked at Chen Zhao expectantly. She and Xiaohe obviously knew what the Tower of Trials meant. Next week, Chen Zhao said, you only have one chance per week. Both of them were somewhat disappointed, but people who entered the Tower of Trials for the first time all felt the same. Not everyone liked to enter the Tower of Trials. After all, in the Tower of Trials, all the senses were real. The pain was real too. However, once a week was a bit long for Xiaohe and Jialiwen. 1/16 of the Supernatural Youth Fighting Tournament had already passed. After the previous round of eliminations, the remaining contestants were basically all outstanding. They were all well-rounded. Disser and Sylvia had successfully advanced in the previous round. However, they hadn't teamed up in the previous round. Instead, they'd competed separately. Therefore, it was very difficult for them. It wasn't an absolute conclusion before the competition. However, it was very likely that they'd be eliminated this round. Through Chen Zhao, Carrie, and Xiao, he also found out about the competition. Of course, they couldn't participate even if they wanted to. After all, they were already halfway there, and Carrie and Xiao, he were already 1 or 2 years older than the age limit of 22. However, they still managed to get tickets through Chen Zhao. The venue was a rented stadium. The stadium was closed externally. When the two arrived at the stadium, there were already many spectators gathered there. Some were eliminated in the early stages, while others were people from the supernatural world. There were almost no ordinary people at the scene. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have known that there were so many people in the supernatural world. There were at least 1,000 spectators in the stadium. Although compared to the 10,000 seats, the audience was still relatively sparse. However, this wasn't a normal sport competition. It was a supernatural combat competition. A high platform was erected in the middle of the stadium. West was the referee for today's match. The first round of 16. Contestants 1 and 32 can go on stage now. At West's request, the two contestants entered the arena. Xiaohe, who do you think will win? Carrie looked at the two contestants in the arena. Looking at the two contestants, Xiaohe was silent for a while. Judging from their auras, the one on the left is stronger, while the one on the right seems to practice dark magic. He's more offensive, so the one on the left is stronger in cultivation and has the advantage in attributes. It's hard to say who will win. The two weren't betting. Instead, they were using their own knowledge and judgment to analyze. They would analyze every contestant in each group. After 3 groups, they guessed 2 correctly and 1 incorrectly. Just then, Chen Zhao came and sat beside them. The two immediately became cautious. Before Chen Zhao, they still had that timid and fearful attitude. Chen Zhao didn't care about their attitude. He just watched the competition normally. However, after a while, Chen Zhao found it boring. It couldn't be helped. The level of the competition was too low. It felt like a kindergarten taekwondo competition. That was the concept. What do you think of their skills? Chun Zhao suddenly asked. Carrie and Xiao, he looked at each other. How should they answer? Not bad. It felt like they were lying with their eyes open. Even the two of them could feel that the level of the contestants in the arena was simply too weak. A few of them were almost at the level of the people from the Duke's residence. Some were even worse. It was said that this was the result after 2 or 3 rounds of selection. They really didn't know how messy it was at the beginning. So, Qin Zhao definitely didn't ask this question to let them choose something nice. I feel like I can beat them all if I go down alone. Carrie wasn't talking nonsense. This was a judgment she'd made after evaluating the contestants' abilities. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. She felt that Chun Zhao would cause trouble because of her words. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. After the competition ends, you and Xiao, he can attack the contestants' carriages. Carrie took a deep breath. Indeed, what she feared had come true. Chun Zhao wouldn't let them have a good life. However, given the level of the people in the arena, if there wasn't a sudden change in style, even double the number wouldn't be a threat to her and Xiaohe. What should we do? Xiaohe asked. You can bring all your equipment. After the competition ends, the contestants will gather and return to the hotel. You can attack them on the way. Other than not killing them, you can do whatever you want. Just as Carrie was about to speak, Xiaohe immediately pulled Carrie back. Xiaohe was afraid that Carrie would stubbornly say that they didn't need equipment. But Qin Zhao thought about it and suddenly changed his mind. No, they just finished the competition. They're definitely not in good condition. You'll have too much of an advantage. Xiaohe and Carrie were speechless. They felt like Chun Zhao was having fun, not testing the contestants. How about we go big? Carrie said. We'll use the New Age Church's operation in Switzerland as the script. Huh? What do you think? Give all 16 contestants an identity and play it like a large-scale, real RPG game. As long as each character reaches the goal, they pass the test. Interesting. Chun Zhao chuckled. Any specific ideas? Chapter 3061. AO Deland, there are still 2 days until the next match. Do you want to go out and play? No, I have to train, AO Deland said. The contestants stayed in a suite for 2, Alderman and Manette together. However, their personalities were completely opposite. Manette was casual and good at making friends. AO Deland was more solitary. He didn't interact with anyone other than Manette during the match. Manette usually asked AO Deland to go out and play, but AO Deland always refused. Manette was already used to it. Then I'll go out and play alone. Do you need me to bring you food? No need. AO Deland shook his head. Don't tire yourself out. In that case, goodbye. Manette changed his clothes and went out. Not long after Manette left, AO Deland heard the door open. Why is Manette back so soon? AO Deland frowned. No, it's not Manette's voice. Room service? That's not it either. The organizer had already booked this floor and canceled all room service. AO Deland immediately stood up and took out his magic tool. AO Deland saw 2 women standing outside the door. Who are you? You are AO Deland. I am. Who are you? We are the organizer. You have a mission. Carrie took out a bag and handed it to AO Deland. What mission? Before the next round begins, we will play a little game. Of course, you can also treat this as the next round of the competition. I don't understand. AO Deland was still cautious and didn't open the bag. Simply put, it's an RPG game. Do you understand? All contestants will receive a character. Your mission and character description are in the bag. You can see for yourself. Carrie said, All right, quickly get into character. We still have to make arrangements for the others. Manette also has one. He has one. Carrie nodded. What's his character? Although we don't forbid you from revealing your character, we don't recommend it either. Revealing your character means you might be targeted, especially when you have a special identity. AO Deland didn't ask anything else. After Carrie and Xiaohe left, AO Deland opened the bag. There are 3 cards inside. There are also a few magic tools. Identity card, Hero, 1 set of hero equipment set. Justice will prevail. When the battalion you belong to wins, you will receive +5 points. ID card, Magic Breaker ring. can temporarily take the magic of the target you destroy as your own. You need to eliminate at least 4 magical characters from the opposing faction. When you complete the identity quest, you will receive plus 5 points. Identity card, monitor, lock of truth. Use chains to bind the target of your suspicion. They will not be able to lie. You need to find at least 1 traitor. When you complete the mission, you will receive plus 5 points. Furthermore, the traitor has already seen through your role as a supervisor. The traitor possesses methods that can threaten your life. Please treat this with caution. Just as Aodluin finished looking at the 3 identity cards, the cards were ignited and burned to ashes in an instant. Then, there was a rule manual. Aodluin was a little surprised. This competition could be played like this? At this moment, another sound came from outside the door. Then Manet came back. Manet, why are you back so soon? Manet shook the bag in his hand. You got it too? Aodluin nodded. Aodluin was about to ask about Manet's identity when he suddenly stopped. Look at your identity, right? Aodluin asked. Manet smiled and nodded. I'll go back to my room first. The two were already very familiar with each other and knew each other inside out. But according to the rules of this game, from now on, they might be opponents. At least, before the other's identity was clear. Aodluin also returned to his room with his magic equipment. Aodluin put on a ring with the word Young on it. Instantly, a set of silver armor appeared on Aodluin's body. He looked like a hero from a magical RPG game. Aodluin sucked in a breath of cold air. This set of equipment must have cost a lot. Then, Aodluin tried the Lock of Truth and Magic Breaker Ring. They were both very powerful magic equipment. Aodluin couldn't help but sigh. This supernatural organization was really rich. Just then, Manet knocked on the door. Aodluin opened the door. Manet looked Aodluin up and down. Aodluin also looked Manet up and down. Manet was wearing a different set. It was more like a magic equipment. What's your first identity? Manet asked. My first identity is a hero, Aodluin answered. The first identity was obvious. There was no need to hide it. At least, if one knew a little, they would know each other's identities. The second identity was semi-hidden. If one completed a specific mission, it would be easier to be discovered. The third identity was absolutely hidden. As long as one couldn't completely confirm the other's identity, they couldn't be exposed. Being exposed meant danger or being eliminated. I'm a spellcaster, Manet said. This set of equipment has doubled my elemental magic. That's amazing. My equipment isn't weak either. I can feel my muscles rumbling. Power is flowing into my body endlessly. I'm starting to get excited about this game, Manet said with a smile. Manet, you're smarter. Try and guess what other information isn't written in the rules. Manet thought about it and said, the first identity is a profession. There's nothing much to say. The victory and defeat of the faction represents points. The second identity is a personal mission. I'm guessing that this personal mission is different for everyone. The third and fourth identities are hidden attributes that will give the participants unexpected benefits. Aodluin's heart jumped. Fourth identity? There was a fourth identity? In other words, Manet had 4 identities. Could he be the traitor? Manet glanced at Audrin and chuckled. Looks like something I said caught your attention. Is it the fourth identity I mentioned? So, you're different from me. You have 3 identities? Or 5 people with different identities? I personally think there are 3 identities. Don't tell me your hidden identity. No matter how much you trust me, don't expose yourself. Otherwise, the game will lose its fun. No matter what, please pass this round. Manet waved his hand and continued. The second is the opposing faction. Originally, I guessed that it would be the other contestants, but after thinking about it, it might not be the other contestants. Because of the number of people, there are currently 16 contestants. Unless the 16 contestants are roughly divided into 2 groups, 16 contestants is too few. An 8-on-8 game is very boring. So, I'm more inclined to believe that the opposing faction would be someone other than the contestants. Chapter 3062. Just as Manet and Audrin were discussing and analyzing the situation, a broadcast suddenly rang out, telling them to gather at the designated location within a limited time. Manet and Audrey quickly packed up their things and set off. It would appear that the game was about to begin. If they did not arrive within the limited time, they might be eliminated or have their points deducted. When the two of them arrived at the designated location, someone else had already arrived. The designated location was the lake at the center of the forest where the first trial had started. The remaining participants were no strangers to this place. One after another, the 16 contestants arrived. At that moment, Carrie and Xiaohe arrived as well. Carrie clapped her hands and said, "Everyone, come over here." Everyone gathered in front of Carrie and Xiaohe. All of you should understand the rules this time, right? If there is anything you do not understand, you can raise it now. I have a question. Carrie looked at the participant who had raised the question. Do you have a question? All right, you are now eliminated. You still have a question now? Either you have no brains or you're not serious. Carrie pointed at the participant who had raised the question. The ring on Carrie's finger suddenly flashed with light. The participant was lifted into the air by an invisible force and thrown out of the forest. This scene was not unfamiliar to the participants at all. All right, the small fries are gone. Now, do you have any questions? The remaining 15 participants expressed that they had no questions. What a joke. One person had been eliminated just because of a disagreement. Who would dare to raise a question at a time like this? Since it's a fake RPG plot, there needs to be a main plot. The bad guys want to break the seal of the evil god, and your mission is to stop the evil god's seal from being broken or to reseal the god after the evil god is broken. After saying that, Carrie took out a map and distributed it to everyone. This is the game map. If you leave the range of the map, you will be directly eliminated. The game will end after one side wins. Xiaohe stepped forward and said, "All right, that's the general introduction of the game. Let me remind you that she has provided a lot of information. You can analyze it. Also, the two of us will be the bosses of this game. Other than the evil gods that have yet to be unsealed, we are the highest level. Do you want to try and defeat us here?" Alderman was about to attack when Manitra stopped him and shook his head. "It seems like no one is going to make a move. What a pity. The points you get from defeating us will allow you to advance to the next level even if you lose the faction quest," Carrie said regretfully. "All right, the game officially begins." With that, Carrie and Xiaohe turned around and left. "Let's go," Manet said. Audrey hesitated for a moment before finally following Manet's footsteps. There were also a few people who left in groups of one or two. Of course, there were still a few people left at the scene. Audrey followed Manet. "Manet, why aren't you attacking? No matter how strong those two women are, they shouldn't be able to defeat 16 people. To be precise, 15 people. Also, didn't you see that women send one person out? The one who was sent out should be eliminated, right? It's a special item that woman has. But if we had attacked, are you sure she wouldn't have used that item to eliminate us? Then why can't we stay here? Isn't it better to move together?" Audrey asked. "It's more dangerous when there are too many people. Although it's an RPG game, this game should also be a werewolf killing game. The traders are like werewolves, so there must be a prophet. Isn't it good to have a prophet?" "No, it's very bad." Audrey stared at Manet. "You aren't a traitor, are you?" Manet stretched out his hand and revealed a strange-looking bracelet. "This is called Ring Sense. It's a prophecy magic item. When activated, it can detect the color of your underwear today. Of course, it also includes all your identity information. You're a prophet?" Audrey looked at Manet in shock. "That's right, but a prophet can't accurately know everyone's identity information. He needs to designate a suspect to perform the prophecy. Other than the target, all the players present can obtain the relevant identity information. The cooldown is 24 hours. In other words, it can only be used once a day. My prophecy magic item is already in cooldown. If we had stayed at the scene, the people present would have formed an alliance and started a werewolf killing in the wild. Other than wasting time, it would also cause chaos because everyone would be suspicious of each other at the start. The traders would deliberately release misleading information or even use words to force the prophet out. Then how do you know I'm not a traitor? Why do you think my ring sense is in cooldown? You've already used it on me? No. Since you've used it on me, doesn't that mean everyone else knows my identity? I used it in the hotel. What? You could use it that time. This is a small trick. First, confirm the ally. I need a trustworthy partner, not a suspicious team. This is also one of the hidden rules of this game. You can't form a team with more than one person. A team made up of people who don't trust each other will only lead to faster elimination. But when there's danger, it's safer, isn't it? Perhaps, but there'll be more danger. The Evil God faction will definitely launch more and stronger attacks. We, who are alone, will be safer. At least the enemies we meet won't be the enemy's main force. Manet paused and then said, Also, what are the conditions to unlock the Evil God seal? What are the conditions to reseal the Evil God? What are the conditions to defeat the Evil God? We don't know, but I'm sure that these conditions are hidden among the players. They might be the main targets of the Evil God faction. Of course, it could also be a hidden item along the way. We need to explore all of this. Luckily, you're here. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Maybe I'll be eliminated. There's still too little information. We can't control the progress of the game. So, what we need to do now is explore the game. Chapter 3063. There are people in front. Orderon said, Should we go over? Let's go over and take a look. Manitou nodded. Orderon trusted Manitou's brain. Manitou was a frivolous person, but his brain was really good. The two of them walked in that direction. 3 minutes later, they saw a cave in front of them. There were a few people in uniform at the entrance of the cave. They seemed to be doing some work there. But to be able to appear in this area, they were definitely not ordinary people. They don't seem very strong, and they're not on our side. Should we attack? Don't attack yet. They don't look like combatants. Maybe they're the enemy's logistics. You hide here. I'll go up. If there's a conflict, you can sneak attack. Okay, got it. Manitou walked out of the bushes. When a few people saw Manitou, they didn't panic too much. They didn't show any hostility either. Henry glanced at Manitou. Someone found this place so quickly? Who are you? Manitou didn't let down his guard because of the other party's casualness. Don't be so nervous. We're not enemies. We're not on either side. We're in charge of setting up the scene, Henry said as he pointed at a wooden sign hanging at the top of the cave entrance. Dragon's Tomb. This wooden sign seemed to be newly hung, and it was still relatively new. Air. Manitou was speechless. So, they were logistics workers. Do we need to wait for you to finish setting up before we can go in? Manitou asked. You can go in now. The actors, no, the NPCs are in place. The scene is still being set up. If you want to go in, you can go in now. Manitou gestured to Orderon, who was in the bushes behind. Orderon walked out of the bushes. Manitou, what's going on? Manitou explained and said, This dragon's tomb should be a pocket dimension. Maybe there are some clues or items. The two of them entered the cave with the sign. Along the way, there were a few workers in uniforms going in and out. After entering the deepest part of the cave, the two of them were shocked by the scene before them. The interior of the cave was very large, and in the middle of it, there was a true giant dragon nesting. Most importantly, there were not only giant dragons in the cave, but also a few staff members who were decorating the scene. For example, placing some dragon bones in a corner or splashing some red liquid on the walls of the cave. One of the staff members stood in front of the dragon. Your Excellency Sabonis, have you memorized the script? All right, don't disturb my sleep. I've already memorized it, Sabonis said impatiently. Audra and Manet were in a bad mood. Was there a need to go so far? A real dragon actually came here to act as an NPC? Isn't this a little too extravagant? Hey, someone's coming. Seeing Audrey and Manette come in, the staff member said, Please wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Your Excellency Sabonis, the players are here. It's up to you now. Sabonis propped up his huge body. Under his body, Orderon and Manet's legs turned to jelly. Don't tell me you want us to fight him. You'll die, right? Mortals, you've trespassed into the forbidden area. Sabonis started and then forgot what to say. The staff member didn't leave. He was still not far away, waving his hands and looking very anxious. Please wait a moment. Sabonis took out a huge script. At least, it was huge for ordinary people. Then, he read from the script. Mortals, you've trespassed into the forbidden area of the dragon race. Give me a reason not to kill you. Manet and Orderon were speechless. Manet hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and cooperated with Saboni's performance. Your Excellency Dragon, we didn't mean to offend you. We followed the guidance of fate and passed through this place. No matter what, you've already stepped into the forbidden area and disturbed our ancestors' eternal slumber. So you now have two choices. Either you accept our ancestors' test, or you die here and accompany our ancestor for all eternity. May I ask what the test is? Both of their hearts were pounding. Please don't fight me. Even if you only use 1/10 or 1/100th of your strength, we'll still be trampled. We can't win. It's definitely impossible to win. What are your professions? Sabonis asked. I'm a hero. I'm a spellcaster. Both of them reported their professions. Then, let's start with you, hero. Sabonis pointed at Orderon with his dragon claw. Sabonis' dragon claw was even bigger than Orderon and Manet. So, are you ready? Orderon smiled bitterly. Ready for what? He didn't even know what the test was. In any case, if he were to fight a dragon, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. Even if he was 10 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to win. Yes, I'm ready. Orderon nodded, although he had the intention to give up struggling. However, A.O. Delan was still on high alert. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Sabonis' body. Dragon's might. Orderon almost knelt on the ground. Such a terrifying pressure. He felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Orderon's body was on the verge of collapse, as if he would fall the next moment. But Orderon still held on. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, barely maintaining his balance. Suddenly, Orderon's body felt light. All the dragon aura disappeared. Orderon almost fell to the ground. Very good. You passed the test. Your courage has been recognized by the ancestors. The ancestors are willing to bless you. You can choose one of your hero equipment to receive the blessing of the dragon ancestor. I passed just like that? Orderon was in disbelief, although he had the intention to give up a few times. But when Sabonis said that he passed the test and even received a reward, Orderon still couldn't believe it. Orderon was still in disbelief. After all, he was facing a real WIRM. What else? Do you want to fight me to pass the test? Although that's what my script says, if you want to fight me to be satisfied, I'll be happy to accompany you. No. I didn't mean that. Orderon hurriedly waved his hand. What do you need me to do to receive the blessing of the dragon ancestor? Just go through the motions. I don't have any special requirements. Anyway, hero's sword, hero's armor, hero's hand, and hero's foot. You can just go there and soak it in dragon blood. That'll be the blessing. Orderon smiled bitterly. Although this was a big deal, the details were still very rough. Sabonis looked at Manet. Now it's your turn. Manet smiled bitterly and took a few steps forward. Willpower isn't my strong point. Can I give up? You're a spellcaster. The test is different. Huh? Different? Okay, cast a spell now. Any spell is fine. As long as you can cast it, you pass. Chapter 3064. Manet had thought that he was being taken care of, but just as he was about to use magic, he suddenly felt the spirit of heaven and earth being stirred up. Manet realized that Sabonis was stirring up the spirit of heaven and earth. For most spiritualists, this was a pseudo-magic forbidding field. Try to cast magic in this environment. It was as troublesome as fetching a glass of water in muddy water. Manet's expression was ugly. He could only lower the level of his spells. But even the most basic elemental fireball was extremely difficult. Manet was also secretly anxious. What should he do? Manet saw the disappointment and mockery in Sabonis' eyes. Suddenly, Manet thought of an idea. A very dangerous idea. Absorb the chaotic spirit of heaven and earth into his body. He might be injured before the spell was fully unleashed. Absorb the chaotic spirit of heaven and earth into his body and then refine it a second time. But Manet had estimated that if he used the lowest level of magic, it would be impossible for him to do so. He would be injured, but he wouldn't die. Manet decided to take the risk. The game had just started. It would be embarrassing if he was eliminated. Of course, there was another more important reason. Manet came from a small family. There were only 2 or 3 kids and pitifully few resources. The so-called small family was actually just 3 households with a dozen people. How scarce were resources? For a low-level magic tool, 3 generations of 3 households had schemed against each other for more than a decade. From his grandfather's generation to his cousins of this generation. All sorts of plots and schemes have been used just to get this magic tool. Manet's family was the one that had failed. And, as compensation, he got a spot in the supernatural youth fighting competition. He had thought that this was a useless competition. But after participating in this competition, he realized that his standards were too low. Not to mention the organizers, just the other participants. There were all sorts of magic tools that were much more powerful than the magic tool in his family. As for the organizers, the supernatural organization, their generosity was even more shocking. And Manet got some uncertain information from the grapevine. A few eliminated contestants had joined the supernatural organization. Every time Manet said that he was going out to play, his main purpose wasn't to eat, drink, and have fun, but to find out some information. He confirmed the authenticity of this information. He also found out that one of the siblings was favored by the supernatural organization. Their names were Disser and Sylvia. This pair of brother and sister were very weak. At the very least, most of the participants were not weaker than them, but they were favored by the supernatural organization. This meant that the supernatural organization wasn't interested in their power. Come to think of it, it made sense. As long as he joined them, he would definitely be able to obtain resources that far exceeded that of a small family. Therefore, the current level of strength was insignificant. Either they were chosen by the supernatural organization, or they had shown potential to attract the supernatural organization. Either that, or they had special skills and abilities. So Manet also wanted to become a member of the supernatural organization. In that case, he didn't just have to display his strength. In fact, the main task was not to display his strength. Instead, he wanted to display his potential and abilities. This was also the reason why he teamed up with A.O. DeLuin and not the rest of the team. If there were more people, it would be less conspicuous. In the case of a 2-person team, the individual performance opportunities were highlighted. Moreover, in the case of a large group, there were many times when they couldn't control themselves. That was why Manet didn't want to fall at this moment. The supernatural organization had already displayed a shocking amount of power. The first trial might seem ordinary, but that time, the Watcher was extremely powerful. As for the game this time, it was called a game, but it was an extraordinary game. After all, in this world, a force that could organize and arrange such a realistic RPG game was not a simple force. As for entering the government department, Manet didn't even think about it. Eaglehound sounded like a big name and seemed to have great power. But in reality, they were the police of the spiritual world. They worked like a cow, received a dog's salary, and faced dangerous situations. So no matter how he thought about it, the supernatural organization was the most suitable for his goal. They had power, and enough capital, and the environment to grow up in. These were all things he dreamed of. Sabonis' eyes lit up. Manet's aura changed. Manet had no secrets in Sabonis' eyes. The difference in power and level. This allowed Sabonis to see through Manet at a glance. Magnet's palm began to glow red, and a small but stable fireball appeared in front of Sabonis. Manet pushed, and the small fireball smashed into Sabonis' face. But this small fireball didn't even burn a single scale. The next moment, Manet spat out blood. His face was much weaker. "Not bad, little guy. You passed the test too," Sabonis said. Sabonis said, "I think highly of you. I see wisdom in you. Now, you can also receive the same reward." Sabonis paused and said, "At the same time, you will also receive a piece of information. Head to Death Canyon. There's a witch cursed by death there. She was an adventurer from 1,000 years ago. She and her teammates defeated the evil god, but she was also cursed by the evil god. She has been looking for a new generation of adventurers who can inherit her power. Maybe you're the people she is looking for. Respected dragon, can you tell us who are the people who want to break the evil god's seal?" Hey, Sir Sabonis, you can't say that." The staff beside him quickly stopped him. "All right." Sabonis shrugged. "This is also part of the game. You can decipher it yourself. Actually, I don't like my current character. Boss should have arranged another identity for me, like the final boss or something. At least let me be a battle type. It's rare for me to come out of play, but he made me stay here. Oh, right. Open the magic map now. The dragon's necropolis is already marked on the map. In the bottom right corner of the necropolis is Death Canyon. Sabonis looked at the staff again. I didn't break the game, did I? In principle, you can't say it. They have to explore it themselves, but forget it. The staff was helpless too. He had already said it. What else could he do? After enhancing their equipment, Manet and Orderon hurried to Death Canyon. Not long after they left the necropolis, they saw a battle ahead. Chapter 3065. One side of the battle was the main force. The other side was the evil spirit emitting a cold aura. Spirit bodies that could go shopping during the day were basically not ordinary spirit bodies. It was afternoon and the sun was high in the sky. It was the time when the yang energy was at its strongest. It was almost June and the weather was getting hotter. But the evil spirit wasn't affected at all. It was facing 7 spiritualists alone and had the upper hand. Not only was it unaffected, but the surrounding environment had also turned cold. The trees and flowers were covered in a layer of frost. Can't you fucking do something? I can't keep acting anymore, Pamela said unhappily. You can't get close to me. Can't you attack from afar? Outside, Manet and Orderon were speechless. The players were even more embarrassed. They wanted to too, but they really couldn't beat it. Even though the spirit was floating in place, their magic power seemed to be frozen. What exactly was this spirit? They had never heard of such a cruel spell. She seemed to be surrounded by an indescribable sense of oppression. Even magic power was frozen. What kind of terrifying power was this? They could retreat far away and attack from afar. But this circle was at least 20 meters wide. How could they attack from 20 meters away? Pamela thought that she had a good temper. But facing these rookies, she couldn't control her emotions and flew into a rage. What's wrong with you? When you saw me, didn't you put a shield on yourself and hide far away? Now you can't even retreat. I really have to give it to you. Pamela shook her head. Forget it, stupid mortals. You're so weak and useless. Sacrifice a soul now. The group of 7 looked at each other. No one wanted to be sacrificed. Just then, a woman pointed at a teammate. I choose him, with this woman as the starting point, and she seemed to have some authority in the team. The others all pointed at that teammate. No, you can't do this. You don't have a right to sacrifice me. How can you? The person shouted agitatedly, but no one cared about his will. Then it's up to you. Pamela spat out a breath of cold air at the man. In an instant, the man was frozen into a block of ice. Okay, you can leave now. Pamela retracted her cold aura. That group of people didn't look good. They hadn't gotten anything from Pamela, and they'd lost a person. Just then, Pamela looked at the bushes to the side. It was where Manet and Audrin were hiding. Do you two want to accept my test? The remaining 6 people were surprised. There was someone else beside them. Seeing that their cover had been blown, Manet and Audrin could only walk out. Originally, they had planned to come out after those people left. But now they had no choice but to come out. Those 6 people knew Manet and Orderon. After all, there were only 16 contestants left. Even if they were not familiar with each other, they would at least have a common sight. Moreover, after a few consecutive matches, everyone knew each other well. Honorable Madam, we know our own strength. We are no match for you. Manet and Audrin knew that this female spirit was also an actor. Moreover, judging from the strength she had displayed just now, it was impossible for her to escape. It was definitely not to be underestimated. They didn't even see her attack, but she'd already suppressed the 7. The strength of the 2 of them was not necessarily stronger than that of the 7 opponents. Therefore, if they were to fight, they would definitely not be able to defeat this spirit body. The difference was too obvious. They had no chance of winning. I won't attack you directly, nor will I use defensive skills. As long as you can use physical or magical attacks to break through my defense, you pass the test. The time limit is 10 minutes. If you succeed, you'll obtain a powerful and loyal spirit servant. This spirit servant can help you fight and also provide you with unexpected information. What if you fail? One of you will be sacrificed to me, just like that guy. Pamela pointed at the unlucky guy she had frozen not far away. They'd seen Pamela's test from the side. Manet was a bit hesitant. Pamela had said it lightly. She didn't use offensive or defensive skills. She just stood there and let them attack. As long as any of their attacks could touch Pamela, they would pass. But was it really that easy? Manet was about to refuse, but Orderon said loudly, "Okay, we accept." "Oh wait, Orderon, you're too impulsive," Manet grumbled. To be honest, he didn't want to accept this test. It might be more difficult than Sabonis' test in the Dragon's Tomb. "It's okay," Orderon said. "If you fail, I'll be the sacrifice." "Then are you ready?" Pamela asked. "Wait, let's pull away first." Manet hurriedly pulled Orderon and ran. "No." Orderon shook off Manet's hand. "Manet, you know I'm an enhancer. It's not good for me to run too far. Didn't you see what happened to those people? If you go near that lady, you'll probably be frozen into ice." "I'm not afraid." Manet smiled bitterly. It wasn't a matter of whether he was afraid or not. Forget it. Manet ran 20 meters away by himself. On the other hand, Aodluin stood about 10 meters away. Suddenly, a terrifying cold current exploded from Pamela's body again. Manet stood 20 meters away, even though he could feel the cold air blowing against his face. He also felt the cold current, but it didn't affect him much. As for Aodluin, who was standing about 10 meters away, he was having a hard time moving. Manet was shocked. Just now, he had sensed Pamela's power, but didn't think much of it. But now that he was facing her, he realized it wasn't like that at all. This spirit wasn't any weaker than Sabonis. The cold current hid a faintly discernible and terrifying aura. It all meant that she wasn't an ordinary spirit. Standing in front, Orderon felt it even more strongly. "Manet, stand behind me." Manet immediately understood Orderon's intention. He wasn't stupid. He actually had such an idea. Orderon wanted to block the cold current himself and let Manet attack. Chapter 3066. Audrin was very strong. His body was already covered in frost, but Audrin still forced himself to move forward. Manet threw a fireball to test it out. The fireball was extinguished by the cold air halfway. Although Audrin had blocked most of the cold air, it was still very cold. Even so, the remaining cold air was still bone-chilling. "Manet, hit me with your explosive fire." "Audrin, don't go crazy." Manet was anxious too. Audrin was in front because he believed in his abilities. He also wanted to finish this as soon as possible. But Pamela's abilities still made them feel despair. "Hurry, Manet, my body is going to freeze." Manet looked at Audrin's back. He suddenly felt that he was very tall. Manet looked at Pamela and made up his mind. He quickly brewed an explosive fire in his hand. Manet locked onto Audrin's back and shouted, "I'm coming, watch out." Manet threw the explosive fire at Audrin. The explosive fire had been weakened by half by the cold air during its flight. Right now, Audrin's body was almost frozen. The moment the explosive fire hit him, flames engulfed Audrin. But the next moment, the flames were quickly extinguished by the cold air. In that instant of explosion, the ice on Audrin's body shattered. Not only was Audrin not injured, but he also used this opportunity to break free. Seizing the chance, Audrin suddenly charged forward 2 steps. However, even these 2 steps were extremely precious to him. Audrin could not take another step. Again, use a stronger fire spell. Pamela's lips curled into a smile. The cold air was slightly weaker. Manet's performance was above average, and Audrin's performance was extraordinary. Manet remained to be seen. Just this performance alone was enough for him to stand out in the eyes of the observers behind the scenes. So, there was a high chance that Audrin would become her colleague. Of course, even if he entered the supernatural organization, he would most likely be an outer member. After all, he was still too weak and didn't have many special characteristics. In fact, the bosses in charge of the level had another identity. That was the hidden judge. Besides them, there was another group of people watching in front of the screen. "This guy's not bad. He has some battlefield intelligence," Jalanash said. "What's his name again?" Aodluin. Gaia said, "It's a pity that his personality overlaps with mine. Otherwise, he would be a very good teammate when he grows up." You can join our team, Moyle said. At least half a year later. He's still too weak, an elite said. Holmes Davis and Nina stood behind the crowd. Neither of them dared to speak. They were both newcomers, and they were only outer members. Apart from the two of them, everyone else was an official member. To them, they were all big shots. However, they were still lucky, although he was an outer member. However, their talents and compatibility were not bad. Therefore, it had already been reserved by Gaia and an elite. So now they had the honor of being the audience. Captain Gaia, those people over there seem to have quite a bit of strength. At the very least, they are not inferior to these two, Nina said. No, their brains aren't good. Gaia shook his head. Not only do they have no special characteristics, they don't know how to cooperate. In the end, they even forcefully sacrificed one person. If one of them didn't vote, I could have brought that person into the supernatural organization, but none of them refused to vote. These people will definitely not enter the supernatural organization. That wasn't teamwork. That was betrayal. No one would like such people, no matter how strong or talented they were. The supernatural organization wouldn't want them. And no team would want people who would sacrifice one person for everyone's safety in times of danger. That Manet isn't bad too. Reiko, I think he's suitable for your team. Don't ask me, Nagasaka Reiko said. I can't make the decision without the captain. Nagasaka Reiko was in Hallie's team. Because Hallie's had a performance mission, Nagasaka Reiko was in charge of supervising the selection of reserve members. Every team would either have their captain or their team members here. It was mainly to select reserve members for each team. He's strong and smart, an elite said. He can calmly analyze the situation in a situation like this and react calmly. He's above average, but his perception is weak. Didn't he notice that Pamela's power has weakened? He can walk forward a few meters and close the distance between him and Pamela. His magic should be from a small family, Jalanash said. It's not easy for him to reach this level. Do you expect him to learn anything else? Also, the smaller families basically give up on perceptual spells. They focus more on offensive spells, Jalanash said. That Manet also used elemental magic, and he knew all four elements. He was on the same path as Jalanash, but the difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. Jalanash's perception had been quite weak back then. Even if an evil spirit was circling behind her, she might not be able to detect it. It wasn't until last year, when her power reached a bottleneck, that she started studying perception spells. She used it to make up for her shortcomings in battle. Plus, she came from a small family, so she could understand Manet. She saw her reflection in Manet. Count him in. He'll join my team. I'll lead him, Jalanash said. Back at the scene, Manet and Orderon finally passed Pamela's test. Of course, that was if Pamela secretly went easy on him. It couldn't be helped. If Pamela really gave them a hard time, all the players together wouldn't be able to pass. As for whether they gave them a hard time or not, it depended on Pamela's impression of them. For example, the group of players not far away. Pamela's impression of them couldn't be worse. The 6 people standing in the distance all didn't look good. The woman in the lead's face was as cold as ice. Aluntarai, they passed. Shut up. I have eyes, Aluntarai said coldly. Aluntarai said coldly. They're just stepping on us. If we didn't find out that spirit's ability first, the two of them wouldn't have ended up any better than us. So we're just going to let them go? Let them take all the benefits? Wait. Let's follow them, Aluntarai said softly. Aluntarai said softly. I want them to know that it's not that easy to take advantage of me. Chapter 3067. Manet and Orderon hurriedly left after receiving the rewards. They obviously saw the malicious gazes of Aluntarai and the others in the distance. They also wanted to keep a low profile, but it was hard for them to back down now. The two of them quickly left the scene. They knew that someone was chasing them. They didn't dare to stay any longer. But it wasn't like they had no chance of winning. The rewards they had just received were quite tempting. While running, Orderon said, Manet, we might not be weaker than them now. Why should we run? That's right. The 2 rewards had made Orderon and Manet's strength soar. Orderon was even a little giddy. In the spiritual world, 1 + 1 wasn't equal to 2. The effect of increasing strength wasn't as simple as adding or subtracting. Orderon, you're wrong. We're avoiding them not because there's a difference in strength between us and them. Manet shook his head and said, "First of all, we have to ensure the faction's victory. That's the biggest prerequisite. This game isn't as simple as a game. I believe that any of our choices will affect our final judgment. If we make sacrifices for the sake of victory, as long as there's value, individual sacrifices are acceptable. That's why we need to avoid infighting. I don't know if there's a spy among the group that's chasing us, but I'm sure that most of them are from our faction. That's why if we fight them, no matter who wins or loses, the Justice faction will suffer in the end. And to clear this game, we definitely can't just rely on you and me. So we have to avoid battles that need to be avoided. Also, this is for our own protection. If we fight them, no matter who wins or loses, it's very likely that the spy will benefit from it. Right now, we can't confirm who the spy is, so we have to avoid contact with other players as much as possible. At this moment, Manet took out a small bottle and injected a bit of mana into it. A spirit emerged from the bottle. "Master, I'm your servant, Mallory. I'm not a combat-type spirit. My character is an observer spirit. What can I do for you?" Manet wasn't disappointed that his spirit wasn't a combat type. On the contrary, his rationality told him that in this situation, Mallory's ability was more practical. "Is there any way to get rid of those people behind us?" "Master, I could provide a few routes or some suggestions, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to shake off the pursuers behind me." "What kind of advice?" "First, head to the various trial regions. There are some strong existences in those regions. If they are from the Order faction, they are not allowed to use force in those regions. Otherwise, they will be lured to the opposing faction's region. You can provide us with the locations of all the areas?" Manet asked in surprise. Their current magic map only showed the areas that they had been to, and the areas that they had not been to were just shadows. "No, I'm like a regional map. If there's a special area within 10 square kilometers, I can tell you," Marali said. "In addition, I can tell you the location, movement, and speed of all living creatures within a kilometer radius." "Are there any special areas within your perception range?" "Yes, there is a dark spirit swamp on the left in front of us. There are a large number of aggressive spirits in that swamp." "Can Ordern and I deal with the spirit in the dark spirit swamp?" "If it's an ordinary spirit in the dark spirit swamp, it's fine. However, there are some special spirits in the dark spirit swamp that are very powerful. In addition, if you defeat the special spirit, you can fuse with me to improve my characteristics or develop other abilities." Ordern looked surprised and asked, "As long as there's a supporting spirit, it's possible, right?" "Yes." Marali nodded. "Is the spirit in the dark spirit swamp an actor like you?" Manet asked. "No, those spirits can be destroyed. As for the so-called fusion in the setting, it's actually for me to show more of my strength. If you defeat a powerful spirit, I'll show more of my strength. Anyway, that's the game's setting." "All right." Manet smiled bitterly. He had thought that Marali was an ordinary spirit, but it turned out that he was also very powerful. From the intelligence he displayed, he could tell that he was not ordinary. Ordern took out the small bottle that contained the supporting spirit and also injected magic power to summon his own supporting spirit. "Doris at your service. I'm a combat-type spirit." Doris was a female spirit body, and her body was also cold. It felt like she was the same as the previous terrifying spirit body, but Doris was obviously not as strong as the previous spirit body. "Doris, you said the wrong line," Marali reminded. "Whatever, don't mind it," Doris said disapprovingly. Her character was obviously more casual, while Malali was more old-fashioned. Doris said that because I'm a combat type, for the game's balance, I can only use 1/10 of my power. Also, I can only fight for you for 5 minutes. There's a time limit? Ordern suddenly looked like he was about to cry. "I can't help it. I calculated it based on the level of your magic power. If I'm your spirit or the spirit you control, your magic power can only sustain me for 5 minutes at most, and that's under the premise that my power is suppressed. If I go all out, you'll instantly turn into a dried corpse." Manet rolled his eyes. If you devour the spirit in the dark spirit swamp, you can fight longer and increase your power, right? Yes. Doris nodded. Marali, the people following us are still behind us, right? Yes, but they don't plan to make a move for now. Is there a way to hide our tracks? My main function is detection and perception. Hiding isn't part of my ability settings. Man, it was helpless. He could tell that it wasn't that Marali couldn't do it, but he couldn't. Let's speed up. I can cast Speed of the Cold Wind on you, Doris said. Speed of the Cold Wind? Are you a combat type? Although I'm a combat type, I can still use it, Doris replied. Speed of the Cold Wind can increase movement speed, and it can also be used in battle. Ordern and Manet couldn't help but sigh. Having such a supporting spirit was really too convenient and practical. Chapter 3068. They suddenly sped up. Quick, let's pick up the pace, Aluntarai ordered. However, the more they chased, the further they were left behind. Unless they all used their mana and used acceleration spells. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them. If they used acceleration spells now, it would mean that they were damaging their own mana. Every bit of their magic power was very precious, and they couldn't just squander it here. Even if they used acceleration spells, they would only use them during the battle, not when they were on the road. Therefore, the end result was that they were left behind. In the end, they completely lost track of them. They knew that the two in front must have used acceleration spells. However, they didn't have the courage to do so. Maintaining acceleration spells for such a long time would only result in one of them running out of mana. It was indeed a strategic value to chase after them now. However, they needed at least 2 people to use acceleration spells to maintain their speed. However, who would be willing to choose 2 out of 6 people to run out of mana? Everyone was in an alliance, not a superior and subordinate relationship. Sacrificing one before had already caused their relationship to become strained. No one would be willing to sacrifice themselves at this moment. Everyone stopped. They didn't look too good. Those 2 must be from the evil faction, Aluntarai said while clenching her teeth. Maybe they didn't team up with us. It doesn't mean they are from the evil faction. Aluntarai frowned and looked at the player who disagreed with her. Gru, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me you're with them? I think you are. Gru retorted without fear. I noticed that you have been inciting infighting since we started working together. You even assumed the role of the leader. We never agreed for you to be the leader, but as the leader, you didn't do anything. Instead, you put us all in danger. The spy couldn't wait anymore and jumped out to frame us. Aluntarai looked at Gru with a cold smile. I believe we have a prophet in our team. Maybe we should let the prophet check on our Mr. Gru. This kind of blatant framing is not something a player of the righteous faction should do. One had to admit that although Aluntarai made a few mistakes, they weren't intentional. On the contrary, Galu's words made them vigilant. His blatant accusation was too direct. At the same time, it also made people feel that Gru's purpose was too strong. Even if Gru had been a little more tactful, he wouldn't have been so repulsed. I am a prophet. Gelu snorted coldly. So you don't have to provoke us. Aluntarai looked at Gru calmly. Prove it to all of us. You said that I'm from the evil alignment, so I have to doubt your purpose. Gru took out a very thick magic book. This is the Book of Perception. It can sense people from the evil alignment, but it has a 24-hour cooldown. Then come at me. Prove my innocence and prove what you said, Aluntarai said firmly as she stood in front of Gru. Do you think I'll back down just because you said that? Gru injected magic power into the Book of Perception. In an instant, the Book of Perception started flipping. Finally, the Book of Perception stopped flipping. At the same time, a light screen jumped out from the pages of the book. Identity card, Assassin, hides in the dark. Every attack you make from the back has a 50% damage bonus. Identity card, Leader. Under your leadership, your teammates will have a 10% magic bonus. Identity card, Fated Messenger. You're the one destined to be. You will receive 50% more rewards than others in all areas. Identity card, Nature's Guardian. You repair areas that are not natural and destroy unnatural creatures. You will receive rewards that no one else has. The remaining for all saw Aluntarai's information. None of the 4 cards belonged to the evil alignment. Gru's expression was a little unnatural. Alunarai's expression was even worse. All right, you've wasted a skill, and I've proven my identity. But you've exposed both of our identities at the same time. Are you satisfied now? Not only did they fail to find the spy from the evil alignment, they even blew themselves up. There were 6 people in the team, so there was a high chance that there was a spy among them. This meant that both of them were exposed to the spy's eyes. They would also become the spy's targets. Aluntarai's identity as the leader and Gru's identity as the prophet. Both of them posed a great threat to the spy. Therefore, they would definitely become the spy's targets. The other 4 all had different expressions. However, judging from their expressions, it was almost impossible to tell who they were. Gru was a bit embarrassed. He swore that Alunarai was the spy of the evil alignment. But it turned out that she wasn't. Not to mention that she was a natural leader. In other words, she was the undisputed leader of the team. Now, not only did he blow himself up, he also exposed Alunarai's identity as the leader. This was very awkward. Actually, this is fine, isn't it? One of the team members stepped forward and said, "At least your identities are clear. As long as we stick to Alunarai and stick together with her, and don't go against her on the general direction, the spy of the evil alignment won't be able to do anything, right? They can't just blow themselves up in front of everyone, right?" That's right. The game has only just begun, and Gru's identity as the prophet has been confirmed. If we use prophecy once a day, we'll definitely be able to find the spy. I'm just afraid that the spy might have some special methods that could put me and Gru in danger. I'm fine. At least my profession gives me great survivability, but I'm not so sure about Gru Lunarai. I'm sorry, I was too reckless before. I apologize. Gru wasn't really willing to apologize to Alunarai. However, he had no other choice at the moment. He needed to stick together with Alunarai. Alunarai's identity as the leader could protect him to a certain extent. Plus her profession, not only was she good at self-defense, she was also very good at tracking and anti-tracking. On top of that, Alunarai was the only one he could trust at the moment. At least before his prophecy cooled down, he could only stick together with Alunarai. I accept your apology. Whether Alunarai had truly forgiven Gru or not, she had to stick together with Gru, because the 2 of them were the ones whose identities were confirmed. Not to mention excluding the others, at least the 2 of them had to stick together. Forget it. Since we've lost track of those 2, let's stop tracking them. We'll just play the game at our own pace. Aluntarai's words were no longer objecting. Chapter 3069. That night, Alunarai found a cave, and the 6 of them spent the night in it. The first day passed just like that. There were some small troubles during the day. However, they did not encounter any real battles. Of course, they also became more familiar with the nature of the game. In the evening, an unexpected enemy showed up and forced them to fight. It was a moderate victory. Then, just like in the game, they obtained some equipment. This gave the Chi warriors, who were originally in a weakened state, a shot in the arm. Midnight. Suddenly, they heard someone yelling. They all opened their eyes in annoyance. They realized that it was their teammates who were on night watch. "Get up! Get up!" The teammates yelled. They were all impatient. "What are you doing? Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night?" Alunarai stood up and asked with a frown, "What's going on?" "There's danger. I feel danger." The teammate on night watch said, "What? You called us because you sense danger? Are you crazy? Shut up, all of you." Aluntarai scolded and turned to the teammates. "You said you sense danger? Instead of being in danger?" "Captain, my first identity is a boxer, and my second profession is an explorer. Explorers have danger sense. My explorer's exclusive tool just warned us that danger is approaching." "Get up, all of you!" Aluntarai yelled. "If you don't want to get up or keep complaining, get out of the team. Now, now." Although the teammates were not happy about it, they still got up. "What else did you sense? It's not humans. It should be monsters. I'm not sure how many of them there are, but their danger sense is quite strong. In other words, there's a certain level of danger, but we should be able to handle it." Aluntarai nodded. "Everyone, get ready for battle." Soon, a large group of monsters appeared outside the cave. Their pupils were especially obvious under the night sky. Soon, the monsters showed up. There was no communication. It was just a fight. The scene was extremely chaotic. They were competitors after all, and they did not know each other for long. Therefore, they did not cooperate during the fight. They attacked wherever they went. Occasionally, one or two tried to cooperate. The result was that they interfered with each other. Don't force yourself to cooperate. Aluntarai said, keep some distance from each other in case the spies try to assassinate you. Gru unconsciously moved closer to Aluntarai. Aluntarai's words reminded him of something. Apart from Aluntarai, everyone else was unreliable. Suddenly, Groucho froze. Gru, don't just stand there. This is a battlefield, not a place for you to daydream. Aluntarai yelled in dissatisfaction. Gru, did you hear that? Gru looked at Aluntarai with a bitter face. I'm dead. What? I'm out. I'm dead. Aluntarai didn't understand, and neither did the others. At this moment, a light shone from Gulu's body, binding Gulu. At the same time, this light also protected him from the attacks of the surrounding magical beasts. The battle lasted for an hour. They finally killed or chased away all the magical beasts. There were many spoils of war, more than what they had obtained in the battle yesterday evening. But no one was happy, because Gru was dead. Gru was still rooted to the spot. Gru, what's going on? Why are you out? Who killed you? Aluntarai looked at Gru seriously. The others were also worried, because Gru's elimination was definitely not the work of the magical beasts. Because the magical beasts didn't even test him. Of course, they weren't sure how Gru died. Gru didn't have any magical beasts with him, but he didn't have any other teammates either. Gru died mysteriously in an empty field. I don't know either. I didn't feel any attacks, and all my equipment stopped working. At the same time, I also received a notification that I was fatally wounded. I'm dead, Gru said helplessly. How is that possible? Did it malfunction somewhere? I don't know. Gru didn't know either. You were fatally wounded, so you should know where you were wounded, right? Aluntarai asked. I don't know. Gru still gave the same answer. Can you give me any useful clues, or not? Aluntarai's annoyed tone revealed her dissatisfaction. I don't fucking know what's going on either. Gru also cursed. I'm out, what can I say? He was more depressed than anyone else right now. He wanted to seek Aluntarai's protection. But in the end, he died mysteriously. The spy of the evil faction has a killing technique that we don't know about. If the spy really had such a killing technique, he would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Maybe this killing technique requires special conditions, or the cooldown is too long, or maybe this technique has a certain success rate. If it fails, he would have exposed himself. Aluntarai frowned and glanced at everyone in the field. Was there anyone standing behind Gru just now? The scene was a little chaotic just now. I only know that no one was near Gru, but I don't know if there was anyone behind him. Everyone was either guessing or reminiscing about the past. However, no one had any solid evidence. The only person who could be cleared of suspicion was Aluntarai. Gru was trying to get close to Aluntarai to seek protection. Everyone could see Gru's intentions and actions. Gru had even personally verified Aluntarai's identity during the day. The Night Watcher Kurita could also be cleared as a suspect. If he didn't remind everyone earlier, they would probably still be asleep. When the demons arrived, they might not be completely wiped out, but at least they would have lost more people. Therefore, Kurita could barely be cleared as a suspect. However, someone stood up at this moment. Kurita is suspicious. What? You're saying I'm suspicious? Kurita was furious. What do you think I'm suspicious of? Maybe Gru wasn't knocked out by a magic attack. He was cursed or poisoned, maybe while he was sleeping. Kurita was a night watcher at the time, so he's the most likely suspect. Even Gru looked doubtful at this moment. Aluntarai waved her hand. Do you think we were all asleep? No one could sleep soundly in such an environment. If Kurita did anything wrong, more than 3 people would have jumped up. So, your speculation is too far-fetched. Chapter 3070. With Aluntarai's guarantee, the others let go of their suspicions about Kurita. However, everyone was in danger. Gru was then dragged out of the forest by the light that bound him. Only 5 people were left, and none of them felt sleepy. Only when the sun rose did they regain their spirits. After all, this was a game. They couldn't really die, although they were a bit too immersed in the game. But they wouldn't really feel like they were going to die. One of the team members caught a rabbit and roasted it, distributing it to the others. They also brought their own food. Before the game started, everyone had brought some food, because the organizers didn't forbid them from bringing their own food. As long as they brought enough, they could bring the supermarket over. However, they brought more compressed food with them. It could fill their stomachs, but the texture couldn't be guaranteed. A roasted rabbit was still able to bring them a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, the wild rabbits in the mountains were extremely large. The 5 of them divided it, but not all of them were full. At least it was enough to satisfy them. However, after they finished eating, they packed their bags and were about to leave. Karita's body suddenly emitted light. It was the same light as Gru's body. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone looked at Gulu in shock. I'm out. Karita was also shocked. There's something wrong with the roasted rabbit? Everyone looked at Ponder, who was also in charge of roasting the rabbit. It's not me, it's not me. Ponder waved his hands in panic, wanting to say something to prove his innocence. It's not his problem, Aluntarai said. All of us have eaten the roasted rabbit. If there's really something wrong with the roasted rabbit, there's no reason for Karita to be the only one to be eliminated. Also, before you ate the roasted rabbit, you all used your own methods to check if there's anything wrong with it. Did Karita check it too? Maybe it's something we couldn't check, or maybe he only tampered with one of the roasted meat to cover it up. Aluntarai shook her head. Although I don't have concrete evidence, I believe in Ponder. After all, it's too obvious, isn't it? Also, we don't even have evidence to accuse Ponder. That's too arbitrary. Everyone fell into deep thought, but someone still objected. Don't you guys think there's something wrong with Aluntarai? Every time someone had a problem, she would absolve that person, and that person would be eliminated. Aluntarai didn't explain, and the others looked at the man in doubt. Soli, no matter if Aluntarai's explanation is reasonable or not, her identity is confirmed. But I feel like you're purposely trying to smear her name. The others had the same thought. Aluntarai was definitely doing this for the sake of the team. Soli's words seemed like he was trying to stir up conflict and drag Aluntarai down with him. After all, it was too abnormal to drag a person whose identity had already been confirmed into the water. At this moment, the blonde woman appeared behind Soli without any warning. At the same time, a rope appeared in her hand and tied Soli up. "Feather, what are you doing?" Soli shouted. "Soli, you are very suspicious," Feather said. "In this situation, if there is a spy from the evil faction among us, I can only assume that it is you. I think you're the spy." "I'm just raising a normal suspicion," Soli said. "But you took the chance to attack me. I think you're purposely using this chance to kick me out. You're the spy, aren't you?" "As I thought, you're the spy. Even now, you're still pointing your finger at me. Your goal is to muddy the water, isn't it?" Then, Feather was about to kill Soli. "Stop." A large hand grabbed Feather's wrist. Lumbo, the only black man in the team, stopped Feather. "Lumbo, you want to stop me too? We haven't figured anything out yet, but you're already in a hurry to kick him out. I can't help but suspect your motive." "What he said is obvious enough," Ponder said. "That's why I think Feather made the right choice. The safest thing to do now is to kick Soli out." "You're also a suspect," Lumbo said. "You're with Soli, right?" Ponder looked at Lumbo. "I noticed that you're the same as Soli. You both like to muddy the water. Aren't you also casually trying to climb up to me and criticize me?" Both sides couldn't convince the other, and both of them thought the other was a suspect. The battle began without any suspense. Both sides exchanged blows, each displaying their strengths. The first to be eliminated was Soli, then Feather, followed by Lumbo. Finally, only Ponder was left. There was also Aluntarai who didn't participate in the battle. Ponder sat on the ground, panting heavily. Then Aluntarai walked in front of Ponder. She lightly tapped the back of Ponder's neck with her dagger. The elimination light on Ponder's body flashed. "Aluntarai, why? Why did you do it to me? I'm not a spy." "I know. I'm a spy," Aluntarai said calmly. "What? How is that possible? How can you be a spy? This isn't right." Even until now, Ponder still didn't want to believe Aluntarai. "Nothing's wrong. Everything went smoothly." Aluntarai said calmly, "A spy's skill deception. It can change the information on my ID card. Even the prophecy of the prophet can be deceived. However, the effect can only last for 1 minute. In other words, if Gru was a minute late, I would have been exposed. Damn it. How can you keep such a skill? This is against the rules. Ponder shouted unwillingly. Although this deception effect can only last for 1 minute, it has a 24-hour cooldown. At the same time, in the next 24 hours, all my abilities will be reduced by half. If you had observed carefully during the few battles, you would have noticed that I haven't been able to display my true strength. Then how did Gru and Karita get eliminated? When did you make your move on them? Not only did I deceive you about my identity as a spy, I also deceived you about my identity as a leader. I'm not a leader, but a king. As long as a player's trust in me exceeds 40 points and is within 5 meters of me, I have the authority to make a ruling on that player. I can bestow an ability enhancement to that player or have a 40% chance of ruling him out of the game. The first one is Gru. His trust in me exceeds 100 points, so I have a 100% success rate when I use a ruling on him. The second one is Chiruta. His trust in me exceeds 45 points, so the success rate is also 45%. If the ruling fails, then my identity will be exposed. I have to say, sending Chiruta out of the game is too risky. However, the effect is very good. From the results, this risk is very worth it. Chapter 3071. How can there be such a bug skill? This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Ponder shouted unwillingly, as if he was complaining about the unfairness of the world. Idiot, you have no idea that all of our class traits are related to our own magic traits and identity traits. Some of the skills of our class traits are related to magic in real life. In other words, as players, you and I won't have some extra skills for no reason. If I'm really strong and outstanding in real life, but in the game, I and you are purposely set to be on the same level for the sake of fairness. That would be really unfair. Aluntarai said calmly, "You've been playing the game for a whole day, and you still don't know the essence of the game. How stupid." In short, the game depended on who grasped the essence of the game first, and who grasped the essence of the game first, who would have more choices and higher chances of winning. Aluntarai wasn't the strongest in the original team of 7. At least 2 of them were stronger than her. However, they were either slow to react. Before they could fully adapt to the game, they were toyed to death by Aluntarai, or they weren't smart enough. They didn't understand the essence of the game until they died. So, they were all eliminated by Aluntarai in the end. As a small team of 7 people, they had a lot of experience. Starting from a first sacrifice, the time bomb had already been planted. The first sacrifice made everyone's alliance go up in smoke. Everyone started to reject and be wary of others. At this moment, if someone appeared who could win the trust of everyone, or even most of them, then this person would have a high chance of dominating the remaining few. Aluntarai did it. Of course, she had her own ability to do it. At the same time, she needed a bit of luck. In fact, if she was more confident, Aluntarai still had the confidence to eliminate all of them in a few days. Being able to do it in a little more than a day was mostly due to luck. Even though those who were eliminated were unwilling, the outcome was already decided. However, the outcome was already decided. At the very least, their elimination was a foregone conclusion. This was an unchangeable fact. At that moment, Aluntarai suddenly sensed someone behind her. Aluntarai suddenly turned around. It was Carrie and Xiaohe. She remembered these 2 women. They were the 2 who gave her the identity card. "Why are you 2 here?" "We are the main antagonists," Carrie said with a smile. "More accurately, he's on your side." Xiaohe added, "You've passed the test of being a spy. You've done it perfectly. So in principle, no matter who wins or loses in the end, you've passed the test." "Am I out too?" "No, you haven't been eliminated. However, your quest rewards will be very generous. This will cause your in-game strength to far surpass other players. Therefore, if you continue to play the game, you don't need to use any tricks. You can just attack anyone from the righteous faction. That will basically guarantee you victory. Therefore, the positioning of your in-game character needs to be changed. Changed to what? You will be the 3rd boss. Once the righteous faction's players have gathered, you will have a battle with them. Do I need to win or lose? You can use your full strength. You guys are the 1st and 2nd boss. The two of us are the second boss. The first boss is the sealed evil god. If the righteous faction's players can defeat us within 5 days, you've passed the game. If you can't defeat us within 5 days, regardless of whether you can defeat us or not, the evil god will be released from the seal. By then, all players, including you, can challenge the evil god. Then I've passed the game. There's no point in challenging the evil god, right? Of course there's a point. If you can defeat the evil god. No, even if you perform outstandingly in this battle, you'll receive an unexpected reward. Of course, this reward is hidden. What reward? Relic. Aluntarai sucked in a cold breath. Relic? These two women really dare to say that. Relic. Relic would be something that everyone in the world would fight for. It was even possible for it to cause a bloodbath. But this game? Relic as a reward? Is this a joke? Don't doubt it. Our teacher can still take out a relic, Carrie said. Of course, the prerequisite is that you perform outstandingly. If you face the evil god and get insta-killed, then don't even think about it. Although I've passed the game, it's only the second day. I haven't experienced the fun of the game yet. Aluntarai sighed and said with pity, actually, she was referring to something else. If you want to continue playing, then continue with your original identity and remove the spy identity. But you won't get any point from the game until you defeat the evil god. That works? This game is meant for people to experience, and it's also a trial by our teacher. As long as it doesn't affect the balance and fairness of the game, you're welcome to try. Aluntarai thought about it and understood. The reason why she was given special treatment was probably because the organizers didn't expect her to pass the game so quickly and even obtain rewards that exceeded the game's balance. Even Aluntarai didn't expect it. In fact, it wasn't because she was too outstanding. The key was that her ex-teammates were too weak. With just a few tricks, they were completely annihilated. So much so that Aluntarai didn't have the chance to experience more of the game. Relic reward. Aluntarai suddenly had an ambition in her heart. It was something she had never thought of before. But now, the thought was uncontrollably growing in her heart. For Aluntarai, relic only existed in legends. As a matter of fact, the relic that she had heard of and the few that were circulating in the world were all illustrious. She couldn't even look at them, let alone own them. But now, she realized that relic wasn't out of her reach. Although it wasn't within her reach yet, but at least she had a chance to get it. Not to steal or rob. She could get it fair and square. The two women said that she would get it if she defeated the evil god or if she performed outstandingly. So, there was a chance to defeat the evil god in this game. Although she didn't know how powerful the evil god was. But it wasn't impossible. She had deliberately said those words for Carrie and Xiaohe to hear. If it was just based on the reward she had gotten so far, it might have affected the game's balance. But it wasn't enough to guarantee that she could defeat the evil god, unless she could grasp more game information and rewards. Chapter 3072. Audrin and Manet walked out of the Dark Souls swamp covered in mud. The two looked exhausted. They had spent the night in the swamp. They had also fought the whole night without a moment's rest. Of course, they had also gained a lot. They wanted to rest, but they couldn't. Lying on the ground now was no different from suicide. They needed to find a safe place to rest. And the exit of the Dark Souls swamp was definitely not a safe place. But after a few steps, they saw someone coming alone. They remembered that person, Ilef. He was a short guy less than 6 meters tall. But what really impressed them was Ilef's loneliness. Since the start of the supernatural youth fighting competition, Ilef barely communicated with others. And because of his loneliness, there had been a conflict outside the competition. Ilef also noticed Audrin and Manet. They stopped at the same time. They looked at each other warily. Manet, what do we do? His identity is safe, Manet said in a low voice. Safe? How do you know? Is your prophecy skills cool down over? No. Manet shook his head. But almost everyone knows his personality. Do you think the organizers will arrange a spy identity for him? If he's a spy and forcefully stays in a team against his personality, he'll probably be the first suspect. Audrin thought about it. That seemed to make sense. Our identities aren't random. Of course it's not random. Our identities and strengths are all arranged by the organizers according to our strengths, magic attributes, and personalities. None of them are random. For example, you and Ilev are people who would never become spies. Why don't you say yourself? I have a 50% chance of being a spy, Manet said. Manet said, among the 16 contestants, there are no more than 4 who are qualified to be spies. I'm guessing that there will be 3 spies. I'm not a spy, so there's a 90% chance that the other 3 are spies. Who are the 3 you think are? The first one is Alunrai, who we met yesterday, Manet said. My impression of her is that she's good at socializing. I've met her more than once in bars. That means you go to bars often. All in all, she's a very smart woman. Once in a bar, she said that she was going to treat, but a few minutes later, she found someone else who was willing to pay for her. That doesn't mean anything. Do you remember that terrifying spirit from yesterday? After their team failed, she was the first to make the choice to sacrifice a companion. At that time, they had no other choice, right? You know, behind this game, there are countless eyes watching us. At that time, even if that smart woman sacrificed herself, it would be better than sacrificing her companions, but she made the most foolish decision. With her brain, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have made such a decision. Unless she's on a different side from us, Manet said. In that case, what she did wasn't stupid, but a smart choice. Ao Deluan pondered for a moment. It seemed to make sense. So that woman is 100% a spy. Since you're so sure, why did you say it's only 90%? I haven't met the other 2 yet, Manet said. I can only say that with 16 players, the possibility of 3 spies is 90%, and the possibility of 2 or 4 spies is only 10%. For 16 players, for spies is too many, and 2 spies is too few. So 3 spies is a very suitable number, Manet said. The game has only been going for a day, so there's still a lot of information we don't know. I can't make an accurate judgment. At this moment, Ilev walked over from the opposite side. What is he doing? He can tell that we're not spies. How could you tell? Of course. With our combination, we can't be 2 spies. If one of us was a spy, the winner would have been decided long ago, so the possibility of meeting 2 spies is very low. Based on this premise, he can infer that we're players from the righteous faction. Before Manet and Aodlin could speak, Ilev said, I want to team up with you. Sure. Manet nodded. I'm a cursed spirit, beast king, observer, and son of God. Manet and Aodlin didn't expect Ilev to reveal his identity so easily. The 2 could only reveal their identity and profession. Your identity as the son of God seems a bit special, Manet said. I can choose my faction. In terms of character setting, I'm a child of the evil god. The 2 gasped. Ilev continued. Don't worry, I choose the righteous faction. Why? Because the righteous faction is weak. Weakness means better rewards. Your theory is a bit far-fetched. In RPG games, it's almost always the righteous faction that wins. I don't think so, Ilev said calmly. Although we're in an RPG game, it's still a real game. I've already met 3 terrifying existences. Since those terrifying existences can appear as NPC characters, then as the final boss, the evil god, its power will be beyond our imagination. Perhaps we'll meet a real god. Of course, the possibility of that is very low, but it's still something we can't defeat through normal means. So, if we choose the righteous faction and perform exceptionally well, then the rewards will be very generous. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of clapping came from the woods. Then Alunrai walked out from the woods. In an instant, the 3 of them showed hostility. Looks like there are quite a few smart people here. Alunrai looked at the 3 of them with admiration. At the same time, Alunrai glanced at Manet. Manet had a vague feeling that she might have heard the conversation between him and Ao Deluan. And now, she appeared here without any of her companions around her. This meant that she might have eliminated all of them. This wasn't good news. She completed her identity mission, and it might have been more than enough. This meant that her rewards would far surpass the 3 of them. At the same time, it meant that the 3 of them would be in a very passive position. Chapter 3073. If I say I'm not here to fight you, would you believe me? Alunrai smiled at the 3 of them who were filled with hostility. The 3 of them shook their heads. Alunrai didn't explain her identity when she appeared. It meant that she had acknowledged her identity as a spy. However, the next moment, the three of them felt the world was spinning and they realized they couldn't move. The three of them were shocked as they looked at Alunrai in disbelief. How is this possible? How could Alunrai be this strong? Look, if I was hostile, you would be dead by now. Alunrai said, now, do you believe me? Alev didn't say anything. Orden didn't say anything. Manit said, I believe you. Instantly, the pressure that the three of them felt disappeared. The three of them looked pale. They didn't expect Alunrai to be this strong. I suddenly feel that being a bad guy isn't fun, so I've decided to switch sides. Alunrai smiled and said, so I want to build a team that can win. The three of them didn't believe Alunrai, but they had no other choice. Alunrai was too strong, to the point that they felt hopeless. Manit's brain was spinning rapidly as he stared at Alunrai. Suddenly, Manit's mind flashed as he vaguely guessed something. Alunrai seemed to have felt Manit's strange gaze and turned back to Manit. Turning back to look at Manit, he said you switched sides, so there are only two possibilities. One is that you have a special identity, like Ilev, and the other is that you've already cleared the game. Perhaps the game manager gave you special privileges, allowing you to switch sides. If you want to continue playing, there should be a direct benefit, right? This is my secret. If you guys cleared the game, you'll get the same information. Because of this, you guys have no authority in front of me. You can either choose to cooperate or be killed by me. There are still half of the players anyway. You guys aren't my only choice. Manit shook his head and said, no, we're your only choice. Don't you have some misunderstanding about yourself? At the start of the game, the manager manually eliminated one player and you killed 6. In other words, there are only 9 players left out of the 16. After a day, at least a third of the players who couldn't adapt to the game were eliminated. In other words, including you and us, there are only 6 left. Other than us, you can only find 2 to 3 more players at most. Plus, your individual quality and strength are still uncertain. It might not be hard if you want to clear the game with those 2 or 3 teammates. But if you want to complete the biggest challenge, like defeating the evil god, I'm afraid you're still lacking. The 3 of us have the quality and strength. So other than us, you need to find the remaining players to form a final team to challenge the evil god. This time, it was Aluntarai's turn to be silent. If you wanted to change factions to experience the game, then you wouldn't hesitate now. After all, with your current strength, you might be able to clear the game alone. You could even kill all the remaining players and become the only player to clear the game, or even clear it twice. However, you didn't do that. Instead, you used the excuse of teaming up with us. Therefore, your goal is definitely not as simple as clearing the game as a player from the righteous faction. You want to challenge the final evil god. Manit continued. The difficulty of defeating the evil god is undoubtedly unprecedented, which also means that the reward will be unprecedentedly generous. That's right. The reward for defeating the evil god will be very generous. Aluntarai didn't deny it. When communicating with smart people, lying would only cause them to lose the possibility of cooperation. Of course, Aluntarai didn't have to lie. She had the initiative to reveal the information. In terms of strength, she also had the absolute advantage. So she only had to hide the most important thing, the reward for defeating the evil god. Aluntarai looked at the 3 of them. Defeating the evil god will bring unparalleled benefits to everyone, so there's no reason for you to refuse, is there? Indeed, but you will surely get the biggest reward. I'm the strongest, and I'll be the one who put in the most effort. So isn't it natural for me to get the biggest reward? Aluntarai said as a matter of fact. And without me, you might be able to clear the game, but believe me, you won't get the best reward. I want to know what the final reward is. All I can say is that it will surpass your imagination. Aluntarai's vague description easily caused the others to have endless fantasies. Manit turned around and looked at Audrin and Ilef. What do you guys think? I can accept it, Ilef said. I'll listen to you, Audrin said. Fine, then we'll accept your invitation. That woman called Aluntarai has great abilities, wisdom, and luck, but I really don't like her methods, Unelite said. She's from the evil alignment, Jalanash said. This means that she has to win using unconventional methods, so I think there's nothing wrong with her methods. She was actually able to eliminate all 6 in one day in a 6-on-1 situation. I think her overall abilities are above average, and she has great potential. In the Supernatural organization, there were 2 completely different opinions about Alunarai's performance. One side was disdainful and even disgusted by Alunarai's schemes. The other side supported Alunarai. They felt that all of Alunarai's actions were normal, and she was using the rules cleverly. As long as it was within the rules, it was reasonable. Chun Zhao hadn't seen the first day of the game, so he wasn't sure about Alunarai's performance. But he still saw her performance on the second day. President, who do you support? You're judging her morals, but you've never doubted her abilities. As for her morals, we're not judges, nor are we picking saints. At the very least, she did a great job as a spy, didn't she? So, in principle, I support her. So, President, you support her joining the Supernatural organization? I've seen her information. She's from a small family, but it's a branch of a large European family. I don't think she'll be interested in the Supernatural organization.